I don't know if I'm changing over. In the moonlight I can't kill this feeling sober, so I start to come alive. I don't know what starts to control me. I let it go, another soul that's underneath. I don't really care about this all. It's the fall that kills me. With our back against the wall, just feed the beast and you'll see. Wait for me. I don't wanna die inside my reality. Wait for me. I don't want your mind to remember me this way. I feel like that we're getting closer to a brand new night. The past is finally getting over. I really think it's time to say goodbye. I don't know what starts to control me. I let it go, another soul that's underneath. I don't really care about this all. It's the fall that kills me. With our back against the wall, just feed the beast and you'll see. Wait for me. I don't wanna die inside my reality. Wait for me. I don't want your mind to remember me this way.
Better off as strangers. Believe me when I say, loving me is loving danger. Your heart is bound to break. I walk alone in the night, neath the pale moon. Loving's for the fools. Baby, beware of my bite. I'm alone, I'm alone, I'm a lone wolf. 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 I'm a the shadows and the corners of your mind. I go where the wind blows. I run but I don't hide. I hear the call of the wild, whispering the name. No, I can't be tamed. My heart belongs to the night. I'm alone, I'm alone, I'm a lone wolf.
Welcome everyone back to the Blue Otter broadcast. I am Rue, and I am joined today by a very fancy looking bagel. Through to how do we feel on a wonderful Saturday afternoon?
I feel great. They got tossed in here on short notice, but I'm always happy to help out. Really interested to see both of these teams duke it out in the Rift for a best of 3. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling very good, and I'm feeling very hopeful as well that we get ourselves a very solid best of 3. We have two teams looking to compete towards the top of Blue Otter Premier. Of course, it is early doors still, just week 3 out of 7 in our regular season. And with these two teams off to a pretty solid start so far. Dorado, a little bit rocky here and there, but overall able to get through things mostly unscathed after a 2-0 against Conduit last week. Get themselves right back on track after their 2-0 drubbing at the hands of final boss Esports. The Spire, on the other hand, yet to really face that adversity. We'll see if they're facing that today, as we are getting into draft for game 1 as well. We have Seraphine and Mel taken away by Dorado with their third man yet to follow. And then the Spire have taken away Anivia, and they've also taken away the Corki.
Yeah, I mean, Mel did get hit pretty hard this patch. I think her win rate dropped from something like 48 to 45 after those changes to Rebuttal. But obviously, I think in general, Mel is just super frustrating for people to deal with, and no one wants to play against it. But also, Rebuttal just existing as an ability is so potent that it disincentivizes you from playing certain champions just because you don't want to deal with it. So I think it's super understandable. I know that a lot of people hate that champion. As for the other bans, Seraphine enables a lot of compositions, super flexible. Then Spire rounds their bans out with Diana. Can be flexed between roles, but Diana is also still quite annoying, even with like Dusk and Dawn. As for Dorado, a lot of focus towards that bottom lane with the Corki Unara bans, and then Nivea as well. Nivea is a champion that can enable certain compositions, but also becoming a wave clear monster and just being able to stall out super hard. And when you see a player can lock in a Nivea, a lot of people are like, I would prefer not to play against that if possible, but it doesn't really seem that Spire are all that bothered by that madness. They just go straight for play.
Yeah, well, you speak of your wave clear monsters. We get another one there taken B1 by the Spire, as we have now got our teams on the correct side of things. Dorado will be red side for game 1 since they had the choice to choose, I guess, the right to choose. They choose the red side, and they're going to get a counter pick Victor into the mid lane to start things off here. Very pacifying, very nullifying. Not going to have all too much of an advantage in his favor, but not going to have all too much against him either, especially in this very long control mage type matchup. Dorado now wonder what they want to go towards here to try and pair this up. Do they look towards their bot side? Do they look to the jungle? Looks like they're going to go bot side and still take away this Karma, which throughout all these nerfs is still incredibly oppressive.
Yeah, I mean, our Inspire, right? Mantra Inspire is such a potent tool by late game, just being able to give a huge AoE shield to not only your primary target, but also to your entire team, plus that movement speed boost. Karma enables just such a wide variety of compositions that you can kind of pick it and it'll slot in, and that kind of feeds into Victor as well, right? Like, this is a champion who you don't necessarily need to build a composition around, but one that can rather facilitate a lot of different compositions by just scaling up well. So Dorado, certainly, at least to me, it seems like they're going for that theme of they aren't sure what they want to fully commit for yet, but they're picking champions that can just do well as the game goes on, and they aren't hard countered by anything that had been picked quite yet. Spire, though, they go for a bit of a classic bot lane as far as league goes, right? Lucian Thresh. Obviously, Lucian has been paired with a variety of things throughout the years, but I feel like, at least when I started playing back in Season 4, Thresh was one of those champions that always popped up for him. Lucian Thresh, a really classic combo, especially because Thresh can enable a lot of compositions. He provides safety, but he also provides engage. He's a little bit tanky. He can do a surprising amount of damage. So pair that with Lucian, who would like to get very aggressive, especially the moment you land a death sentence into Flay. That can be a very potent and aggressive bot lane pairing. Dorado, though, going for something that seems a bit more safe and also scaling up with that Ezreal. And Ezreal is certainly more than relevant in the early game, but I feel like when I see a team lock in Ezreal, it's more of an indicator of like, okay, well, we need something that's flexible, we need something that stays mobile and doesn't get caught out too easily.
Yeah, and I think, especially in this type of situation, the prio that you gain by having the poke, especially in the early lane phase, as an Ezreal Karma, has a real good chance of putting the solution down early. And the Lucian's down early, it doesn't necessarily feel all too good, right? Lucian's a champion that you kind of need to get a little bit of a lead on to really be that impactful. That kind of 2 to 3 out of spike, really, where you look to put the pressure on when you start to rotate up towards mid, trying to look towards the dragons, as we are getting a Wukong coming in here on 4 here by Dorado. Looking to take that jungler slot, leave their top lane open as we would expect from a team on the red side. Nice engaged jungle there, as they were lacking a little bit, of course, going a Enchanter support. Now to the Spire, looking to take that top side here.
Yeah, and speaking of those bans really quickly, Spire, like I think the most interesting ban to see here is the Alawi. Like, I think that's kind of an indicator of Spire showing like, okay, well, we don't really have anything that can play well into it. And Maokai, I'd assume, is going to be the jungle pick for them. Obviously, they are going to have to show whether or not it's jungle or top in just a couple of seconds here. But if you take a look at what else was banned, right? You do see a variety of engages, that J4, the Xin Zhao being taken off the table, even Pantheon. So I think Wukong is a good call from Dorado, especially considering that you do have, like you said, that Enchanter support, that Karma that can really buff things up. What Dorado is somewhat lacking, I will say, is like overall they're lacking in the front line. Like with the Wukong, your engage is going to be somewhat telegraphed. So I imagine that Dorado, you want something that can kind of be a relevant frontliner here, but you did also save that R5 counter pick for yourself, and you're playing into Renekton. So it's a bit of a catch-22, I think. Renekton's a bit of a lane bully. Like, there are certain matchups that can go quite well into it. I was going to say, like, Ornn is still on the table. Is it going to feel good? I mean, if you fall a little bit behind a Renekton, I think, like, it's, you give an inch and Renekton can take a mile. But certainly Ornn is something that I will say can probably sustain itself, especially when you start getting tankier and tankier. I think my other issue with it, though, is like, is Ornn the R5 counter pick top lane that you want for yourself? Probably not. But
well, the lane may not be as fun, right? Like, this is what Warlock deciding that the needs of the team far outweigh the needs of myself, and I think that's a very good thing to have in a top laner who's not just focused on being that guy that wins the lane every time. I think if the Illaoi was still there, we could be talking a very different question, right? A very different conversation entirely. Renekton has a real rough time into that champ in particular, which I think is why Spire have gone towards that on their final ban. It's also a champ that Warlock really likes to play. So nice ban there to enable the Renekton. But then moving in, I understand how almost depressing it is to lock in the Ornn there as that R5. But at the same time, look what it does for your comp, right? The lane is not going to be the most fun, but at the end of the day, you're still on. You're going to probably find an all-in timer at some point where Renekton's without his ultimate and you just randomly kill him, because that is the thing that Ornn tends to do.
Yeah.
And if you're able to do that, your team is in such a good position to capitalize upon that. Your team fight is absolutely insane. Your Ezreal feels so incredibly safe, right? There's very little threat onto him. And at the same time, he has so many shields, so many now front lines to protect him. And your engage as well is amazing. The Ornhorn into the Cyclone, as long as they're in that order. I mean, Dorado, they have an amazing team fight. They have pretty stable lanes. Ezreal Karma doing amazing, I think, here into Lucian Thresh, at the very least in bot lane. I don't see many holes in this comp now, even if the Ornn isn't most fun to be playing as the top laner themselves.
Yeah, I would say that I think you're right. I think that Ezreal should be able to stay extremely safe in this game. The only caveat to that, obviously, is Maokai, right? With Twisted Advance, that targeted CC is an ability that can lock down your Ezreal. Karma is a big, is very much able to dissuade a lot of that, not only through the movement speed, but also being able to root Maokai down, too. But I think I guess what I'm saying is that Spire's success for this game is going to be predicated off of Dorado's mistakes, if anything at all. And I think outside of Ezreal getting pressured, I think Spire's one hope, and as well as outside of Lucian getting an early lead, which we've already said might be difficult into Ezreal Karma, their hope is that Wei stays relatively untouched and unbothered. Because if you do get to late game this way, you do start to just borderline one-shot people. You have so much burst capability. And you also have, like we said, a lot of wave clear. It's just that you need to get there for Spire. Now, I think that they theoretically have early game power to kind of usher you into that later game stage. But I guess the problem for it is that eventually Spire becomes reliant on Wei's damage output. Meanwhile, Dorado, I look at their team and I feel like the later the game goes, in theory, the better things should be, right? You have Ornn's items to upgrade your team's stats. You have Victor, who scales up quite well. You have Ezreal, who scales up quite well, and as both of us have already talked about, Mantra and Spire is just such a potent shielding tool that it's so hard to address. Like, I think if Spire is going to be successful in this game, it's going to be off of the Ezreal mispositioning, or Maokai finding like a fantastic flank to pressure. Because otherwise, I think Spire is really, really hard pressed to be successful, especially if they don't get a larger.
Yeah, well, I think lanes, as a result, are going to be that much more important than even they are in other games, right? If you can put the pressure on during the lane phase, then all this lovely little theory crafting that we're doing about the team fight can suddenly fly out the window. I think Spire are almost forced to put that pressure on during that lane phase now. Lucian Thresh into Ezreal Karma, not the most fun, but you're definitely going to have your windows to get the job done there. Renekton into Ornn, it might be one of those times as Renekton where you just take the Ignite and you say, you know what, I don't care that it's tanking the other side. I just need to get myself strong here. That's how we win the game. And then Hwei into Victor, why we said before, it's a mage into mage. It can be very neutral. Victor is a great neutralizer. But at the same time, if you can find some random kill threat in there, suddenly we're talking a very different game. I think that's where Spire had to be headed. We'll be back after the spec delay to have a look through this game while we're in the game instead of just our theory crafting here. So don't go anywhere. Spire versus Dorado is just after this.
like it never ends. Back again, square one. Try to leave myself behind. Looking for a better place, not to stay alone. Gain our trust and you chose to break it. Ask for truth but you only fake it. Thought you said what we had was sacred. It's all lies, all lies. I was broken and isolated, but inside held the fire waiting. Not a word that you say can save us, so don't try. Cause this time you crossed the line.
Welcome everyone in to game number 1 between the Spire and Dorado Gaming here in Blue Otter Premier. Just getting into things here, the Rift being loaded for us as we get on to game number 1. The comps, as we saw during the draft, having some talking points that we have worked our way through during the early phase, as Vrang still left talking, and as such going to get caught on there by Efron, as we're getting caught in the bot lane as well. Hello, massive early trade. Homie forced to flash and heal away very early on the Karma, not what you want to be doing at all. Great use of the Ignite there from Mollywops, and no summoners burnt beyond that in the bot lane. Homie now really struggling for this early lane phase.
Yeah, I mean, that really speaks to what we were talking about in that champion select, where you said Lucian and Thresh need to get out to an early advantage, so certainly burning both summoners off of Homie on the Karma there is going to serve that Lucian and Thresh quite well, especially this early in the game. What happened... Oh, okay, no death sentence this time. What ended up happening there was that Mollywops and Jfeather, they went straight into the alcove, and they pretty much precluded Homie and Sunral showing up. So they land the easy death sentence, and they just get that very, very easy summoners out of them. So great start for them, but they didn't get a kill out of it. Ultimately, that's what they wanted, but the lane pressure is going to feel really, really good.
Yeah, I mean, early lane pressure definitely there, but in some regards, trading straight back out as well. We saw that nice magic Q landing from Mollywops, amongst other things. We're getting back in, straight on the death sentence. Homie, how are you even living there? Finally going to get taken down by Jfeather. Tanks up a turret shot, but I'm sure he'd be happy to tank that up to get first blood. Sunrise trying to trade things back, going very aggressive, flashing forwards, going way deeper than maybe he should have. Flash Flay from Mollywops, and that should be the kill. Coming back, the death sentence is going to stun him up, and Sunray taken out of there. A double kill down in the bot lane for Jfeather. We're talking about the necessity for this bot lane to be winning early, and that is Dorado giving it to them almost at a silver platter there. Both of them getting caught out one by one. The 2v1's not going in their favor at all, and now Jfeather is more than certainly on the board.
Yeah, and what's even more devastating on top of that is that you saw what the wave state was when Ezreal flashes in. The wave was stacked up super hard against him, so it does crash in. You can actually see that Jfeather comes away from that with almost like a 1k, right, about 800 gold in advantage in the bottom lane. That's massive.
Wow.
Like, you see this Ezreal return into lane with a dagger. Meanwhile, Lucian comes back with a Caulfield's Warhammer, and if that's an indicator on what the rest of this lane is going to look like, at least for the next 5 minutes, it's not going to be fun for this Ezreal Karma.
No, it will not be at all, as despite the fact the Ezreal Karma, it's not you. Ezreal Karma doesn't really work itself out when the enemy team has this much gold already spent back into the lane. And even some jungle presence as well turning up here.
Oh my goodness, not another one.
In. Beautiful hook once more going to land onto Homie, who is just forced into retreat, but there was no retreat this time around. Mollywops did use the Ignite once more, so a small little reprieve there. But if we're talking about an Ignite being used in exchange for a kill, that's what it's there for anyway. As Pineapple on the top side has to be a little bit careful, is not careful enough. Going to get flashed on by the Wukong, who is going to be called Wukong for this game because they are in stream mode. That's on them. But a nice kill back at any rate.
It's a little bit of win back in your sales, right? Like, at the very least, you know that things aren't catastrophic. Things are bad in bot lane, but you have some advantage to play through, at least as far as jungle goes, off of that kill. And as I think one might expect, Wukong, slight early camp lead over the Maokai, although you can see that the Scuttle Crab bot lane is still available. So that's probably where that lead is generated.
It is.
So it's not great for Dorado, right? Like this is about like the worst situation that you could have expected happening, especially because of all of that gold going straight out to Lucian. It's another death sentence.
He cannot miss right now.
goodness.
Over the wall, death sentence connects once more. Gonna get a humongous trade onto Sunrise, and he's forced to just take a base. Look at the wave state. He can't even stick around for it. He knows that'll be way too much peril to put himself under. Just has to take another rough base and doesn't even have enough for a tier. He's going for a longsword on this base timer. The Dorado bot lane getting absolutely destroyed right now, and it feels like Mollywop's really the one who's doing the damage.
It's just so difficult to contend with when you're just constantly getting hit by those death sentences. Up here top lane, though. Oh, the knockup!
I'm surprised that connected, but Pineapple had a slice and dice to get out of there, getting himself a little bit of extra space. But of course, Warlock has flash advantage. After the previous play, we saw the Wukong exchanging flash for the Renekton. It does mean that Wok could go for that all-in angle, using his flash to really put the pressure on Pineapple and Topside, especially now that level 6 has been reached for this. Oh, and I'm surprised that Pineapple's even staying to try and catch this wave right now. Very greedy, but I hope for his sake he's able to at least get something back, as the cannon definitely going to fall by the wayside. A lot of minions going to be dying here, if not to the wave, then at least to the turret. As they're all in, it's very possible. If you just call the Forge Guard, I mean, what are we still doing here? Is Pineapple caught out, flash W forwards? Why are we here?
I think
as we head down to bot lane, why are we also here? I think we lost guys. Walking too far forward. Nice gank timer found by a Telephobia. He doesn't need level 6 to perform a very effective gank on the Maokai. And while all that's happening, the Wukong's trying to take this Drake. If this ends up flipping down, it'll be the worst case scenario. A Telephobia hits 6 off the Drake. Another Wukong stuck in the pit. W over the wall is going to get him out of there. Telephobia can't quite snake his way through onto the Wukong, so at least he'll be able to survive. But you lose the Drake. You lose your Ezreal in the bot play. I don't know what to do as Dorado right now on bot side.
It's horrifying to watch this play out over and over and over again. Like it's the 4th time it's happened. It's the 4th death since it's landed, and like Sunrise is in such an untenable situation here as this Ezreal, and you're seeing that Homie is walking into lane with, double, like a fairy charm and double glowing moat. Right, they don't have any income. Like this bot lane is so like I don't even want to call those components, because like they're the components to the components.
He's got 10 ability haste, bless him.
Yeah, like this is so bad to be dealing with as Ezreal and Karma. Like normally, oh my lord,
killing to the face as well. J-Feather completely unrelenting right now. He's trying to use his level 6 advantage.
What's the Karma going to do? Like you don't have any damage. Yeah, like you just have to like sit there and watch it happen. No, he's going for it. Oh my god.
Not again. Over the wall, completely on vision for him, but blind for Sunrise. Doesn't see the death sentence coming, doesn't realize that he's been penciled in for the grave. And J-Feather turns that into Ben, I guess. As they're going to look for the dive as well onto Homie. Going to use his E to get that extra move speed. J-Feather, he doesn't care about this turret. He may want to turn on target champions only, though, as he starts hitting the turret instead of the Karma on the turret dive. There's a reason that button exists, folks. We turn on target champions only when we want to make sure we don't hit turrets in turret dives. And as such, Homie is going to get a kill back, but of course, with the Ezreal not nearby, it could be a whole lot worse.
It's still pretty bad, right? Obviously, staying alive there, great situation. You don't get shut down on Lucian, but you do get the kill on Paresh. But I have to imagine that for Sunrise and Homie, they're already thinking about next game right now. Like that's how bad this bot lane is. You are collectively 1-5-0 as opposed to the 5-0 Lucian and the 0-1-5 Thresh. But as bad as that is, you do have things going well for you in top lane, right? The Ornn is 20 CS ahead. He's already killed the Renekton once and got the assist on the other one. And, your Wukong does have that kill as well. I mean, mid lane, it's a bit of a wash, as you can see that Vrang is slowly accruing a CS lead, just about 16 over that Victor. Efron, who is getting back into lane, doesn't have TP. So is at a slight deficit, roughly 500 gold. But as bad as things are for Sunrise and Homie in this bot lane, and they are very bad. And Maokai coming in again. Oh my lord!
Death sentence in. Sunrise, no chance to escape after already Arcane shifting to try and get a bit of extra space. Had no way to then avoid all the follow-up that was coming through. As Jay Feather, by the way, using the Essence Reaver to claim the 6th kill of the game for his team, the 6th kill of the game for him. Everything right now funneling towards this Lucian, and it's been funneled to the right place if you ask me. Is we're going to get Hook landing onto mid as well. The Lantern forwards. What are we walking up there for, Efron?
Fun.
I mean, you might be able to just walk this one out, but you're going to have to at least flash to get yourself out to safety. Managed to avoid the Severing Bolt, but walking way too far forward for a face check there. And another thing happening is that because of what's happening in bot side, you're losing out in the other lanes, right? We just saw the flash there used from Efron. That's going to cost him a good bit of CS, I expect, in the rest of this lane state. Jay Feather may give some of this gold back if he stays as aggressive as this, but the damage he's dealing makes it incredibly dangerous to go for a play. Even so, in the Lantern there to get him out to safety. No way he survived. Finally, shut down by the True Shot Barrage. But even then, it's still a 1-for-1 Homie hanging on by a feather. But what I was trying to say is that your Wukong had to give up all of his bot side to try and take those grubs on the top side. Telephobia doing a great job at the counter jungle, able to accrue himself a little bit of lead as well, transforming it into a gank that trying to mitigate what was happening with the Wukong, but still a kill back. The shutdown going to Ezreal makes things somewhat playable.
Yeah, I mean, it's great that the Ezreal finally gets that gold into his pocket. It almost didn't go that way, right? Like if the True Shot Barrage doesn't come through there, or it doesn't land onto Jay Feather, Lucian actually gets out and Wukong still dies. That would have turned, this equalizing situation into an even more catastrophic one. But fortunately for their side of Dorado, it doesn't happen that way. As you said, Sunrise does come away with that shutdown gold, working towards leave a Trinity Force. Still not quite there yet. Yeah, still not quite there yet. And obviously, Jay Feather at a colossal advantage over this Ezreal, and you saw it. They had to commit 3 people into a dive, and Jay Feather still almost came out on top with a kill on Homie. Unfortunately, it didn't work out for him. Up here in top lane, though, a little bit of a scuffle.
Yeah, Renekton has popped Dominus here. Pineapple doing his best, but I'm not sure he wins out in trades such as this, and maybe he wins out if the Ornhorn goes a little bit wide there from Wok Warlock, but I mean, you just kick with a brittle, you send a Bellows Breath at him, and suddenly you start flashing forwards on the Ornn, trying to land the pillar, not quite going to get anything extra than the slope, but the Bellows Breath is there once more, and that is a Wok Warlock solo kill in the top side. While all that's happening, still Drake can be claimed in the bot side. Homie's well taken down to about 100 HP. Forced to be very, very careful. I'm not even sure if he's allowed to take the space here as it's flash forward on the W under turret. And now Sunright caught up against a rock and a hard place. Or I guess a tree and a hard place. And Telephobia, maybe the one caught on the wrong side of the rift himself, has a lantern to get over the wall. He's going to be absolutely fine. And the bot play still very advantageous for the Spire.
And bot lane is completely owned by the Spire, and you're really seeing that Telephobia is coordinating so well with Jay Feather and Mollywops to make sure that Ezreal and Karma don't have anything. Like, they don't have a moment to breathe in this bottom lane. But the trade-off is that Pineapple has kind of just been left to dry, right? Like, this Renekton is being abused here in top lane, as you can see Wok Warlock with Bramble Vest, completed Sunfire Cape into the Renekton, who doesn't have completed item yet. I believe that should that be yeah, I think it's Cleaver. Thank you. And even with Black Cleaver, you're not going to suddenly start killing the Ornn. It's good for you to have, sure, but the Ornn is at a point where you have so much armor and you have all this health built up that it's really hard for Renekton to be successful. I think that's probably why Telephobia is just working with Jay Feather and Mollywops. It's like, okay, well, Renekton, it's kind of hard to get him back into the game. Let's just try to focus on keeping our Lucian fed and keeping our Lucian snowball, but also making sure that Ezreal Karma don't get much out of existing here in this bottom lane and put them further and further behind.
Yeah, and they're going to keep looking for those plays as well. Fishing with the hooks. Not quite going to find it this time around is Mollywops, but after all the previous ones that are connected, I honestly don't blame them at all, as Pineapple walking very far forward on this wave, trying to get that counterplay on the top side is Dorado. A lane gank attempted here by the Wukong. The Slice and Dice going to keep Pineapple nice and safe. And if anything, it's just delaying this Wukong's base at this point. Has his bot side respawning. Could be attempted on here if they're not careful. I mean, Telephobia is already down there, looking to invade once more on the bot play. The Wukong still hasn't even challenged his base, still waiting to see if Pineapple oversteps. The longer he waits, the
Oh my
more
God,
he's
he
just going to
canceled
lose
base
out for
again.
this play. He's cancelled it again. It feels like every time he's just cancelling, he doesn't want to commit to this base
Oh
at
my
all.
goodness.
He's holding himself hostage at this point. They can finally commit to the die, but he has Dominus. You can't make that play on a Dominus Renekton. Pineapple, very safe indeed, as Nature's Grasp is going to show you how safe you aren't in your bot lane. Forced right the way back. The tier 1 tower still has a plate, but you're not allowed to step anywhere near it with the Maokai being so omnipresent in the bot lane. Now let's take that blue buff as well, as the Wukong finally going to make his way down towards his Raptors, but you lose so much for delaying so long. And, I mean, for what? You get your Ornn slightly further ahead, maybe with a little bit of pressure. You don't even have the kill threat, really, onto Pineapple. You don't gain anything there. You just lose.
Yeah, you don't even get first tower out of it because the Telephobia was giving Jayfeather and Mollywop so much space. So Lucian and Thresh are just able to claim that turret. So it really begs the question of, like, what was the point of spending so much time in top lane, canceling your back something like, what, 3-4 times?
He still hasn't taken that base either. He's just now doing the Rift Herald instead.
it doesn't really materialize into anything meaningful. It just feels like constant, like, inability to make a decision, and that's punished Dorado so hard here. Now Dorado aren't. Oh wait,
hold on. Oh, flashing over. Beautiful play to avoid everything there, but still not going to be able to avoid the point and click CC, courtesy of a Telephobia, is Efron flashing away very nicely to avoid most of it, but couldn't quite avoid all, as we say. So that is going to be another death now, handed out on a different part of the map, right? This lead that was isolated in bot lane is now starting to spread. It's now not just Jayfeather who's ahead. It's a Telephobia who's ahead, already with a 2-item spike on a Maokai, of course. Cheaper items, being tank-oriented, but at any rate, 2 items that put him in an amazing position in this game. Jayfeather hitting that 2-item spike as well, and an assist now going over to Vrang, who has more than enough time to push out this bot wave now that Efron's dead in mid.
Yeah, I mean, continuously the one bright spot for the side of Dorado has been Walk Warlock on this orb. Right? You're 2-0-1, you're already working towards your item upgrades, but you were talking about leads being isolated, and so far, Walk Warlock has just been isolated in this top lane. The Ornn hasn't really been able to express himself any further outside of that. And Pineapple pops Dominus here. I can't imagine that's going to materialize into a kill, though.
This could, though, because Efron is caught out on potentially the wrong side of the rift. His tier 1, of course, no longer existing in the bot lane, but it's maybe the turnaround play that we should be more worried about. Vrang going to get cycloned onto. Spire the Spare is nice to put out an insane amount of damage.
Here comes Lucian.
Even in this afterwards, yes, here comes the Lucian. There we go. Jayfeather turns up, and he does indeed swing things. The numbers overall favoring the Spire. It makes sense they're able to win out in that play, and they can even look towards this Drake as well, what with the Wukong having fallen, using Flash as well to go chasing on to Vrang. So plenty of time now for the Spire to put their 3rd Drake on the board. The Chemtech Soul creeping ever closer, and Dorado would absolutely love to get some Chemtech Drakes under their belt, but they're just not allowed to right now. Imagine that extra heal and shield power on a Karma, but you can't. Yeah. As Jayfeather's just going to engage on you mid. You have to walk away.
I mean, in the situation, right, where somehow, miraculously, that Dorado could come away with 4 Chem Drakes, and they get that soul for themselves, that increased durability, that could be huge. Now, that being said, they're also facing a point where the Spire have soul points already at 17 minutes. So that's a long path. I mean, like, we'd be opting into a nearly 40-minute game, assuming that dragons die practically on spawn. But it would be a catastrophic situation to deal with, just because Karma, as you said, gets so much healing and shielding power on it. And then also you think about, like, that durability that it gives your champions who have been kind of getting abused continuously. Would feel great. It's just that right now Dorado have to fight their way there, and they aren't really getting those steps in. Like, yes, the Ornn is scary, but this Lucian. Oh, wait 1 moment. Pineapple's good.
Yeah, I mean, Pineapple's stepping up to this wave. He could have just tried to catch it under turret, but I think he's scared of it just falling. And I guess that makes sense. Warlock going to do some taunting in the top side in the meantime, but having to pop Dominus to just step up to the lane still does not feel good at all for Pineapple. He's going to have to catch that eventually, otherwise Warlock will carry through on his threat. He will take that top tier 1, at least get something going on the other side of the rift for Dorado. It's still, by the way, a very playable game, right? It's only a 3k lead. The issue for me really is this Drake stacking and how fed this Lucian is. It makes sense. You look at the score, but you're like, oh, the guy's 9 kills, he's an issue. Yeah. And there's not much else to analyze beyond that, right? Jayfeather is incredibly strong, we should all be scared of him because you're not allowed to walk into your jungle anymore. He's attacking you on your walls.
Yeah, and to really highlight that, like if you take a look at the gold, this Lucian has, 3,000 gold over the next closest person in the entire game, and that would be Warlock.
Jesus.
So like he is a item above like pretty much anyone else's itemization in terms of gold, right? Like this Lucian is hilariously fed. Now, what that also means is that if you're able to kill Lucian, that would be great, but oh man.
But he might be able to kill you before you can think of killing him is the other issue. As Rockwaller are going to try and turn things around, but hooked out of the second part of the Call of the Forge God means that the lockdown is just not there this time around. And the Cyclone, it feels nice, but you can't get your way onto J-Feather. He's got so much peel in this comp that they're able to stick around. They're able to try, turn things around with the Dominus popped, with that additional shield, courtesy of the top lane TP from Pineapple. The 5-5 mid going to continue here, as neither side's really claim the advantage. They want to make sure they get it before whatever objective these guys seem to want to fight. I can't work out what objective that would be, because Baron has only just spawned, and please do not go for Baron just off of spawn. They're going to drive the Rift Herald into that mid-tier 1 at any rate, the Dorado, making the best of that play to claim the Shelly in the first place, but J-Feather can delete it before he can charge anywhere else, and it will just be that play for the mid-tier 1.
Yeah, and getting that mid-tier 1 does open up the map a bit more, so I'm certain that Dorado are very, very happy about that turn of events. But to highlight, just how much of a bright spot Warlock is for his team, showing up in that moment, and if you don't get death sentenced, right, if you're able to buffer out the stun with Mellow's Breath or something like that, Warlock probably lands the recast on Call of the Forge God, and you have a very legitimate shot at killing J-Feather on the Lucian there, and so much damage and so much presence from that Ornn really forced that 3-4-man squad of the Spire to just wheel away, because it's so hard to address that Ornn in spite of how powerful your Lucian is. So that is certainly something that you're starting to see now for Dorado. And when those Ornn items do come through, that gold difference is going to feel less meaningful because of those bonus stats. So that, I think, is what Dorado needs to play for now. You really just want those items to come through. Give your Ezreal time to scale. Efron, though, going to be forced away, as you were saying. You do not own the jungle if Lucian shows up there.
No, J-Feather owns everything that he walks into, as long as he has someone alongside him to make sure he doesn't die. Currently summonless, so got to be a little more careful than maybe you would be otherwise, but just happy to keep pushing this mid wave in, keep that pressure up. Now on that 3-item spike as well, at 22 minutes, having that the full Infinity Edge to his name makes him that much scarier when this Drake spawns in 20 seconds. The Chemtech Soul about to pop here onto the Rift, and Dorado, I mean, it comes to the point where they're going to have to take a fight at some point soon. We showed before that it's possible. If Warlock can land that R2, as you're saying, it was looking like a very promising fight for them, but they now have to put their money where their mouth is. They have to show that this teamfight comp was worth drafting.
Wait, they want to trade it?
Maybe didn't go as well. Are they trading Soul for Baron in 2026? Guys, Baron is not what it used to be.
Yeah, this is going to take a while to do. I don't think that their damage output for Baron is very relevant. Like, they're just giving away Soul.
Like, no, it's not. What are we doing here? What are we doing?
It's a mind-boggling decision to do that. Like, especially because your DPS is so low. Like, and you know how high theirs is. You're not going to kill Baron by the time that you can get dragged. It's just a bad call. I feel like that. Like, now, the Spire has the inside track on it because they can clear out the vision. This is
I cannot even begin to
Dorado
explain this.
doesn't even know what's going on. They don't know what's going on.
I can't even begin to think about this macro play because Dorado. The game was not lost, right? It wasn't good. It wasn't, I'd say, winning, but it wasn't lost either, right? Now,
no, but now it's really
we can be
bad.
talking about the game being lost. That's a Chemtech Soul pre-23 minutes. It's now a Baron as well in the favor of the Spire for the next 3, and you don't have any pressure in the lanes to even get these turrets before the Baron push really starts to come through. You can look to try and take towards bot, but look who's running down there. J-Feather with a barrier. He can 1v2 if you're not careful. He's more than happy to push this wave out, stop them from getting anything extra. One more plate going to go down, but that's all that's going to go your way in the bot lane. And we're trading this for Soul and Baron? A plate in bot lane?
Yeah, I honestly have no idea. I think that in the moment they thought, okay, well maybe we can flip Soul for Baron, and then they very quickly realized, oh, we don't have any damage. We can't hit this anymore. And by the time they had already committed, they already walked towards Baron Pit. They already consciously given up the dragon, so they end up losing out on everything. And now they don't even have wave clear.
Yeah, they don't have anything at all. I mean, they can try Efron using that laser to the best of his abilities, but Flash has popped there for the sports as they're going to try and make a play on the top side at the very least. Okay, Pineapple, level 16, has a very dominating Dominus, but we'll see if that may be enough for him to escape, as the Telephobia is going to turn up to try and turn this 2v2 back in his favor, but he doesn't even need to. Pineapple completely dog-walking over this Wukong right now, looking to get the second kill onto Warlock as well, who's just trying to escape, but there is no escape from a Telephobia when he's in a mood such as this. And now I think we can start writing the obituary for Dorado. This game has very quickly fallen all the way out of their favor to the point where it now feels unrecoverable. Tier 2 going to fall down in top after it already went down in mid. Tier 3's surely going to follow suit. There's no easy way back into this one. Your wave clear not really enough to get through these Baroned up minions. The siege really going to come through in the next minute or so. The Spire looking to put the pressure on.
Yeah, I feel like the only real mistake that the Spire can make at this point is overcommitting for a turret. But even then, they could make, at this point in time, I think they could
It's
make
close
like 3
to being
or 4 mistakes
5-0 ace and still being fine.
Yeah, like, they're in such a commanding position in this game now that they could make a hilarious positioning mistake and not really get punished for it. And, like, you're already seeing this. Telephobia is 3 levels over the Wukong, right?
Yeah, he also has no damage, though. So
no, I mean it's Maokai. It's Maokai. You're very tanky.
No threat at all onto this Wukong.
I just wanted to talk about the XP difference. Oh wait, Call the Forge God. Oh, the fear.
Rang! There's no way you should be able to do that. That can't be legal. The fight's surely going to go Spire's favor now, as there's no more call of the Forge God. Warlock on the front lines. He's doing his best, but unfortunately, an Ornn against the world is just an Ornn in an early grave. Efron, the last one alive, as that's now an 11th kill for J-Feather as well, picking up a double in this fight. The Baron going to fall off, but you don't need a Baron when you're pushing 1 versus 5 to end the game in your favor. 10k gold lead now established as well, as they look to push their way through this mid lane, a wave alongside them to end this one in astonishing fashion. The Spire putting up a dominant performance in game 1. Dorado unable to meet it, as that is just a beautiful hook to end things off. I think Mollywops will fall to the turrets, maybe? Nope, still hangs on to life, as no one was able to on Dorado's side. The ace for 0 going to be the end of this one here, as they can't even land a true shot barrage. They're dashing forwards under the Nexus, under the fountain. Style points up the wazoo, and the Spire take a 1-0 advantage in the series.
And I think, to sum up that game, you could just take a screenshot of the endgame board, right, and show that every single member of the Spire has a bounty compared to every member of Dorado. Like this was just so much dominance from that bot lane. Like we said, okay, well, Ezreal Karma, they should stay safe, right? Like as long as they stay safe and Lucian doesn't get a lead, then they'll be fine. But at level 1, I think Mollywops really just set the tone for everything, landing that death sentence and just keeping the pressure on from pretty much the moment the game starts to the point where it really felt impossible for Dorado to be successful. Like, even with the Ornn being relevant, the Ornn like being scary in his own right, like you saw the couple of times Ornn was able to participate in team fight. Well, death sentence means you can't recast Call the Forge God. And then the second one, oh, well, now fear from Wei. Make sure you can't recast Call the Forge God, and that really slams the door in their face on those fights. So very well done to the Spire. That was clean, honestly.
That was insanely clean. That was an amazing performance out of game 1 here. We're going to take a short little break now, digest what just happened, get ready for draft for game number 2. As the Spire looking to finish things off nice and quickly here before we head into our second best of 3 of the day. We'll be back with game 2 after this.
Getting hype when I aim up, elevating that game up, stepping up to the competition. Only first place, and that's how I'm living. I'm with it till they digging up my grave, eating all the things up on my plate. Game face when I step up into place. I was born and when I watched me elevate.
Welcome back to Draft for Game 2, everyone. The Spire sticking around on the blue side because Dorado wants to run things back on the red. Getting ready to head into things once more here as, well, we hope for Dorado's sake that the Reds put up a little bit more of a fight in Game 2. We hope for the game's sake the Reds put up a little more of a fight in Game 2 as the band so far staying the same. True, have you got anything you, expect to be different about this one here, or are we in for more of the same?
I think that both of us complimented Dorado's draft going into game, right? Like, we felt like they had a very strong team fighting draft, and the biggest issue was they fell so catastrophically behind in lanes, especially particularly bot lane, that they weren't able to get their team fight going. And in the circumstances where they were trying to force a team fight to happen, things almost looked good, almost being the operative term in that statement. So I imagine that what Dorado want to do, especially because they chose red side again, is they want to go back and try pulling that off again this time, but let's not fall behind in our lanes so much to the point where we can't play the game anymore. That's what my guess would be, because it's not as though their draft was bad. It's not as though it's not that I believe like their players are bad either. It's just that it was a real issue of execution, especially at that level 1 and level 2, that they got set so far behind. This time in the draft, both teams going for their bot lane picks early on as opposed to the mid lane. Spire going for Caitlyn, just a generalist, super strong in lane, scales up super well in late game, has that classic, that mid game dip that everyone talks about from Caitlyn. Dorado, though, they have Ashe locked in. Ashe can slot into pretty much every composition. But speaking to the whole team fight idea that I was referencing, Dorado, Ashe, Orianna, two champions that are very much oriented to play 4 team fights. Obviously, Orianna with Shockwave, Ashe with Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Both of those are really potent CC tools.
Yeah, though, I'm surprised to see a team willing to pick the Ashe when the Seraphine has already been banned away here. Dorado showing no fear in that one. I'm wondering what they want to pair things up with. We'll find out, of course, later on in the draft, as the Caitlyn going to be given that extra little bit of range that I'm sure she needs with her sniper rifle on her back. The Melio going to be hopping in there to the bot lane as looking to round things out. We'd expect to see a mid here on 3. Have a very similar draft to what we saw in game 1, where it was bot side and mid 1, 2, 3, saving jungler top 4, 4, and 5. So they could definitely pick up a jungler if they wanted to here as well. Things like Xin, a very solid option, but you do run the risk of your preferred mid laners getting banned away, as they will instead just take the Ahri because Ahri still exists.
Yeah, and obviously you do see the Orianna, so locking in mid lane isn't necessarily going to hurt like your laning choice all that much. As you said, junglers are still on the table, although I'd imagine that Dorado going to lock in. Okay. I was going to say, they could go for something that'll combo with the Orianna, like a Nocturne, like a J4, or they could just answer with their support pick. But they opt to go for the Nocturne. Very, like, I don't want to say classic, I would say it's a very popular ball delivery system. I think that to some degree, like, I feel like this is a personal opinion. I'll say that. That's the best way I can put it. Nocturne Orianna is something that I know can be pulled off and can be extremely potent, but I do not always see teams execute it very well, just because there are times when Nocturne is going to fly in and then he actually flies out of Orianna's shockwave range. So then, the combo isn't actually all that useful. So it really requires some decent coordination between your mid laner and your jungler if you're going to be pulling off that combo. But because you have Arrow, or Enchanted Crystal Arrow, that's also another potential go button for your Nocturne, depending on how you are using that tool. That being said, with the rest of these bans, Dorado focusing a lot on the jungle bans. As you said, Xin Zhao taken off the table, Vi as well, just to make sure that they can't lock down a single target with Caitlyn and Vi, or Vi and Ahri. Spire, on the other hand, once again banning the Alawi. They do not want to play into Warlock's Alawi. I'd imagine this time around throw another ban towards jungle. Not jungle, my bad. Towards top lane.
They could head bot as well. They might want to protect what's going on in bot lane. They will do that instead. The Braum, very annoying, right? Ashe Braum, it very easy to stack up those concussive blows, the slows, and you need to get those extra auto attacks in. So not going to be allowed this time round, as Dorado, if they don't pick a support here, I'd be insanely shocked. They do not decide to insanely shock me. They go to the Lulu, buffing up basically everyone around them. Now over to the Spire. Jungle and top await them. I have to say, into Orianna and Ashe, things like the Jarvan really do spike in pride with me. That's now 2 immobile carries that you can get on top of pretty easily. It's a little bit all-in-y, but so is the Nocturne on the other side of things. If you can lock down just one of them in a team fight, it might be worth it. And here we go. Makes a lot of sense, right? 1 immobile carry, we start thinking about Jarvan. 2, who's better?
Yeah. And just because you can flag and drag into your Cataclysm, it's just such a good, straightforward answer. This is my question here, though, because you have J4, right? Do you want to go for J4 Rumble? It's a very straightforward call. Rumble is certainly a very strong top laner at the moment. The problem is, are you willing to blind pick Rumble?
I don't know if Tyap actually plays it though. Yeah, he's going to play something that he's more comfortable playing. It makes sense, right? Champion comfort, so much more important at this Ela range than sometimes the meta, right? You're still seeing a lot of meta champs popping up. The Ahri in particular has been dominant this year, but Ambassador's still up and around, but not quite on that Rumble tier of things. But when you don't play it yourself, that much more difficult to pick into it. Speaking of picking into it, now they've got to pick into an Ambassador here. On top side, something that's going to round out the comp as well. We'd expect to see something that can dive potentially. And they're going to look to go towards that. The lane bully is going to be coming through here. The volley bear to try and lock down whatever the hell's happening, and then just jump onto the back line. Good luck to you. Caitlyn's going to have a whole lot of peel this game. if you end up going first, but if you're able to get that right timing to go in on the volley bear, you could just be an unstoppable force while the rest of your team deal with the Jarvan, deal with the Ahri, deal with the Ambessa.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like both of these teams kind of going for a very clear game plan here, right? I think that considering what happened in the previous game, I think a lot of attention is going to go towards that bot lane. I think that Spire is going to be a bit hard to hit. Like, you have Caitlyn and Melio. Like, that's just so much range to contend with, even as Ashe. Ashe is one of the longer range ADCs in the game as well. But when you have Melio being able to cleanse off the arrow, or just be able to stay far in general, I think it's kind of hard for Dorado to pull something off without factoring in like a post-6 Nocturne. On the other side of it, and maybe it's because I like J4 a little bit more than I like Nocturne here, I want to see this J4 be aggressive. You know, as you mentioned, Orianna, these are two immobile carries. Lulu immobile as well. Mm-hmm. So I think that so much is resting here on Telephobia just to be strong and to enable the rest of your team. I'm kind of curious how top lane is going to go. Last time we did see that Warlock had a very, very good time as the Ornn into the Renekton. This time around, I think I don't play too much top lane personally, but I also feel like this is a situation where one of these top laners can completely run away with it, a little bit of a lead, just because of how annoying I know Mesa can be.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see if they are able to do that, as we will be hopping on to for Game 2 after this short little break. We're just about to hop into Spire, currently leading 1-0. See if they can take it out in 2, or if we're going to head to Game 3. We'll be back when Game 2's ready.
Wanna be delivered to the I wanna be delivered to the road.
I've been dreaming. I've been dreaming.
I've been dreaming.
I've been dreaming. I've been dreaming. I've been dreaming.
I've been dreaming.
I've been dreaming. I've been dreaming. I've been dreaming.
I've been dreaming.
I've been dreaming. I've been dreaming. I've been dreaming.
I've been dreaming.
I've been dreaming.
We're dreaming. We're dreaming. We're dreaming.
I've been dreaming. I've been dreaming.
I've been dreaming.
I've been dreaming.
Welcome everyone back to the Rift for game number 2. The Spire looking to hop on the coattails of their previous game. Dorado trying to catch back up and take this series the full distance. We'll have to see if they're able to on this one here. Truta, how do we feel coming out of this draft both sides? We had a little bit of a long load, a long time to start thinking about how these two teams are going to be playing out. And now there's no random level 1 deaths. How do we feel about this one here?
Well, I mean, it's already going better for Dorado than it went in Game 1, obviously.
Very true.
By this time in Game 1, Homie was already at, 15% HP after eating a devastating Thrush Hook from Mollywops. But this time around, gonna be a lot more muted, I think, in this lane. With Melio, Caitlyn, you are going to have range advantage, especially after you hit, say, probably level 3 and you have Cozy Campfire available. But both supports being enchanters, I can't imagine things are going to be particularly aggressive, especially from the side of Jfeather and Mollywops. Though Homie and Sunrai to be much more incentivized to be aggressive in this lane, as you can see them actually trying to bully out the Caitlyn Melio here at level 1. Otherwise, I think everything's kind of standard.
Contesting for this early level 2. They are going to get it this time. It's something that was much more difficult for them to contest in Game 1 as a result of that disgusting early trade that went so far in the favor of the Spire. This time around, level 2 is going to be reached, at least, but just can be conceding that early prio. Not really what Caitlyn would like to have happen early game, but it's early doors. The Caitlyn doesn't really need to be pushing that lane until a little bit later on. Instead, happy to just hang on for the time being, looking for some traps here and there. And that's something that we should probably talk about as well with this bot lane, right? This is not a typical Caitlyn lane. If you end up walking into the traps, it works quite well as Sunrise decides to test out what that might feel like. But for the rest of the time, this isn't your typical Caitlyn lane, right? There's no easy CC to then knock your traps onto the back of. This is Emilio, who is it's quite difficult to land those traps on the Ultra Mega Fire Kick.
Yeah, and that's why with Caitlyn Melio, you're not trying to play around traps super well as Caitlyn. Like, if the enemy bot lane walks onto them, it's great. But for the most part, it's just about utilizing Cozy Campfire as well as possible with Melio's passive to have that additional damage in and just make use of Caitlyn's natural range advantage as much as possible. So at level 1, yeah, that felt pretty bad for Mollywops and Jfeather, but that's also because and Lulu are kind of just able to walk up a lot easier and put their damage down. But as you can see, now that things are hitting level 3, Caitlyn Melio should be a bit more incentivized to be aggressive in their own right. That's a big trap, though.
Yeah, nice one on the back step there. Just getting the W behind. Didn't really see it, I don't think. Sunrise walks into it on his retreat path, ends up taking the worst of that trade. Homie as well, not doing all too healthy. Mollywops still, by the way, with both pots in this bot lane, having the time of his life, I'm sure, as Pineapple is in a similar position to what he was in Game 1, though this time up against a little bit more of a threat, right? Up against the Ornn, it wasn't too bad if you let the Ornn get ahead, because at the end of the day, he's Ornn, right? If he gets ahead, he's going to be okay. If he gets behind, he's going to be okay. On the Volibear, you let this guy get ahead, suddenly it's a lot scarier, as Warlock has already taken his first base to get that She now his inventory.
Yeah, I'm almost certainly going to see that Dusk and Dawn on that Volibear. It's such an annoying item for the champion just because it enables him to constantly use, I believe, Frenzied Maul, something of that sort. And just continue, yeah, it is Frenzied Maul. Just continue healing in those duels, and it makes Volibear so difficult to contest in a 1v1 situation. So working towards that certainly makes sense for Warlock. The other lanes have been very muted. Right, mid lane been a farm fest. Top lane, there has been some isolated trading. Overall, nothing too substantial between either of these teams. Still waiting on a Telephobia as well as, I think it's sodium hydroxide on this Nocturne. Still has streamer mode on.
Yes, it is, but he still has streamer mode on, so we call him Nocturne this game. That's on him.
Yeah, fair enough. But yeah, so waiting on Nocturne and J4 to get their first ganks in, it kind of feels like they've been on a bit of a farm fest, which is, I would say, mildly disappointing coming from, like, thinking about a J4 and your own ability to gank, especially pre-6 as compared to Nocturne. And now you're looking at a situation where it might be both junglers are only going to start ganking when they have their ultimates up. Now you're seeing Jfeather and Mollywops. Once again, just making use of Emilio's passive, Caitlyn's range. just trying to abuse the Ashe and the Lulu out of the lane.
Yeah, doing a good job of putting that pressure on so far. The Cull has been purchased by Jay Feather, looking to get maximum pressure in this bot lane, both physically and I guess economically as well. Trying to stack up that little bit of an advantage, as it is going to be the typical jungler level 6 on the second crab rotation. That crab is spawning on the bot side. Telephobia making his way over there. Nocturne not bothering so much with it. Instead, trying to get some deep vision, looking for a base tower of their own. So Telephobia should be able to get to this crab first, should be able to get level 6, and put this Nocturne a little bit slower, a little bit lower down in this lane. And, I mean, if these health bars stay as they are, you could just look towards bot lane instantly, right? This is a very scary place for Sunray and Homie to be standing with this little HP. Do have Exhaust, do have Heal. Both flashes, of course, available as well. So, not the end of the day, but instead it's actually going to be the invade coming through here from the Nocturne, looking to steal away a blue buff and maybe some extras. The Sky Splitter also going to come through. Hello, Storm Ring, everything. Just throw out all the buttons, says Walk Warlock, as not going to get much else apart from a flash for flash.
Yeah, and public execution is still available for Pineapple, and I think that's kind of why Walk Warlock has to just run his way out of there. Because Mbessa does have the angle in, still has that ultimate available, so Walk Warlock has to play this a bit safer. Although, that being said, here comes the Nocturne.
Yeah, and no chance to go unstoppable until very late on. Already tethered up by the Fear, and that will be First Blood going over to the Nocturne. Perfect utilization of that first Paranoia. Gets First Blood now, and that's exactly what you'd want to happen on a Nocturne, right? You get your first kill of the game using that first ultimate of the game. Hopefully for him, able to stack up some ultimate hunter now as well. Get them even more often, as I'm not sure what he's getting. That looks like the Stride Breaker version to me instead of the straight up Hexplate, but still going to want that ult haste as much as possible. Sunray wants to get out of there as much as possible. Unfortunately, he's just flashed straight into a Cataclysm, and then Ace in the Hole has caught him in the cranium. Deleted in the bot lane, as it's all four summoners to try and hang on, but Efron as well is in a lot of danger, forced to flash over after using his own little shockwave to delay what was potentially turning into the inevitable. Mollywops looking to run away himself. The Nocturne still level 6, but no ultimate, of course, after using it in the top side. It's going to be the retreat called here by the Spire as they look to just back off, but the Nocturne, he's forward, he's flashing in. The flash knock-up for the Lulu, an amazing wild growth. Is going to be able to trade that one back out, and Jay Feather dies with his flash still available. He cleansed the knock-up, and then he doesn't use the flash.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Lulu ult hitting them was a bit surprising. I don't think they were tracking that Lulu had hit level 6, especially because you can actually see the Sunray only hitting 6 now as he's able to farm up the wave after coming back. So turns what was a delicate situation into a positive one for the side of Dorado, and they're certainly not at the deficit that they were in game number 1 here. They actually do have something about an 800 gold lead. And across the lanes, yes, you can see that Jay Feather, as this Caitlyn, has a slight lead over Sunray on the Ashe, but top lane going pretty well for Walk Warlock, getting that assist, also getting to shove the tower in. Mid lane, bit of a wash. Efron did get an assist, but that's not going to be, huge amount of gold. The other highlight, though, so to speak, is Nocturne here, coming away with those 2 early kills. As you said, should really serve to accelerate that Nocturne. Hopefully, for Dorado's sake, that will enable that Orianna, get that Paranoia Shockwave combo down. But this is a lot healthier of a game this time around for Dorado.
Yeah, much healthier. They have a gold advantage, if nothing else. And their bot lane, while it's not doing great, it's still down about 20 CS. Jay Feather putting the pressure on, but it's not as much pressure as we saw in game 1, right? And that has to be a positive from where Dorado are concerned. I'm surprised to see the early build path for Jay Feather so far. I feel like Caitlyn's recently have been going almost only ever into a Hex Optics. Choosing to go an early Serrated Dirk instead here, I wonder if that's like a collector type thing, but
I would imagine it would be collector, yeah.
With a longsword alongside, it can't be anymore.
Yeah.
I'm very confused what we're going here as Jay Feather. If this is just like a Serrated Dirk for lane and then go into other things instead, because there's nothing, there's no crit items that have the Dirk and a longsword, as they do at least have an Ace in the Hole to throw in. That will be tanked up by Homie Sunray, taking the worst of that one still anyway. Yeah,
it's definitely a curious thing to ponder for Jay Feather. I feel like that could be really greedy, and maybe you're feeling a bit greedier because you're generally safer in the lane, but not like
This is also very greedy, as unfortunately, the Breath of Life is unable to survive that much CC, right? You get one cleanse, courtesy of the Melio. When you have an Asher in your face, and then all that follow-up coming through, the Wild Growth, Paranoia, the E-tether for the Fear as well from the Nocturne, it's an inescapable force, as it is actually that Experimental Hexplate started off, that Ultimate Haste, utilized to perfection very early on by Dorado, and they're looking to really pile on the pressure right now. As soon as you step up too far in any of these lanes, the Nocturne could be there, and it turns out he will, and he will take your life.
Yeah, and that's a huge lead for Nocturne in this game, and it's great for Dorado because that means that Nocturne should really be able to facilitate pretty much all the lanes at this point. Bot lane we just saw, that was also a consequence of Jayfeather burning Cleanse in that last fight. Still had Flash, but the Flash is kind of meaningless when you have to contend with the Nocturne just flying in on you like that. So, the Spire, definitely in a more precarious position than they were in game number 1, because I would even say, like, this in some ways is worse than the situation that Dorado had, because with Dorado, at least they had a lane that they could play through. For the Spire, this is getting bad.
Yeah, and Jayfeather's taking a 1 versus 2 as well. There's no one really close enough to try and get there. Finally, a Telephobia turns up, but it's a little bit late to save his bot lane. They are going to end up winning out in this 1 versus 2 situation, but all the money goes over to a Telephobia, even the wave as well, going his way. Jayfeather going to be put further behind as he has gone towards Hubris out of all items. Makes sense with the components he had, but I don't know if it makes sense in the context of a game such as this. Hubris on Caitlyn, I feel like Hex Optics just so much better.
I would tend to agree with you. Yeah, like just abuse the fact that you have that range advantage, but like I feel like Hubris is kind of, it's almost like an ego build. Like it's saying that I feel like I can just okay, that's not a good arrow.
No, this is not a good place to be right now for either side, as it's going to be an early Fear onto a Telephobia, trying to run away, but not able to this time around, as that is a Nocturne on a rampage, finally put down by Vrang, forced to Spirit Rush his way out to some relative safety. The Charm is going to get a nice kill, though, onto Sunrise, and then Pineapple is the one to show up from top lane. Warlock is going to get a lot of split push prio as a result of this, but with Homie nowhere near that fight, it was in some regards like a 5v3. The fact that it's still somewhat even makes this fight overall okay enough for Dorado, right? They aren't even going to lose the Drake. The Spire don't feel they have the time to go towards that objective. Warlock getting a lot back on the top side. They end up losing 3 and only getting 2 back, but from what it could have been, you're going to get this top tier 1, and suddenly this is a very scary bear.
Yeah, and I like this is going to create the situation that I was referring to. Like Volibear is going to demand attention from pretty much the entirety of the Spire, because when you have that Dusk and Dawn build, and assuming like I was going to say you go into a Navori, you are capable of 1v1ing just about anyone, right? Like that Volibear's dueling potential.
I reckon he can 1v2.
Yeah, Volibear's dueling potential is monstrous with just those 2 items. So it forces the Spire into a situation where it's like, okay, well, do you want to play the map and let Volibear push? Or do you want to, commit too many resources to stopping Volibear, and that means that the rest of the map starts to fall behind? So it's a very, very annoying situation to find yourself in. Admittedly, is Walk Warlock at a, commanding lead? Not necessarily. Oh, wait, Paranoia gets popped.
Paranoia going in on the bot side once more. The Dragon's still here, and as such, it's so dangerous to be walking up for a fight when you don't have your own players around in the area. There is a kill in mid, though, as somehow Vrang has managed to get onto Efron, who was caught in transition, I think, caught in rotation. Jayfeather also able to escape. They do get Mollywops in return, Dorado, so that it's a kill for a kill, but mid lane for support means that this Drake fight is still very much so in question. If anyone is able to take their ascendancy, Warlock going to rotate down early. Pineapple staying on the top side means that they do now have numbers advantage to Dorado. The Drake should be theirs, but still, questions going to be asked here as it's going to be the blast going over the wall. Telephobia very close to getting that snipe away. Doesn't cost him anything. He has a flag and drag to get himself back out to safety.
He's just checking, just making sure that there's no real steal opportunity. And then he's like, okay, well, it's gone. Get out of here. that being said, like as far as the kills are concerned, I think the more important thing for the Spire is that Caitlyn doesn't die. Right, making sure that your Caitlyn can get out, especially because you need to continue like towards completing your call. Like losing Melio is not the end of the world. These two teams are very close in terms of gold, but I do think that the gold is a bit more spread out on the side of the Spire, whereas for Dorado, it's mainly isolated on this Nocturne, right? And if Nocturne isn't able to kick something off super well or super meaningfully, then that does give the Spire an angle in, to be successful in a team fight. And we kind of saw that initially around the Dragon Pit before, where Nocturne goes down early, and then the Spire can take a good fight. But a good fight, I don't think this is one for Pineapple.
No, I don't think a good fight exists for him anymore in the top side for the poor Ambessa, who's just getting cut down by Wok Warlock and this Nocturne combined. Sodium hydroxide, a very irritating substance. And I think this Nocturne also proving to be very irritating for the Spire right now, as he's just running over the rift, right? This is what happens sometimes when you get an early lead. That first ultimate has snowballed this Nocturne into a place where he's now 4-1-4, and he's able to just press his ult so often. Now, level 11, so much ult haste from Treyarch and all those things, but Telephobia's on the bot side, looking to turn things around. Wok Warlock TPing down, trying to get here in time. Sunray just tanking up the Cataclysm, trying to do everything he can, holding on to life. The Super Mega Fire Kick finally is going to get rid of him, but Wok Warlock is in the middle of so many members. He's actually taking the worst of it so far. He doesn't go for the all-in trade, realizing the Ambessa TP probably means that it's not the right play, and a Charm is somehow going to connect, but nothing extra on top. Vrang showing up just a little bit too late to really get that play to work, and it's in fact going to be overall fine once more for Dorado. They lose a member, they lose the Ash on the bot side, but if they can hold on to this turret, things should be looking okay. One more minion. They are actually going to get the turret though, are the Spire, so the overall macro play is going to even out the gold lead.
Yeah, I mean, I think the one thing that I felt was a bit surprising in that play was seeing Pineapple commit the TP as the Ambessa to the bot lane tier 1 turret. I felt like that was a little bit unnecessary because at that point you can already see the Volibear running away, the Lulu trying to make sure that he gets out as well. And maybe you think, okay, well, perhaps with public execution, I can pull something off. But that ability is like you're so far away, like it's hard to say that
this is dangerous. Vrang?
Oh, you don't have ultimate available. To be here? No.
Are you allowed to walk up close range to a Volibear in top lane? Do I need to answer that one? I feel like the answer is just always no.
Yeah, like when you don't have Spirit Rush, it's sadly for Vrang that Spirit Rush is available now.
Yeah,
right? But not having it just means that Volibear is just going to walk on you, and you can't really get out in that sort of situation. Even committing the flash feels really, really bad. But this just once again highlights the fact that this Volibear is so annoying to deal with.
Ooh. Ash arrow miss, Sunray flashing away from Cataclysm, double flash away from a Cataclysm. The Nocturne turning up, turns the lights off, is going to end up engaging onto Jay, and it's not just, by the way, a Shockwave combo. The Wild Growth once again used to try and get some CC. Doesn't quite have the damage, though, to kill Jay Feather under this turret. They will be able to survive, but Efron now has insane pressure. If he just drops the ball anywhere near this turret, they cannot walk even close. They're going to get some extra plates, but they're not going to get any extra gold. After that, no turret going to fall down in mid just yet. But that's not, of course, their only area of pressure right now for Dorado. The top tier 2 is now completely obliterated. Wok Warlock's split push threat is insane. And unfortunately, Pineapples is not quite up to scratch as he is now getting 1v3'd in the bot side. He doesn't quite land the public execution. And that is going to be him falling to his third death of the game. 0-3 now on the Ambessa. Not having a fun time into the Volibear. And then not having a fun time when he's not against the Volibear either.
Yeah, I mean, even if you land the public execution there, that's more of a I'm just trying to stay alive as long as possible sort of decision, I think, than anything else. You can certainly see that the Spire is operating a bit more on the back foot of the game. Like, it feels like they're trying to play where Volibear isn't for the time being, just because they know that it's really, really hard to address the champion on its own. But Dorado, they're keeping up the pressure. They pop the Rift Herald, and Dragon is spawned. Something that Spire are in desperate need to address.
Ocean Drake, first of the game. A little bit slower on the Drakes we are, this one, I have to say. Game 1, it was, what, a 22.5 or so minutes soul?
Yeah.
This one here, 20 minutes in, only 3 Drakes taken, it's 2-1 as well. So no soul for the next 10, but we could just be looking for an all-in on the red buff. Beautiful CC chain up, and Telephobia has surely no chance of escape. There we go, the empowered auto attack of the Orianna. Going to finish things off as Jayfeather walked up to try and get the empowered auto onto Efron, but that may be to his demise, as it ends up actually working out in his favor somewhat. That does cost his mid laner's life, and now everything is just sort of collapsing for the Spire. Caught out on their own jungle, not allowed to be standing. I guess it was warded somehow to send that flying over. The shockwave combo perfectly executed this time round. Telephobia had no chance of escape. Frang falling down too. They do get Walk Warlock, so they at least show proof of concept. They can kill this volley bear every now and again, but walking up on mid wave so dangerous right now.
Yeah, and the other part of it is Pineapple the entire time is pushing that top lane, so able to get the tier 1, so makes the best of a bad situation, so to speak. But you can also see that from the vision line that Dorado had pushed forward here. They are trying to make sure that they have a lot of pressure down and they have the room to make those plays like you just saw with that Ash Arrow into the Paranoia. And all that being said, right, in terms of those positive moves that Dorado has been making for themselves, the Spire is not at a point where, oh, like the game is over. You're at roughly a 1k gold. That's it. It's not huge. Now, the problem is that the power spikes of these champions, right? Volibear is a problem. Nocturne is still very, very relevant for at least the next, I'd say, 10 minutes minimum of this game. So for the side of the Spire, you're kind of just hoping that Drang as well as Jayfeather can continue scaling up. They continue getting gold for themselves because that is, you know, the positive that you have to play through. But for the side of Dorado, I feel like they need to see more out of the Orianna. They need Ashe to start scaling up, just because if the Orianna and the Ashe get eliminated or they get shut out, then it's kind of harder for them to play those later fights because Nocturne's damage scales down. So both of these teams do have things that they need to play for. They do have things they need to keep in mind. That's also not to say that Orianna, the Efron, is behind in any sort of way, but we haven't seen like a very like big shockwave play. We haven't seen that Orianna, you have a team fight dictating sort of instance.
Yeah, it was just that one play after the Drake had already fallen, right? It's a nice cherry on top that time around, as Telephobia was the one to fall, as Dorado, they're looking to make a little bit of a crazy play. We saw them make a crazy Baron call in game 1 of this series. This one here, maybe slightly less crazy, but a Blue Warp going to be spotting this this Baron rather, as it's 10k left remaining. Vran just going to go flying into the pit, and Jesus Christ, homie, very nearly deleted already. Finally going to fall down over the wall. Flashing there was Vran to confirm that kill. Jayfeather had to pop double sums to survive on the other side, but it's a massive pick off here in the Spire's favor. And the Baron now completely denied as well. Pineapple didn't even think of showing up. He just based out a bot lane, starts to walk back towards mid. At best, that was going to be a 4 versus 5, but the Spire get that insta-pick, courtesy of Rang. And Dorado sent absolutely scrambling. Baron just not really on a time where it could have been attempted, as the Telephobia is going to invoke its wrath. Starting it on that pink ball before he got rid of it does maybe pop the question here. Do Dorado think this is happening? They have Ashe, that kind of cheats every sort of vision game that you would be playing otherwise. This is a very dangerous Baron for now the Spire, as the Lulu is back up alive. He's once again caught onto. Amazing play. This actually, the Ashe got deleted. Sunray, no summoners now, as he got destroyed, I believe, by the Charm, and a Telephobia came flying in with the Cataclysm afterwards. Walk Warlock now also using the ultimate, charmed up a close range, putting an insane amount of damage in. Ignite not quite going to finish off the job, but he's putting the anti-heal at least, as that will just be the Baron going over to the Spire. They pick off twice around this Baron, and the first time, it was a nice play to deny. The second time, it somehow allows them to take the whole objective. But talk about Dorado hitting that power spikes, it didn't look like it there.
Yeah, I feel like for Dorado, it was really disjointed, right? The reason why Homie goes down, not just because of Rang just going in immediately, it's also because the response from Dorado in that moment was like, okay, well, pop Paranoia, and then you saw Nocturne just go straight for Jayfeather's throat. They're not able to finish off the Caitlyn, so they have to peel back. They lost that one member, and then they see a Telephobia hit the Baron. They're like, okay, well, now we have to respond. And once again, it's another big charm from Vrang that really sets the tone for that situation. they're able to get the pick onto Ashe, and Rang dissuading Warlock from walking in again with Charm means that Spire are able to come away with that Baron buff. Dragon is spawning though, and it kind of looks like Inspire they're going to have to navigate this one a little bit more carefully.
Yeah, well,
Maybe
they're
they're just going to push.
navigate it at all. They're looking for push. I mean, Pineapple's still on the top side. Has TP, could have turned up to this fight if he wanted to, but instead they're going to go for the cross map. They're going to take that mid-tier 2, all but for free. It's of course going to cost him that Drake, but now the Enchanted Crystal Arrow is not going to get the Breath of Life out in time. Vrang goes golden to try and stay alive, as the Wild Growth onto the Nocturne is not actually going to get any CC at all. Vrang now Spirit Rushing his way around this fight, and that's a huge charm to get rid of this insanely fed jungler. Level 15, but put in a box once more, and unfortunately for him, that is just not going to be working out this time. Frank looking for that charm, fishing once more. But now that you don't have the Nocturne here, the Sunrise walked all the way back to the fountain to get some health. Not looking too healthy at all before that play. You can look to really put the pressure on right now. Look at this tier 3 turret. It's taking even lower. Still a minute left on the Baron push as well. And we've seen throughout Game 1 and now Game 2, the Spire, once they get the Baron, they are relentless.
Yeah, and they know that they can just force the pressure, right? They're the ones with Baron buff. They can push.
Oh,
like, yes.
Charm.
Oh, that's another huge charm.
Incredibly low, barely able to survive. That was a little bit too close for comfort. He's going to walk his way back to the fountain, but that's going to be the mid-tier 3 falling.
Yeah, and like there's just, as you said, so much pressure from this Baron up team. They can get that push off because they're the ones with Baron buff. Like, yes, you do give up soul point, but ultimately, if you're going to crack the base open, if you're going to push Dorado this hard, like, is it really all that worrisome to give up soul point? Especially because now you have that superior positioning on the map. You have mid lane auto pushing with those supers. You are going to be able to set up for the next dragon if the game gets there, reasonably well. And before the Baron attempt, you did see that the Spire were 1k gold down roughly, but now they're almost 4k gold in the lead, so that Baron has been a huge boon for them to swing them forward. And so much of that was, off of Rang's heavy lifting with those charms. But now Jfeather on this Caitlyn continuously getting scarier and scarier, having those double lethality items between the Hubris and the Collector. But that IE as well makes the Caitlyn hit so hard, and Warlock might be getting caught.
Yeah, caught out wrong side of the rift. Could have based, I think, there without being caught, but now definitely caught out. Going to have to Stormring his way. Hopefully that will get him to safety for his sake. Didn't have flash in that exchange at all. So just able to walk this one here out. Baron, of course, fallen off now 2 minutes before it respawns. About the same timer as this next Ocean Drake after all that craziness around the previous Baron. So Dorado just looking to play their timers here. Looking not to overextend, as we just saw, potentially punish there onto Warlock. All tier 2s have been eliminated. It's just the remaining turrets in the base that the Spire have to deal with, of course.
Zero.
Okay, we're just going to send it. Okay, that's a little bit risky. The Shockwave went way wide as well, and it's the forced retreat instantly. Oh my god, the public execution was perfect! The Cataclysm on top made it look even nicer, and Sunray went from 100 to 0 in about 3 seconds flat, maybe even less. Vrang, hopping around the backline, isn't able to land the charm this time round, but it doesn't matter because Nocturne and Ashe have both been taken out. The GA has now been deleted as well. 5 minutes. Start the timer, and I don't even know if the game's going to even last that long at this point. As Vlang's going flashing forwards, looking for another charm, but Homie flashing away in respect this time round. Just the damage you said, as Vrang is going to tank up quite a bit of it. Without the Baron, the wave clear's still there for Efron, but you pointed out during draft, the Shockwave combo with the Nocturne, sometimes they play it out of range, and we saw it there, and it fell flat in his face.
And it's just so punishing, right? Because we were talking about, Nocturne can combo with Arrow. Where Arrow misses, and then, Nocturne can still combo with Orianna. The Shockwave misses as well, and that just means Nocturne's going in, and Nocturne's going to die because nothing can really follow up. There's nothing to set up, and it just means that you lose your jungler in this situation. Now, granted, there's not a objective to lose out of it, but it's kind of indicative of, I feel like, how desperate Dorado is starting to get. Because they're trying to force something. They're trying to make something happen. And the previous time, they almost caught Vrang out, but the Ahri was able to survive. This time, they missed every ability. And they don't pressure the Spire at all. But now, they're facing a situation where, okay, Soul is coming up for us, Baron is coming up. We can't really let either of these things go. And it looks like Dorado, they've elected to say, okay, well, Baron is far more important for us at this point. We're going to start setting up for it. We're going to get Vision. Looks like they want to have his Death Bush set up as well.
Yes, well spotted out on a blue trinket before. They got they should be at least aware of it for the Spire. They've checked the Baron itself. They know that they're not on it. And Telephobia walking up to the Baron itself, actually missing the flag because the flag went over the wall. He can't go onto it. Instead, just has to go fighting, and it'll work out in his favor anyway. Sunray nowhere near tanking enough to try and
huge
turn around.
shockwave.
Main fight on the bot side is what's going to turn things around. The shockwave Oriana combo with the Nocturne is absolutely perfect. Ball delivery system working this time around at the very least, and they trade it out 3 for 2. Dorado, they survive, and they may even be able to thrive after taking potentially an Ocean Soul. A Telephobia is going to try and come down here to stop things, but he has no Cataclysm. He only has GA as his sole thing to stop this Drake from going against him. The top wave, by the way, crashing in the favor of Dorado while this is all happening. The longer this takes, in some regards, the better it is for them, but they just want to make sure these respawns don't come through. Of course, Vang went Ignite. He has no TP to get back into this. J-Feather, as an ADC, has no TP to get into this fight. They have the time. They can take as long as they can possibly want. Get Walk Warlock in there. Make sure you guarantee the smite. Do not let Telephobia even close to this pit. They're going to push him further back. Maybe even pop his GAs. They're going to completely peel off. There we go. The GA is now down. Should be able to claim this Drake on the top side as long as you don't let the Jarvan into the pit. When you don't have smite in the pit, what are we doing? No! You had the Ocean Soul right there. Oh, fellas.
And getting Ocean Soul would have been such a boon for the side of Dorado. Would have been like undoubtedly like a huge win condition for them, especially because their damage is starting to scale down, right? They're getting harder and harder pressed. Oh, Vrang.
Spirit rushing over the wall. Homie caught on the wrong side of the rift. Indeed, Chase in the hole. Gonna delete him from the rift. And unfortunately, that arrow was aimed at where the Ahri was, not where the Ahri was going to be. As such, Rang happy to dash away with that Spirit Rush. And now, no Lulu. While you may have lost your jungler before, you can have plenty of time to set up for this Baron. Enemy support not existing means the enemy's vision going to be so impaired. And while you don't need to start it up, you can definitely claim position.
Yeah, and fortunately for Dorado, their ward inside the river hasn't been spotted out yet. And so they know that the members of the Spire haven't started the Baron up yet. Really, that ward is paying dividends for
What ward? What a ward that is. That's absolutely insane value. Still not spotted. And they're going to actually just find them as they start the Baron instead. It is going to get deleted in a matter of seconds.
Comes a TP.
Is incredibly fast. 8k already. They're finally going to reveal the ward. As such, it's going to be Walk Warlock tanking up a charm instantly. Down to 4k. The Baron's still staying leashed here. They're sticking on it. Flash over the pit for the Nocturne. Look for the turn. It's going to be a flip. It's the Ambassador gets the objective. The fight on the rear end is not going so well for either side, I have to say, but it feels like J-Feather, the one who's really capitalizing, yet to be really touched. Sunray over the wall, going to do a lot of damage, but not anywhere near as much as this Caitlyn, deleting him with a sniper rifle, and Homie, the last one live, running away in rout as he just tries to get out of this fight. Unfortunately for him, it is now Lulu up against the world as this Baron up push should look to end the game potentially for the Spire here. 30-second and all the death timers.
Yeah, I mean, you do see that J-Feather as well as Mollywops are pushing that wave forward, and there's nothing that Lulu can do to hold this, right? Like, you're alone against 4 members of the enemy team. Like, yeah, you can polymorph. Like, you're not holding for another 15 seconds.
It looked nice on that first play, but unfortunately after that, they decide that they don't want to dive you under the turret until they've already killed the first one, at which point the game was already over. They end up claiming the ace as well on top of everything else, do the Spire, and that ends off the first best of 3 of the day. The Spire take things in 2-0 fashion.
Yeah, and this was a far more competitive game between these two than game number 1 was. I think that ultimately the thing that played against Dorado, outside of their comp scaling down at a certain point, right? Because you have Nocturne, you see it so many times where Nocturne gets like these huge leads, and then the game hits the 30-minute point, and it suddenly feels like Nocturne's so much less effective. It's that they weren't able to continue having Walk Warlock pressure a side lane out, and then really Vrang just finding around Baron, finding those charms to swing the tempo back towards the Spire was just so meaningful for them. And then they come away with Baron after charming the volley bear again. And pretty much after that, it felt like Dorado was put in this like slot of desperation. And they tried, and they had one honestly very, very good fight where they were finally able to pull off, big Orianna ult, and they seemed to have, an avenue back into it. But really, unfortunately, by that point, like the scaling had really started working against them. And J Feather and Vrang, their damage is just so huge in the late game. And you can see that just reflected in their damage numbers: 33k on the Ahri, 36 on the Caitlyn. Maybe J Feather just knows something that we don't, and maybe Hubris is a goated item for Caitlyn. But
I
at
think
the end
any
of the
4
day,
items on Caitlyn might be able to do what we just saw. I'll be
yeah,
honest.
but like Caitlyn just loves to like stack AD, right?
Mhm.
It plays so well for her. And even in that last fight, you were seeing J Feather was hitting like a truck, like that sniper rifle, as you said, hits so hard, especially against those squishier targets like Sunrise, like Orianna. And ultimately, because the game takes much longer, but I also think because Dorado got spooked by that Baron, they ended up playing, fights a bit sloppier, and they lost their opportunity. If they were able to have at least one more big team fight like they did, then I actually think we might be headed towards game 3. But unfortunately for them, they do go down 0-2. They do lose again once more. If you're a Spire fan, though, this is great. This is the first series that you guys had that wasn't a 2-1, and it looked pretty clean overall. Like game 1 was great. Game 2, a little bit back and forth. It's competitive, but your team finds the advantage, and they certainly know how to hit the gas. So very well done to the Spire.
Very well done indeed. And I think very well done, especially to J Feather in this series, right? He had Sunrise number all day. It was not really that close in the bot lane. Of course, in game 1, had a lot of support help to really get that ball rolling. The Thresh from Mollywops was absolutely insane. Dominating over both Sunrise and Homie to start the lane phase off. And then J Feather took things from there, ended up with, I think, 11 kills, was it, in game 1? 9 kills now in game 2. The guy absolutely steamrolled the day, and it feels like Sunrise was just unable to keep up with the kill pressure, the mid pressure that he was exerting during that mid game as well. J Feather with an amazing performance off the back of quite a few other solid performances he's had all the way through. A very aggressive ADC in BOL Premier, but when it works, it works out incredibly well for him, and it works out very well for the Spire as well, as they are now moving up to 3-0 to start off their BOL Premier season. Only one of the team can really even get there, I believe, and that is, unless I am very mistaken, hold on, checks notes, Elysium, because Elysium are insane. So I had to say, when that matchup rolls around, I'm fascinated. I am so here for that type of matchup. But for now, we're going to have to say goodbye to the stream for a little bit. We'll be back with our second best of 3 in about half an hour or so. So take your time, get your refreshments, have dinner, I guess, because that's like it's about now anyway. Take your time. No rush to get back into this. We'll be back, as I say, about half an hour with our second best of 3 of the day. Thank you, True, by the way, for joining us. I don't believe we'll be seeing you in our second best of 3, but thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Wonderful. Well, we'll see you guys in about half an hour. And until then, enjoy your break.
Por la puerta a ver si llega, y es que la vía me va a quitar. yo te vi. Tú eras para mí, ay, desde que yo te vi. From far away they came to us with knowledge. They changed our world and left us without warning. They will return the day when they are needed. Our gaze is shifted upwards to the sky. We crave for knowledge, for emotions concealing what deep down I felt for you. Oh, I regret for losing the one who loved me, for who I can't go back to. Walking through all the dust and reason frame a past we simply let fade. Oh, but I don't close the door, waiting a chance for
it first, but here I am. 'Cause I've been laying under palm trees, waiting for the summer, knowing there's nowhere to go. 'Cause I am happy on this island, wanna be my funland. I don't ever want to leave, I'm in a tropic club. I'm in a tropic club.
I was so sure of our love. I never thought of any reason, a doubt about us. And now I'm right back at the start. Halfway through a bottle, baby, and nothing's enough. I thought that I could keep it low. Take it easy, take it slow. We ended up just like before. So take it easy, take it easy. Thought that I could keep it low. Take it easy, take it slow. We ended up just like before. So take it easy. And you know how to forget all the wrongs and every reason why we've changed. And there's a storm inside my head. It's getting me in trouble, baby, and I can't break away. I thought that I could keep it low. Take it easy, take it slow. We ended up just like before. So take it easy, take it easy. I thought that I could keep it low. Take it easy, take it slow. We ended up just like before. So take it easy.
turn around, I feel the breeze over me. You watch your dreams unfold. Let it come around and let it breathe over me. It's time to go away into the light. I feel the calming energy. I see the darkness coming, and I'm calling you to help me set me free. I'm calling for you. I'm calling for you. I'm calling for you. By all the faith of the world in your plans, guarding your faith with the palm of your hands. I know, yeah, I know. It's the unknown, the unknown. It's time to go away into the light. I feel the calming energy. I see the darkness coming, and I'm calling you to help me set me free. I'm calling for you. I'm calling for you. I'm calling for you.
The pain I felt is paid for, all is said and done. Oh, I am restricted, fixed upon the web. I need to kick the habit that my mind is breathing in. Break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I've made it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all. Burning the bridge that keeps us. I'm here and I'm feeling fearless. Exaggerated, that's what you assume. The story's over now, I must conclude. I am conflicted, watching where I step still. Hanging in the balance, not the life I want to live. I want to take it all, standing tall. Fear I weighed the person you are. Oh, break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I've made it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it
days when we were both okay. Baby, you know it wasn't yesterday. We lost track and we couldn't find a way. 'Cause I still love you. Oh, I still want you. I still need you. Yeah, I still love you. I still want you. I need you. Take me back to the days when we were both okay. Baby, you know it wasn't yesterday. We lost track and we couldn't find a way. 'Cause I still love you. Oh, I still want you. I still need you. Yeah, I still love you. I still want you. I need you.
Welcome everyone back to BOL Premier. Thank you for sticking with us during the break if you did. If not, welcome in to the series between Elysium and Final Boss Esports. Having a look at this matchup on paper, it should not be all too close. Elysium have been absolutely destructive to start off this season. Final Boss, bit up and down, but hopefully for their sake able to be a bit more up to date, as they're going to have to be up for it, up against some insane opposition. I am joined on the desk by TDS. Thank you for joining us. How do we feel about this series coming in?
I feel like you pretty much pointed out the main things that we need to look out here. Elysium looking like the clear favorites, pretty much. They have been on a tier, they have been running around pretty much comfortably, and it's on the other side to be able to go against them. That being said, things can always go wrong if you do the mistakes early on, and importantly, it's going to be fun to see what adaptations are going to come in, because at the very least, when you have more, how to put it, more information about what the enemy team will do, in this case Elysium, there's better ways to try and counter it at the very least.
Yeah, though I had to say, with all that Elysium may or may not have given up, it feels like it doesn't really matter, because they just pick whatever the hell they want, and it just kind of works. Like, last time out against TSI, they pulled out the Sway mid, and it went 6-0-11. Like, they pull out
totally
the
fair.
Zarhan top, and it is completely unstoppable. And there's nothing these guys have done so far that hasn't worked. It feels like everything sprinkled with gold as we're getting through our first rotation rounds here. Felios, Shen, and Diana taken away by Elysium. Jarvan, Ambessa, and one more to come for the final boss. Seraphine going to be taken off the board.
Yeah, it looks like pretty much they are on a pretty big tier, and as long as they play to their comfort or to what they want to play, they will be able to pull it off. Like you're mentioning, finishing the bans here, focus between multiple positions. I think particularly taking away that Jarvan that has been such a high priority in terms of the junglers that are currently available. Really interesting choice. Also the Ambassador that can be flexed around. And if the Ahri comes through here, not necessarily a bad mid lane pick, but I feel like it kind of goes to show that they want to try and run around the game as much as possible, just get a lot of picks, have a duo with the jungler that can be strong enough that they can pair it up and then move as a duo effectively all around the map, and then begin just rampaging all around as much as possible. And if that's the case, I think things like the Vi jump up really clearly. Same for Pantheon, same for Xinjiao. These aggressive junglers that can pair up really well with the Ahri are gonna come up highly in terms of what they want to go for. And then on the other side, you can technically try and answer for the Ahri. Something like the Mel makes sense. Aurora has been picked as well into the Ahri occasionally, but I think the Mel makes a lot of sense for this composition.
Yeah, and it's the idea of trying to just be a direct lane counter as well with the Mel, right? It's much less focused on the overall lane. It's just see if we can put this Ahri behind. I think this is the trap the Final Boss are trying to lay. I feel like there was a 0% chance of anything else being picked on one here. Star Burrito has 45 games on Ahri. His next highest is 9 on the season, so Ahri, a very clear priority pick
Close enough.
for Elysium. I think they've had it in both their series as well. Somehow it's been let through, which is maybe a little bit diabolical, but hey, if you have a plan into it, then I'm all here for it. As the Mel, a very solid lane counter into that exact pick, just hoping that you can reflect that E, if nothing else, right? You can get rid of all the deception, multiple things you can do. Caitlyn now chosen alongside as well, Final Boss, looking to get strong through their bot lane, which has been another place where Elysium have been so dominant, looking to continue that with a Karma.
Yeah, and here, having the Caitlyn here particularly, you take away some of the pairings that are better for her. The Karma makes a lot of sense. I think the next one would be probably the Nami, but if it's gonna be the Karma taking here, I think Ezreal wouldn't necessarily be a bad choice. You have the poke, you have the range, and you have the clear to go with it. Now the Jhin has a pretty similar idea there. You have a lot of lockdown when you look at what the side of Elysium has already gone for. You have the Charm on the Ahri, you have the W root on the Jhin, and then you can follow up with another few tools that maybe you can draft into their jungle and top lane as well. But yeah, the Nami makes a lot of sense here just as a pair for the Caitlyn. And with bot lane and mid lane already picked up, I'm expecting to see a lot of bans coming into the top lane and the jungle as well.
Yeah, well, I think jungle is almost like a trick ban at this point, because there's so many different junglers that do effectively the same job. Zac is a little bit different from the status quo, and that is something that Elysium are happy to go towards, that they are not just like pure meta-focused players, right? These guys will play a lot of different picks from a lot of different places, and I mean, Mango in the jungle in solo queue this season, I feel like Emerald 2 might not be accurate. He's got a 13 KDA on Zac through 14 games. That can't be an accurate representation.
Not at all. Probably one of the better ways to try and disrupt a player without really looking into it much, but certainly makes sense that they try and take away things like this that can have such a big impact, especially if you want to look at things that can gank effectively or that can impact the map for as much as possible. Makes quite a bit of sense. Then the remaining ones, though, there's just still, like you were mentioning, a lot of options that are available that makes you think that maybe trying to opt into other choices like the Sylas that can be flexed into the top lane as well, or similar things to that can be banned away. That being said, the Sylas here doesn't feel like they have a lot of options in terms of the ultimates that they can steal that would make a lot of sense to ban it away. The Malphite makes sense just because if you ban the Sylas, typically that means that they want to go for a Malphite. But in this game particularly, I'm not sure if the Malphite would have been the best choice, just because a lot of the damage, yes, does focus on the Jhin, but even then, the remaining damage is going to be more magical focus unless something else comes in at the top lane. But there's still plenty of options to go even against the Malphite. So now, if they want to go for a tank, there's Mundo, for example, that you can pick top lane. The Xin Zhao, though, going into the jungle makes complete sense. And I'm expecting to see something like the Vi or the Pantheon pick here to go with the Ahri.
Yeah, and something we should point out as well for Final Boss, in a series where they are up against it based off the fact they're playing up against Elysium, they're also playing with 2 subs today as well. So their mid laner, No Hui, is not their main player, and they've also had to bring in an emergency sub. The bans have been waived, but we do have Torty heading up to the top side, who is a jungler by default. So Final Boss have a little bit of disruption from what they would like to be in an ideal world, as Elysium have taken the Wukong. Second time we get to see Wukong today, paired up this time alongside the Ahri, and it is a very potent mid-jungle duo to now pair up, especially with Jhin Karma. Their playmaking ability throughout these bottom 4 looks to be immense. Now, I think just a safe, dependable top lane, and you're absolutely flying. There we go.
Yeah, better choice than the Sion probably. There's not many. Still, the Wukong here coming in, I'm not against it in the way that it can work. It's just a little bit surprising because usually you go for the other junglers, but this one still works well with the Ahri. Level 6 power spike is going to be big for this team. And with the amount of squishes, this Wukong ultimate is going to come really valuable because that way you can knock up the Caitlyn, knock up the Nami, champions that barely have any mobility, even the Mel as well. And you can get a team fight victory just by virtue of being able to lock down multiple targets. The Ornn makes a lot of sense as well, just because as a tank, if you want to have a tank jungler or top laner that can respond well enough to the Sion, the Ornn is not a bad option. And then the super long range engage that can mess up a lot with the ultimates from the Jhin, from the Ahri, from the Wukong in certain situations. It's a good idea to have this Ornn here, so it can certainly work out effectively.
Yeah, I feel like both teams drafting for a mixture of those lanes and the overall team fight. I think the only thing that's a slight surprise to me is this Jhin on 3. When you are waiting on what's to come, you can expect that they're going to go tanky as soon as they see it. Yep. Somewhat diminishes the value. This is now Dilly's 5th champion in 5 games as well. I feel like he's shown already he's happy to play the Ezreal, so it's not like a question of champ pool with him. It's just a wanting to play the Jhin into a Caitlyn, which I guess to each their own in that regard. But is there any side you really favor out of this draft, or is this looking quite even?
So I particularly like a lot what the side of the blue side has been, or sorry, the red side has been able to draft here, because technically speaking, it's a pretty consistent idea. You have front-to-back team fight that has a lot of tools for late game. You have disengage and engage that don't require the support to have a lot to do with it. And then you also have a lot of tools to keep healing going, but also poke out effectively. So it's not like you're forced into different ways to try and play the game. You can try and manage it out. And especially when you walk first into objectives and you get control, the Caitlyn and the Mel particularly become really, really bothersome to try and deal with, because one good snare, one good trap, and you can get just exploded immediately. So overall, the idea there is quite good, but on the other side, you have really good tools. Like I'm expecting to see a 1.5 item or 1 item spike even when they force all out on the side of Elysium. They try and go in as much as possible, and then try and spike that into a heavier snowball that they can win out the game eventually.
Yeah, well, I hope for their sake they'll be able to do so. I mean, so far, the average game time of Elysium game has been about 25 minutes. With a draft like this, I wouldn't be shocked if it did go a little bit deeper. I think Final Boss have got a great method of stalling things out. Their wave clear looks very solid, if nothing else. And then the team fight, as we're saying, right? Both teams have drafted for the team fight, so when they do come around, I'm fascinated to see how they play things. But Final Boss, of course, as we say, with a different player playing in their mid lane, completely new player to their whole roster, and Issa playing in the top lane, it might not be the simplest times when that rolls around. And for that, I think maybe not looking so much at draft, maybe just looking at overall teams. I think Elysium
how they
in
play.
a very good place.
Yeah, exactly. Like the way that they need to play probably going to have a little bit more difficulty for the team that has to change things around. That being said, it is a composition that the level of difficulty for them to be able to play it out is not as high as maybe running another type of composition, right? So at the very least, this is more doable than if they went for something like a Jack top lane or a Jay top lane. At the very least, this has more, I would argue, tools to execute it in an easier manner than in other ways. That being said, like you're mentioning, if you lose lane just because you're not or accustomed to playing this sort of game, or if you lose out early on in skirmishes and you cannot answer back, it would make a lot of sense that Elysium just run with it.
I absolutely would. We'll see if they're able to do so. They say they're able to keep up with their average game time as well as we head on to the rest of game one. We'll be back in a couple minutes. Just got to wait on our spec delay. Then we'll be ready for you all. We will see you guys in a few.
Feeling like ain't nobody else around us. Ain't nobody else around us. Got me breaking all my rules. It's only me and you. Feeling like ain't nobody else around us. Ain't nobody else around us. We're doing alright. When we are apart, we always do the same dance. Always on the fence, never making sense. I'm not gonna feel a thing tonight. I'm not gonna be the one tonight. Don't wanna hear anything that you say. Your love is a game that I don't wanna play. So don't say you need me when I walk away. So many words, but they don't mean a thing. You blur the lines between love and obscene. So don't say you need me, cause we're not a thing. We're not a thing. We're not a I'm doing alright. Since we are apart, you know it's always the heart first. Don't care if it hurts, you're making it worse. I'm not gonna feel a thing tonight. Not gonna feel a thing. I'm not gonna see your face tonight. Not gonna see your face. Don't wanna hear anything that you say. Your love is a game that I don't wanna play. So cry all you want, but I still walk away. So many words, but you don't mean a thing. You blur the lines between love and obscene. So don't say you love me, cause it's not a thing. It's not a thing. It's not a thing. It's not a thing. It's not a thing.
Nothing in the world could ever be good again. I've been nothing but a girl who really should be nothing less. Don't mess up, and don't you tell us so how you actually feel. If you do, then they'll cut you right at the heel, and it hurts. No one can save you. It's all on your mind to change too. And baby, you can really try if you climb your way up. Do it on your own and you shit out of luck. Nobody will help if you find too close to the sun. Cause you're gonna get burned. Yeah, you're gonna get burned. Burned. Yeah, you're gonna get burned. Cause you're gonna get burned. They say you should never roll all the dice without a hand. It's make or break when you never did stand a chance. Tell me, side, don't you tell us so how you actually feel. If you do, then they'll cut you right at the heel, and it hurts. No one can save you. It's all on your mind to change too. And baby, you can really try if you climb your way up. Do it on your own when you're shit out of luck. Nobody will help if you're flying too close to the sun. 'Cause you're gonna get burned.
Welcome everyone onto the Rift for Game 1 between Elysium and Final Boss Esports. We're through the spec delay now, through the worst of it, and now we are able to enjoy what should be a very fascinating game for everyone involved, and we hope, for the sake of viewing purposes at the very least, this will go longer than the average Elysium game, which, as we pointed out so far, it's not been fun to play against Elysium, and Torty may be finding that out the hard way, going to tag an electrocute on his face, but at least spots out an early ward that was dropped by Elysium towards the Raptors.
Yeah, already trying to gain control of vision, trying to allow for this Wukong to have a little bit more leeway, and also try and know where the Xin Zhao will start. Although Xin Zhao trying to move around it so that they don't know that he's going towards that side. It usually doesn't change much about how the jungle matchup goes, but it's nice enough information that you can try and play around with it. As far as the other matchups, pretty similar start, every lane just trying to get the push, trying to get as much control as possible. I do want to point out both mid laners running Ignite, so trying to have the lead in terms of who can get the solo kill against each other, gonna be a fun matchup at the very least.
Oh, absolutely. I feel like Star Burrito and No Way are going to throw some haymakers during this one. We'll have to see who gets to come out on top. Though I think Electrocute maybe a little more trade power in those fights instead of that first strike that No Way has to their name. As speaking of trade power, both top laners getting a little bit lower than I'm sure they would have liked to, as we have an early pause due to the Wukong taking an unfortunate leave of absence, trying to take his Gromp. I hope for his sake that camp doesn't leash. Like, if it stays with him, then it's good. If it's sent back to its froggy little grave, then that would be bad.
Yeah, what you don't want to happen at all is that the camp just goes away from you and you have to restart everything. But I think that they paused just in time before anything happens, so nothing out of the ordinary will go through there. But just to quickly look around the map, right? Pretty consistent and normal states for whatever is going to happen. Pushing mid lane for both mid laners pretty comfortable. In the bot lane, a little bit more towards the kid lane, but that's something to expect, especially in early level 1, level 2, where you can get a little bit more advantage with your push. And then in the top lane, it's where we see more of the action, especially because the Sion went in more deeply to try and get the trades. But it doesn't look like it's going to mean much in the long run, or at the very least not for now. Who knows later on if one of them just dies randomly.
Yeah, well, Sion and Ornn, two champions that are very good at killing people randomly, so it would not shock me at all, even though they are, of course, tanky as well. It's the dichotomy of the top lane, right? You can be so tanky and yet so insanely powerful, especially in these early levels, surprisingly, as Bloody Brains has reconnected, so we will hopefully be getting back into things nice and quickly for you all. And not much else to really look at in this early game. A couple of rune decisions. We pointed out the first strike in mid for No Way. Poot also rocking the first strike. I saw he got a proc of that early on into Reckoning. Everyone else going what you'd expect, right? Ari with Electrocute is exactly what you need. Both top laners going Grasp because they're tanks. Junglers going Conqueror because they're bruisers. Everything's expected.
Yeah, pretty much nothing completely out of the ordinary here. As far as what goes for items, summoners, or even just some of the rune options that they opted into, it doesn't feel like they want to go for nothing out of the ordinary. Probably it's the play that will change a lot of our perspective with how it goes. Also, both junglers starting on top side, so like we were mentioning during the draft as well, more than likely going to ignore the top lane completely, focus on the bot side, try and get your AD carry ahead as much as possible. And if you win the AD carry matchup, that can just turn completely in your favor with whatever you want to do later on.
Yeah, well, they'll both, of course, be passing down towards there. It looks like Bloody Brains was able to keep a hold of his frog, able to also, I guess, send him back to where he came from. ACS apiece for the junglers. They're looking to keep up in that initial clear as a nice... was that a brittle proc to stop the Sion Q? That was quite cool.
I think you can go for it. That's a nice interaction that you can go for, and if you are able to time it right, you can almost always mess up with the Sion.
Yeah, a very nice play there from Torty to avoid that decimating smash Turbo was sending his way. Could even look for an all-in angle at level 3. That's a very dead-looking sign, but the W, just enough shielding to provide Turbo with enough safety. He doesn't even think about flashing. Balls of steel, I have to say. I would not be as confident in that situation. Torty going to take a plate in his face, not going to look to trade under the tower. It makes a lot of sense. Very dangerous position to be in on both sides in the top lane, but able to hold your flash there is absolutely crazy. There's no way has decided that the game is going to be won through mid lane as he goes flashing forwards, catches Starburrito off guard, using Ignite on both sides, but it's the Hwei with first blood.
Yeah, great execution there, especially.
My bad.
Yeah, it does. It is first blood, so it's the most important part. It's still great execution there, flashing to try and get the root into then the enough damage from the Q, and then you get enough damage from your auto plus ignite to be able to get the kill down pretty comfortably. Still, both soul laners on the side of Final Boss already stacking up really nicely. The Ornn winning the matchup, at the very least getting more gold or more damage into his favor, and then in the mid lane you obviously see the first blood coming down, and that kind of messes up a lot of the initial idea that Elysium had, because now you're in a position where you're not farther ahead in the game. You have to come back into it, and you have to see how this Ahri can begin impacting the map, because that's one of the main ways that you want to look for in this game, where the Mel doesn't really need to do that. She can just scale and become a big monster after that.
Yeah, and we were talking about the idea of being the lane bully as the Mel, especially into the Ahri. This is Ahri's worst matchup in terms of solo queue win rates by a lot, right? It's not like a smaller margin. It is by 3% compared to her next worst matchup, which apparently is Yasuo, which I guess makes sense. He can win wall that charm. But at any rate, Starburrito really up against it now in a matchup that's not all too favored, having to do it all as Becca is taking quite a rough trade here, get caught by a deadly flourish and then taken for a walk by Relics, but able to hang on for the most part. Of course, Nami sustain is pretty nasty in this type of situation, but it's starting to run out of mana pretty soon. Going to have to take their first bases in the bot lane, as they're just going to power up that Q there and send them back to the base. Early advantage for Bus and Boots in terms of first strike gold, in terms of CS as well, but nothing else in that early lane as Reckoning looking to push that wave and also take his first base.
Yeah, trying to just push there, trying to allow themselves to get back into the lane with a little bit of more strength and try and fight it out as much as possible. And this also with the early starts of with how it went with the Ahri losing early on. That also means that for the jungle matchup, one of your things that you were looking out is that nothing really out of the ordinary would happen for the Wukong, so that he could get to level 6 as quickly as possible and that way begin impacting the map. Something that the Xin Zhao doesn't really need to do, because as a Xin Zhao, you actually have an advantage where you can just begin going to lanes and try and gank thanks to your knock-up that you have in your kit. But the Wukong wanted to wait until the level 6 spike and nothing really out of the ordinary happening. But because of this, he will need to get into lanes much more quicker, try and be there as much as possible, and get his ultimate as quickly as possible so that he can impact in any way, and try and get a gank going, more than likely on bot lane. But if that doesn't work out, that can be a really bad sentence for the side of Elysium.
Yeah, what an amazing ward that was there by Final Boss as well. Finding Relics on a roam up to mid, as well as also seeing Duddy Brains as he was hovering around mid, allowed No Hwei to play that a lot more passively. Now the ward is gone, but the Xin Zhao has turned up instead as Becca takes another rough trade, but Bubble back is going to be able to turn things back around somewhat, as it's also a Spirit Rush. Ultimately, Starburrito going all in, using the Ignite as well, but the Mel says, no, thank you. I have Ignite as well. You're going to fall down. That's the flash used by Starburrito. They are going to get one back at least here. The Wukong is going to claim that kill, but Zorin happy to trade things out in a 2-for-1. The advantage heavily in Final Boss's favor so far, in a massive turn from what we were thinking about how this game going in. Elysium not looking like a normal cell so far, as we're getting an all-in on top side as well. Torty going to pop the Forge God, see if he can do anything with it, but going to go wide, unfortunately, as Turbofly is starting to win out in this lane.
Yeah, it's still a really big commit what happened in the mid lane. A lot on the idea was to be able to get on top of the Mel quickly enough that you can burst it out. But the Mel responding pretty comfortably, getting the CC down. Oh, the Ornn may die here.
Yeah, full onslaught. Torty using absolutely everything, flashing away.
Flash use.
Auto attack surely going to be enough. There it is, the grass proc as well. Gifted over the extra healing from second wind, Doran shield, and all that stuff. Looked like Torty may have been able to walk that one out, but Turbo still had his flash. Still had more than enough chase potential, and now has plenty of time as well to push this wave all the way under the turret. And we're talking about the science starting to win lane. That's a great way to continue.
Yeah, really important that they are able to find some sort of lead in a certain part of the map, especially even if it's a tank. Getting more value out of your tank is still something that they can try and play with. because with what is happening in the mid lane, you need to have stronger points at certain parts of the map. The bot lane is already losing out in terms of the pushing power. The Caitlyn and the Nami are doing an amazing job at just keeping them down for as much as possible. So it's not like your bot lane feels stronger than the other side. And then in the mid lane, obviously, we know what is happening. The Wukong and the Xin Zhao are in a similar situation, but it's still not the strongest. Oh,
Or we can gank mid
Great
again, as
route
No
again.
Way is forced to flash this time. His flash time are very offset from Star Burrito, but both using it now, both on cooldown for the next 3 minutes or so. Star Burrito 5, of course, for play, having to flash away from a nice gank there by Dirty Brains, using the Cyclone, but now has massive summoner advantage. And, I mean, in a minute or so's time, No Way has a massive target on his head.
Yeah, it's important to see how they are going to try and pull it off there. But yeah, like you're mentioning, the fact that they have a target on their head that they need to be shot down as quickly as possible. And with the Wukong still having the flash, that can be just a repeat gank that can work out in the future. The problem is that it feels like the Ahri does not have enough damage to be able to follow accordingly to it. And that can make the plays be really detrimental for them if they are not able to pull it off correctly. They are still in lane trying to wait maybe if the Mel will walk too far forward without really accomplishing much. And if that's the case, you can just find way more value on yourself.
Yeah, Torty on the top side,
Ooh,
not
look
finding
at
all
that.
too much value right now. And there is the repeat gank time, not even waiting for Cyclone. Just going to walk up, goes into the route, but that will be a lot of damage dealt onto No Way. Waiting there for the Mel W to send out that charm. Star Burrito playing that very patiently, but very well in the end.
Jin?
As on the bot side, Reckoning walking into a bubble is going to have to use that barrier very early on, and now Bus Poots walks the other side of the turret, gets a Nami bounce on top of his head, Reckoning now flashing away and sniped out by the Q. Bus and Poots with a beautiful play there on the Caitlyn. Trying to turn things back around though is the roam down of Relics. The gank timer of Duddy, still no Cyclone on this Wukong, means that is a lot less threatening than it could have otherwise been. He's just going to turn up behind the turret to see the wave has already died.
And this Jin really has been completely useless so far this game. Barely pushing away from the Caitlyn, not really accomplishing much in the lane. Picked into the Caitlyn and has done absolutely nothing really to show why it was picked into them. I think that there was probably better options that they could have opted into. And with the control that they have on the bot side, Sion is realistically the only true winner so far for the side of Elysium. And it's on him to be able to really make this game go their way, because if not, it's going to be really difficult to find certain values for the side of Elysium. There's still a chance that if you're able to find a good couple of picks or a really good team fight that you're able to kill the Caitlyn and the Mel really early on, then you can win it as Elysium. But as of now, it feels like the control of the game is much better for a final boss.
Yeah, and that's not the narrative that has been around Elysium this whole split, right? This whole season, they have been dominant every single time they stepped onto the Rift.
Yeah.
This time around, a lot less so, down about 1,500. As first Drake also going against them, a little bit of a late Drake timer, about 9 minutes in, that was taken in final boss's favor. But the mid jungle right now doing incredibly well as Bus and Poots, another different Caitlyn build, different to what we were expecting, going towards a static Shiv instead of something like the Hex Optics. We also saw a Hubris earlier today. How do we feel about static Shiv Caitlyn?
It's an interesting adaptation, maybe to try and increase the pushing power as much as possible. But I'm pretty sure it's still not yet the new static
No,
shift
it's
as
not.
far as I know. Yeah, so I'm not sure if the idea was to try and pick that when it's changed or to see if it works now still. But the only thing that I can think of is that you want to have your energized attacks as strong as possible, but there's not even an energized thing on the Caitlyn. It feels like it's just to clear.
I wonder if it's also there to like try and proc first strike, because that's like a kind of a cheap way to try and do it. Instead of having to land your Q through the wave, just you hit the wave once and see if it procs onto the Jin or the Karma that's standing close enough by. An interesting decision.
You just auto attack, no? Like you just auto, and you probably get more gold out of that than just the static.
You 100% would. I guess like you guarantee you're the one that hits first, but yeah, it's a very low pick rate. It's 0.2% of all Caitlyn games have a static Shiv as first item, so that's what, 1 in every 500 or so. I guess it's a thing that Bus and Poots wants to try and run, but I'd love to pick his brains as to why in this game he's chosen to go static Shiv instead of something else.
It may be also another thing where they think that with this they can try and farm up much more quickly and that way get the gold that the Caitlyn would suffer to get in other situations. So like this way you can just farm the wave, run, don't have to deal with much other interaction, and that way you don't have to be consistently fighting. Instead you can just farm it up, rack up the gold, and that way get to your first item as quickly as possible. Maybe that could be the logic behind it, because apart from that, I don't think there's much more utility apart from just farming.
Yeah, an interesting decision. At any rate, as play will resume in 0 seconds, in theory, though of course we are still paused because the
Hopefully.
right client loves to do these things to us. While we are sort of paused, sort of unpaused, we can at least have a look at our item spikes that are coming through here for both sides. Turboflyer, with that solo kill on the top side, has managed to get his first item on board now, the Hollow Radiance, to help really push his wave a lot faster than Tauti is going to be able to do on the other side. Looks like he's going towards an Unending Despair, which is going to slow him down quite a bit. Comparative. Zoran, already first item Thunder Sky, as we would expect, as well as No Quay with first item Ludens, which, by the way, just got a base cancel. Do you see that? Hit the wave with the Ludens, got a base cancel and Star Burrito about a mile away.
Yeah, the value overall from that is going to be amazing there. And it also means that you're going to constantly be pushing away from the Ari. That means that the timing that they have to try and move around the map, try and set up a gank or anything like that, it's going to be much more difficult for them. And instead, the Mel can start setting up with their own jungler much better, like they're doing right now, already getting the first move into the grubs, trying to stack as much damage as possible onto them, and get all the objective for themselves. So far, great objective game by Final Boss. They have already gotten the first dragon, and then the 3 grubs as well in the process.
Yeah, 3 grubs, not what it once was, but still somewhat effective, especially when you have a Caitlyn. You expect that to be pushing, you expect that to try and get as much gold as possible as, hello, that's a Wukong in my bush, what are we doing here? Hello, Cyclone as well. Second proc waiting to come through, and they're very dead looking potentially, Bussin' Poots, but the Nami turns up just in time to maybe save him, unless the curtains get called, as they are also cancelled. I don't know why we cancelled those curtains. Was Reckoning under turret? It doesn't matter, they got the kill anyway. Why do we cancel the curtains there?
Wait.
No Quay, hold on. Before we get the answers to those questions, No Quay has decided to turn up in a 1 versus 3, make that 1 versus 4. Can't get the damage to the ultimate. Starbreeze turning up with a spirit rush of his own. And now Turboflare on the top side is deciding to flash Unstoppable Onslaught back out to safety. Very nearly dying to the Ornn, but just about surviving.
Yeah, but that's an important win coming in by Elysium there. Finding both the Caitlyn and the Nami not in the right spot, getting killed in that position, especially blowing all summoners to try and survive and still not being able to accomplish that. And then also, No Way getting collapsed on in the jungle, even though it would look like the Mel was going to get the first movement. Great reaction by the Wukong there to escape, and then getting the kill onto the Ahri. Really important turnaround. They really needed that influx of gold to go back their way to try and set up the game once again in their favor. And just like that, it looked like they were able to do it. They don't even lose Sion up there in the top side, even though it was looking a little bit weird. They still are able to play around that perfectly, and that means that for the time being, they can try and manage it out as much as possible. A little bit too much damage taken there, but still something that can be played around with.
Yeah, but of course now Summonless is Turbofly. That might be the bigger story in the top side. Torty still has both, and while he's a little bit in danger right now, if he's able to get this base off, we're talking a very different story. Ends up cancelling it, doesn't realize that the Wukong is up here and waiting, but no Cyclone means that Duddy doesn't feel quite as safe going for this play as he maybe otherwise would. And we head back down to bot side as well. Bussin' Poots really putting the pressure on. Those 3 grubs starting to really take hold. 4th plate now falling in that bot lane as they also try and get a nice trade onto Reckoning. Doesn't go quite the way they would have wanted, I'm sure, but still very effective.
Yeah, but you can really see the value here from the static shift, not necessarily the highest damage dealing item, but it works in a way that you at the very least clean the wave really quickly.
So, what are we doing, buddy?
Yeah,
why are we taking 5 turret shots for no reason over the course of this? Ends up giving over a kill to the jungler of the enemy team, probably more effective than giving that gold over to the Ornn. Zoran now did use flash for that play. I think he looked for like a prediction flash or something, but Turbo had no flash. A little bit surprising there. Full HP flashing away from the Scion, but at any rate, he gets the kill. I'm sure he'll be fine with that play. Overall, puts himself up now to 2-0-1 as he looks to really start to build his lead, heading down towards the second Drake.
Yeah, important they are able to fight back and find another kill up there in a way that it was completely unneeded to be given up in that situation. The Sion was really the only lane that was looking like they were doing fine by themselves without really having to pull any sort of attention through there. And now it feels like not going to have the same story there, but overall in general it's something that can be manageable. The main thing though is, like you're mentioning, next dragon coming up in 10 seconds. I don't think either top laner is going to be a part of it, so it's going to be interesting seeing how both sides of the map, or I mean the bot lane and the mid lane, are going to impact that dragon if they want to fight for it. As we see top lane fighting, but it's a wet noodle fight.
it is a top lane fight, but the unstoppable onslaught to the lane definitely tips their hand on this one, right? That definitely cannot be a 5 versus 5 unless we are waiting another 30 seconds, maybe even 40, to really look around this Drake. No one, it appears, on the Rift wants to wait that long. So, of course, with Hollow Radiance, going to have an insane amount of push. But while the push is happening top lane, we get a nice engage here from Duddy. Gets the Cyclone onto the second proc. No way, barely able to escape for now. And the Crescent Guard is getting spammed into by the Curtain Call. You don't do anything while that Xin Zhao says that circle exists. And unfortunately, the damage that Reckoning had is just non-existent as a result. No way able to escape on the backside. And it's Duddy Brains down. The jungler has gone. And Smite advantage very much so in the favor of Final Boss. Looking to still contest, though, as it is a 3 versus 3. Nice charm as well onto Rue. Going to get Star Burrito a little bit of damage in here, but the Smite advantage so well in the favor of Final Boss. 1400 Smite compared to random damage abilities means that Drake was very difficult to contest.
Yeah, trying to get as much as possible there. They wanted to blow up the Mel in a position that was kind of difficult to really find if you look at it objectively, because in the way that they were looking for it, it was trying to just kill her before her shield come up or anything like that. But the position of the shield was better.
Another on in the top side. Turbo taking a bit of damage. Is he even close to dying here? Like, this feels a little bit fake from both sides. The Bellows Breath might do something. A shield now coming through from Scion W. No more mana on him. But unfortunately for Torty, the jungle interference exists. And Duddy Brains is going to try his very best, at least. The bonk with the Q going to finish things off in that top lane. And in the 1 versus 1, was doing a great job. But unfortunately, as soon as the Wukong turns up, makes it that much more difficult. And speaking of jungle interference, Star Burrito caught out of mid. Instant use of the Spirit Rush to get out to safety.
Yeah, that's one of the things with the Ahri. Even if you think you may have been able to get on top of her, she just dashes away and nothing happens. Still, the mid lane becomes a really difficult matchup to try and predict because it can go either way. Oh, for the Shin, though.
Yeah, Zoran using Crescent Guard very early here, but there's an unstoppable onslaught coming for his face. No flash on the Xin Zhao. Caught out in the river, 666 gold. Some call that the sign of the devil, but Duddy Brains is thanking God for his free shutdown.
Yeah, really easy shutdown there. They will get access as well going into the referral, so they will get the objective in their favor. Caitlyn, though, in the process, able to take down this first turret gold in their favor. Really good advantage they find. Wait, Rooks has to flash away, but Ahri's coming as well.
Oh, that might not be enough. What an insane... Did you see that deadly flourish? Came from a mile away. Becca is completely rooted down to the ground. Curtain's going to be called. The 4 shot is going to connect. And now Bursting Poots is just awaiting the grave. The kill, unfortunately, for Elysium is going to go over to the Karma, but it's still kill all the same. Double effective on bot lane. And Bursting Poots, even on that 2-item spike, not able to walk that far forward.
Yeah, not the best thing that they don't get the kill on the Caitlyn onto someone like the Jhin or the Ahri, but overall, the fact that they are able to shut them down, really, really important. They don't lose mid lane turret either, and it looks like maybe they will try and collapse onto this bot lane turret as much as possible, even though it's probably going to take a while before they can even take it down. The Caitlyn has been hammering onto the bot lane turret, where in comparison, the Jhin has barely been able to touch it at all. Important items, though, the fact that we have a Wukong already at 1 item completed, and I think if he goes back to base the next time around, he probably gets his 2nd item as well in the process. They have a lot of gold that they can try and play with, even though the gold lead is not that much. And for the next dragon that will come up in 2 minutes, that may be the defining fight out for the side of Elysium and for the side of Final Boss, if they can withstand it.
Yeah, that Wukong, 5 kills now, a lot of gold in his back pocket. Bursting Poots, also a lot of gold in his back pocket. This 2-item spike looking to run over Reckoning. Unfortunately, got taken for a little walk there by Relics. Now has to net away from a potential gank here from Duddy Brains. No flash means that the engage range that much shorter for this Wukong, but still very close to finding that effective range to get the Cyclone to have its maximum value there. Bursting Poots barely able to escape this time around, but is able to, and is therefore able to hang around in mid a little bit longer.
Yeah, one of those things that look like nothing really out of the ordinary going to end up happening. The Caitlyn trying to push a little bit more here, and they may be able to spot that the area was waiting on the side. That means that there's not going to be a really good play they can try and go for here, unless someone walks in blindly into this spot. It's not the best idea possible, and I think they may actually be able to get a good angle to try and corral the area if she walks too far forward. But the jungle inside of the blue territory for Elysium is going to be controlled a little bit better by the side of Final Boss because of the way that they were moving around. The dragons should be in their favor, at the very least with the way that they are controlling the river.
Yeah, they also have that mid-tier 1 as well, right? That enables them that free passage a little bit easier. Of course, on blue side, your turret's towards your blue side jungle. So sometimes it is a little bit easier to access the bot side of the jungle anyway. But this time around, with the turret already gone, makes it that much simpler for Final Boss to stick their noses in, but they won't go any deeper. They'll just have a little look-see and then back right off as now they've looked for their base timers. They've taken a small little retreat. Zoran has found his 2-item spike to now start using, but unfortunately that is going to be a Rift Herald drop towards mid. Plates going over to Elysium as they look to take their own reset timers. 30 seconds for the Drake, but as you say, the turret still stays standing. That really shows what was happening in mid early on, right? Because No Way has such a good job done in lane. His turret had barely even taken any damage. I think he got 4 plates himself before Bus and Poots turned up to take the final one.
Yeah, the idea there probably was to try and force it so that they could, at the very least, get the plates and get a little bit more gold for the next fight. You see that the Jane has already completed the 2 items, so it feels like there's a power point when the side of Elysium can try and force a fight. The only issue is that without the Herald now, without that threat into the mid lane, they know what is going to happen. They are going to fight for the dragon, and if you know what the enemy team is going to do, it's much easier to try and phase it. Oh, wait.
Or we can just fight over mid. The wave going to deny the rest of the curtains being called, as Reckoning unfortunately had that cancelled. Dirty Brain's also using the Cyclone to try and get a snap engage there onto Bus and Poots. Only got a barrier for his trouble. Still a half HP, but of course Nami going to heal him up. If this fight takes too long to start, he will be back at full HP before all too very long. It's just going to be the dash over the wall, but there's no extra CC to come through from Dirty Brain. It's the Orn that really gets to do the most. Unfortunately, Bus and Poots going to get deleted by the Jin on the top side. Nice flash, 4-shot. Going to get the kill there for Reckoning. As the fight now starting to really flick into Elysium's favor. The Mel going to try and turn things around. No Quay barely hanging on. Is going to get one before he's finally shut down. Soren also going to go by the wayside, and it's now Becca and Torti trying to hang on as best they can, and they only got a sign for their troubles. Reckoning might be taking a turret shot. He's actually going to go down. A little bit of extra damage taken there that was maybe unnecessary. He had a barrier, by the way, that he could have tanked that turret shot up with. At any rate, though, Elysium going to take the Drake.
Yeah, pretty questionable death there by Reckoning. And
Torti, hold on, flashing into a charm here. The damage onto this Orn is quite significant. No MR at all. He is quick enough, though, as you say, to walk his way out of this one as Bustamut's looking to make his way back. Torti's still in a little bit of danger here, but has a searing charge to get that much closer to the turret.
Yeah, they really are trying to get the kill onto the Orn. I understand if you want to force a little bit on certain things, but I don't think Orn is that worth it in this position. You already won the fight. You got the goal that you needed. You're able to get the dragon in your favor, so Soul Point is not going to go on the side of Final Boss. They are still not in a commanding spot where they have a much bigger gold lead, but you can see in some of these fights, as long as the Wukong gets to just create enough chaos in the team fight, it's very difficult to keep tabs on them, and it's much easier for them to run around the fight and control everything that they need to. It's a really good game so far by Dirty Brains, and he's the one that really is calling the shots in how they want to play it out. It depends on how he finds the angles and how much the Wukong ultimate or even the clone finds the value so that you can end up getting the win.
Yeah, I'm honestly shocked that he managed to find as much value as he did after already using his Cyclone in that fight. And it just shows how confident he is on this pick to be able to play it from what is typically a disadvantageous position, right? When you don't have your ultimate on Wukong is when you're really vulnerable, especially when a fight is almost guaranteed to start around that third Drake. If you just let that go, already giving up Soul Point, a Cloud Soul as well, very difficult to play into, especially Nami, who has so much move speed in her kit for everyone else. But able to play it through, able to hold on, able to hold serve, and now looking into the rest of this game, a very solid position for this Wukong, as we've been saying the whole time. Everyone else is starting to reach their 2-item spikes as well, as it's just the supports who are waiting on that, as Torti, he's having his wet noodle fight. He will get through this health pool if you give him about 3 minutes, but I think it might take about 3 minutes.
Yeah, it's going to take a while, but hey, they are trading with each other, they're finding value. The Sion actually keeps on getting stacks thanks to the fact that they are consistently fighting, same for the Orn. So it feels like for both of them, this is the best scenario. Just fight with each other, neither is dying, although the Sion did tank a turret shot, so probably not the most ideal.
Quite a few. He has a Barbie Cinder to him. If you stand next to the Orn, you will start tanking turret shots, and this is not a good death, Balsi. This is not a good death. You can't get it in zombie form. You do nothing to the turret. As we're going to get final topside too. Hello. This is a very aggressive play here from the Wukong. Cloned up, managing to actually dodge around most of the damage because they keep hitting onto the clone. But Zoran has an E to dash forwards. He audaciously charges onto Dirty Brains, who flashed away but could not escape. Now Bus and Poots is caught in mid because you're trying to defend a turret that doesn't exist anymore. 4 shots to the face, and that's Reckoning getting a kill back.
So it's still a favorable play for Final Boss when you think about it, just because they do get the Sion, they kill the Wukong as well, and get the flash plus the shutdown. For just the Caitlyn and the turret in the mid lane, all in all, the trade feels much better for the side of Final Boss, and it feels like it's fighting that it's not needed to happen for the side of Elysium. Like, they can try and go for picks, but they are not in the numbers advantage in some of these situations. And then Triple Flyer kind of just killing himself consistently, because that death should not have happened at all. He just kind of died by himself.
Yeah, well, I think we can say it for both sides. If I'm being
That's
honest,
true.
Puss in Boots also not needing to be under the turret that was so close to falling down anyway. So ends up being a 1-for-1 in the overall exchange. But now Puss in Boots, I mean, off that base, does have his third item at least. An Infinity Edge in his inventory. Very scary spike now on the Caitlyn. About a minute 40 for this Drake. Puss in Boots should be able to claim most of the mid prio as long as he has someone near him. If they're making plays on top side, that's when you can't walk forwards.
Yeah, only thing is that with this build that the Caitlyn went for, it feels like maybe she's gonna lack just a tiny bit of damage with the static shift. The other two items make complete sense, but the static shift particularly feels like maybe it's gonna be the one that is gonna lack a little bit of damage before they actually are able to get anything done onto some of these tanks or onto some of these champions. But we'll just have to wait and see how it works out into this next dragon fight. The first to move into the river feels like it's going to be Elysium, and they are trying to get as much control as possible. And if they can control the area for the Caitlyn and the Mel, trying to walk in blindly can be a little bit scary.
You know, trying to walk in blindly, even as a Zinzao, not the safest of
ulti
opportunities, is going to have to instantly pop the his ulti, and he's not even going to be safe by doing that. Dirty Brains just charges straight onto him. It's going to be a flash away from Rue as well, trying to hang on against an Ahri in an isolated 1v1. Speaking of isolated 1v1s, No Quay is taking on a tank, and we're seeing exactly how well that's going for them. Under the tower, no one cares that the tower exists, when unfortunately No Quay does not exist on this Mel against the Scion. Turbo Flyer using his tankiness to amazing advantage. That should be the Drake. Basically give it over to Elysium now on this timer as final boss. They're trying to get this mid-tier 2 as much as possible. It's going to be the Ornn tanking up as much for Puss in Boots as he possibly can. They are going to get this tier 2 turret, but they may be dying for it in the end. I'm not 100% this is not going to be worth it. Nice Deadly Flourish going to connect there. Puss in Boots is just going to have to fall down. 7 seconds on the Drake. Do you reckon they do go Baron, or are they going to turn the attention to the Drake stacking?
So the thing is that it was 30 seconds for the Caitlyn now that she just died, and that's kind of the biggest actual threat to try and do the Baron, but it feels like they are just going to go for the Dragon. They're going to get the second turret, the second mid lane turret here as well. So trying to just maximize the gold value that they have right now, not trying to overly force. And they, I don't think he can kill Jin
with
here.
another Zinzao ult. We'll see if it works out better from this time. Already used it. Now has no more circle of safety. Turbo Flyer tanking up like an absolute dream. He literally does not take damage to anyone in this game right now. Finally starting to get a little bit low, but there, as you say, the Wukong coming in from the shadows. Nice knockup as well. Now double decimating smash is going to get the 2-man No Quay on the top side, getting diffed out by Star Burrito. And these team fights are sloppy as anything, but Elysium starting to pull through.
Yeah, they are finding better angles here. They are finding more opportunities. And it looks like the way that they want to play these fights, hold on for as long as possible so that the Wukong can get into a better position and that way force the fight. There is no jungler here. They are going for the Baron right now. It is not going to be the fastest Baron though, because it is a Jhin, not the best Baron taker at all. But without a smite here and knowing that it's going to take a while, it's going to be a little bit difficult for them to even try and put a stop to this. I think they are just giving up.
Yeah, they don't really have much of a choice, right? They know that this is happening, but they just have to take their bases because Zorin is still 2 seconds from respawning. As slow as a Jhin Baron is, it's still fast enough, just about, to claim it before the enemy jungler respawns. Dirty Brain's not even going for the smite. A little bit bold, I have to say. I feel like I would personally be smiting that at 1300 if I could, because I don't trust anyone. But yeah, I'm going to hold on to it, I guess, able to smite away a crap if he wanted to, as he then takes makes for a third item.
Yeah, now with another item on their back, with the Baron buff now in their favor, we can try and see them not only having a better gold lead at this point, but maybe try and move a little bit more aggressive into what they will try and do with the push. This is one of the games that has lasted longer for them this time around, but they still are in the lead. They have the first Baron of the game, and maybe this could be the one that opens up the base.
It very well could be. They're going to have a lot of pressure to try and do that. But unfortunately, with this Baron push, it is into Caitlyn. It is into Mel, right? The wave clear we pointed out during draft is quite nice, and they're actually going to find a snapping. He's getting caught out between a rock and a hard place, and Dirty Brains has no real engage tools. Finally going to pop the Cyclone, but he's still surely going to get caught out. There goes 774 gold over to Puss in Boots. Star Burrito is going to get that kill, dashing over the wall with a Spirit Rush, flashing into a Blast Cone to try and disengage from the fight. But Zorin running with the Cloud Rift up against 2 Cloud Drakes, though, makes it that much more difficult. And Turbo Flyer on the top side should be able to save his star. Mid laner, still a 2-for-1. Positive play to delay this Baron. push.
Yeah, not easy to escape there, but really good play at the end of the day. They are able to just walk forward and commit onto the Jhin, knowing that they have no flash to be able to escape. Really funny that they are just able to walk forward, and that gets the play going for them, but it works out at the end of the day, and that's really what you want to try and pull off here. It's just forcing something that you know will put a stop to the Baron push, and also give you a little bit of a lead so that you can try and turn around this game. The gold lead is still in favor of the side of Elysium, but it feels like at this point, it really could go either way. Like one bad mistake, one bad step, one bad team fight can really just give you the win for either side.
Yeah, and that gold lead as well, minuscule compared to what it was just a minute ago, right? We were talking before 3K. It's not an ignorable gold lead at this phase of the game. It's not everything by any stretch either. It's still definitely important, but now, especially with where this gold is, we're having a look the gold totals right now. Burst and Poots up about 2,000 over Reckoning. The Caitlyn starting to really pile on the damage threat in this game. The real gold diff occurring right now in jungle and top. One of some of the lesser important roles potentially as this game continues. Hitting the 30-minute mark, this is the deepest that Elysium have been pulled into a game so far. On this first Baron push, can try and get this this bot lane tier 2 turret to go in their favor, but the wave clear, as you said before, so impressive. Even into the Baron push, going to be so difficult to really get the siege working, especially with a Jhin alongside. Don't really have that range. Star Burrito takes a lot of damage. Has to be very careful of those Yordle snap traps underneath his feet.
Yeah, whatever trap you step on, whatever point of the map you're at where you know that the Caitlyn is going to be close by and she can kill you with that, it's going to be difficult to go against it. The next dragon is spawning in 40 seconds. It feels like that's going to be the next point where they are going to fight for it. But with the way that the game is going, once again, whatever fight you end up going for and you end up losing could be defining for you at this point. They have the control over the area. They have to be extra careful about how they want to walk in and the side of final boss. And it looks like they want to kill the Nami.
The one that's caught most here, the wave, trying to save them, but the Unstoppable Onslaught does not care about your CC. A smackdown from the skies. R2 also going to miss there for Torty to try and trade things back out. A really nice catch there by Toverfly, charging up Decimating Smash in the bush, waiting for the Orb to walk all the way forward before finally proccing it. Catches the Nami and a Star Burrito on the backline. He's already doving in, but way too deep, all by his lonesome. It is going to be Zorin who's dying on the front lines, or whatever was left of the front lines. The curtain's calling, going to find him. But overall, a positive play again for Elysium, as they will get this third Drake on the board. But I feel like a lot of their plays, especially in this game, it could have been more positive.
Yeah, they walk into certain positions that probably shouldn't have been given to them, and that ends up giving more opportunities for the side of final boss to actually win it out. But with the numbers advantage, they do get the dragon at the end of the day. It's 3 Cloud Drakes here. For a Wukong that wants to try and move into the backline and try and find the right angles, this can work out really massively. And it feels like if the Ahri hadn't died the way that she did, trying to overly commit for the Caitlyn in that position, especially after failing the charm, that fight could have worked out much better. The Caitlyn is about to reach 6 items, already at 5 with the boots as well. This is gonna be a pretty strong Caitlyn to really try and just outplay a lot of the fight. She even went Serpent's Fang. Interesting adaptation, trying to take down those shields from the Karma.
It makes sense. If ever you were going to take a Serpent's Fang on a Caitlyn, when you're playing against Karma, is an amazing time to do so, right? Yeah. Especially, that's not the only shield, right? We got, I think Wukong has some shielding. Of course, Scion W, very oppressive in this type of game. A whole bunch of things you have to worry about, as Mr. Poots is going to land an ace in the hole to try and proc his first strike, get even closer to that 6th item mark. But isn't this insane? Is this like a first strike diff? How does he have an item over this Jhin? How does he have 2.2k up? It's 9 kills with 5 assists for Reckoning, and he's down 2k gold.
Well, the farm diff. You get the farm diff. Well, also the turret plate diff, right? You do get more value out of all that. Yeah, she has a lot of value.
Hello. On the top side, Dunny Brains going very deep indeed. The Unstoppable Onslaught not going to find anything. No blade flashing away from the curtain call. So at least the summoner traded out there as Torty, yeah, he takes damage, I'm sure. We're going to send the Forge God in as a result of the damage that he definitely took. Dunny Brains caught up, doubly so, on the knock up there from the
Angle
Ornn.
wait, the area.
Straight onto the top side. Starburrito baiting so impressively
Oh, he's
with
alive?
the Zonyas. He hasn't even taken a lick until finally a headshot lands from the
Wait,
Caitlyn, but it's a little bit too
Ornn.
little.
Wait, the
Maybe a
Caitlyn
little bit
gets
too
hooked
little.
up.
On the front line. He's so close to killing Relics. Bursting Boots flying into the front line himself. Surely going to be punished there. Starburito, though, falls down once more to this Caitlyn.
Oh,
And Noquay on the top side is going to get rid of the Wukong. A 2-for-2 overall, as both junglers also taken away. This Baron, that much more difficult to take as a result.
He's just
Turboflyer
running around.
has got so incredibly open. Reckoning with a 4th shot is going to delete Noquay. Nice deadly flourish as well. Going to land onto Becca. And now Reckoning starting to run through these fights. Torty, he barely takes any damage, but even he will eventually fall down to the power that is this Jhin. I'm sure eventually he will fall down, even with the Randuins to his name. Finally, it will go as Turboflyer, even the one to finish things off, using the Barmy Cinder to his full advantage.
The team fight lasted so long that Xinjiao will come back up. He was the first one to die, and he's just coming back up here 1 second. They are gonna get this inhibitor, but it's so surprising to see how much it took for them to even be able to get the kill there and be able to run away. I think Sion may actually... No, it's too much shielding.
The win becomes late, connecting onto him. Zoran, no flash, and nice delay there as the onslaught going to finish things off. Has to use that ultimate. Going to be a little bit of a cooldown. Maybe delay that Baron that little bit extra, but a nice fight win by Elysium overall. A nice bait play there as well to make sure Relic stayed alive.
Yeah, actually, slight margin where there's a good chance, or a chance for them to try and get control over this Baron Reaper and try and get the Baron. Ooh, nice bubble there to put a stop to it. But this is like one of the better chances for them to control the Reaper before something happens. Oh, they get the Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, we don't talk about that smite, which may or may not have left the Crab at 29 HP. Zorin sure would have liked that on their back, as instead it is going to be a blue-sided Crab around this potentially blue-sided Baron. 70k total gold for Elysium, facing up against 67. Do whatever you want in the chat for that one, I guess. 3k gold lead re-established, and now the 3 Drakes in a row, the Cloud Drakes, allow... we saw the disengage potential that they allow. Also the engage potential, just run them down, especially with, as you said before, like, Karma. The ability to just speed everyone up for your team. I'm honestly scared for how this Soul could impact the game when that spawns in 50 seconds. Looks like that will be the next objective contested. Zorin trying to find relics on mid, does not expect there to be this many people hiding it on a bush at minute 36. Forced to Crescent Guard, forced to flash, has an Ornn for safety, but now no flash, no ult for this fight in 40 seconds.
Yeah, this pretty much kind of means that you no longer can force a fight here. You have to give up the control. You have to give up the dragon potentially. And if you want to go in, you at the very least have to have some sort of route for it. But the control over the blue side jungle for the side of Elysium is just much, much better and very difficult to put a stop to it.
Yeah, 20 seconds now for Soul spawning. 4 in a row would be their Cloud Soul in their favor. Looking to try and get a small trade onto Torty, but as we said before, he definitely takes damage, and as such, we can even see that, as his health bar is definitely moving. Ornhorn already called. They're going to go flying in towards this engage. Reckoning the one caught on the front line, taking a whole ton of damage from the way, most of all, getting tapped down instead by everyone else, and you're caught way too far forward. No flash on your ADC, and Turbo Flyer was nowhere to be seen. Unfortunately, now Star Burrito also dying in that fight. I don't know where he died, don't know where he came from, don't know where he went, but Final Boss going to put a stop to the Drake stacking for now, and we're headed to the full 7 for this Soul, and they may even turn their attention towards the Baron as well.
Yeah, that's a game-losing mistake over there. There was no reason for them to be able to catch the Jhin in that position. They already blew the flash out of the Xinjiao as well in the process. That's just a big mistake that may just cost them the game now. And look at all the damage that the Wukong also suffered in this position. They may try and go for a little bit of a stop onto the Baron Ball, but it's not worth it. It's gonna die right about now. Like, the damage is already way too much. And without a Jhin, yeah, it's not worth it.
It is so much faster. Caitlyn against Jhin. Of course, it's later in the game, so there's that to bear in mind as well. But it was not even close, as now that is Bursting Poots finishing off his build with a rapid fire cannon, finally maxing out his crit, getting additional range to play a little bit safer, though, if we've seen anything so far from him. Safer may not be the correct word. Trading out, finally, the static shift for something a little bit more appropriate for the job. A Bloodthirster in his possession, as the bot tier 2, I believe, is going to fall. So another turret going the way of Elysium. It is 7 turrets to 4 still, but the Baron now may be the equalizing force for Final Boss.
Yeah, it could be the one that pushes them forward, especially in this position where the base is still left to be open and they can try and push. This could be the one that they can use to try and win out the game. It's going to be difficult to see how much it's going to take because at this point in the game, for about to reach 40 minutes, one team fight can really just win you the game. But with the advantage that right now it feels the side of Final Boss have, it should be enough to be able to push through and try and win it out. The defense from the side of Elysium is going to be difficult just because they don't have a true wave clear champion to really make it work, especially against Baron minions.
Yeah, well, the only thing they really have for that is the Orb of Deception. The true damage on the pullback is all they really have to work that. But Starbreaker is pushing out the wave in the top lane. They've done a great job, Elysium, of pushing out their sideways, so it is just this one lane of pressure that they have to deal with. I'm surprised there's no split push threat at all here for Final Boss. Trying to use the Baron to break open mid. They get a bit of damage onto the turret, but it's not actually all too much, right? Jin, at this phase of the game, has a surprising amount of damage himself. They're able to clear out these waves pretty effectively right now. And it's only going to be these cannon minions that really have anything to say about it. Torty, finally, his health bar taking a little bit of a nosedive, but they're not even allowing this cannon minions to even hit the turret, sorry. They're just catching it outside of the turret range, and there's no real engage through it either, Final Boss, because of how easy it is for Elysium to just peel back and turtle up.
Yeah, finally the Mel does go bot side to try and create a second threat so that they can try and push another lane. Because if it was only the mid lane, it was going to be very difficult for them to even find another place to try and get value out of this Baron buff push. The thing is that I'm not sure if it's going to be enough to find an angle for them to reach the base. And that's really the main difficulty here. If it's going to be able to open up the base or not, it's really depending on if this wave can reach the turret. And I'm not sure if it's going to be able to.
It looks like no way, at least, we're able to put some pressure on in this bot lane, as you were saying. Duddy Brains kindly staying off vision for the time being, catching Caitlyn walking way too far. Boots and Boots, where are you going to, my friend? Caught out in the middle of absolutely nowhere. There is maybe going to be a jungler traded back in response. The GA has already been popped here for Duddy Brains. A little bit early on the CC, but still going to be able to get that kill back at the very least. But ages before this soul spawns, and with 10 seconds left on the Baron as well, there's no real threat towards the base. An amazing denial here of nearly everything by Elysium. They pushed out their side waves incredibly well. Look at how far that top lane has now pushed on its own accord as well. Bot lane finally got pushed in by Final Boss, but this Baron push has done basically nothing.
Yeah, Baron buff is already down. They have the minion wave pushing on the top side that you were mentioning, and they took down the most crucial champion to try and attempt a push. If the Caitlyn is down, it's very difficult to actually commit to pushing into the base, and that's exactly what ends up happening. Now, it's a game where the next dragon will kind of define everything. 1 minute for the next dragon, and it's important to see timers for the summoners for every champion. Caitlyn, no summoner. Mel, no flash. And on the other side, you have flash on Wukong, flash on Sion, flash on the Jhin, flash on the Ahri. Every important member has a flash for this next potential fight.
Yeah, and that is absolutely huge around this fight, because this is the soul for both teams, right? This is where the buck finally stops for both sides. It's either a 4 Drake Cloud Soul for Elysium, or it's the mixture of everything that Final Boss have put themselves into. The Drake stacking early on was absolutely amazing as we could keep fighting over this mid-pro. Final Boss slightly winning things out, but because they weren't able to utilize that Baron effectively, they don't have the waves to really guarantee it. They don't have the super minions in mid to guarantee this push. And now Elysium showing they don't really care about as much about the setup. They care much more about threatening onto the base right now. The sides are basically flipped around, and Zoran is forced to just go in for the engage. Q3 going to connect onto Turbo Flyer, but that's Turbo Flyer. He does not take damage. The Crescent guy is nice, and Becca is taking incredibly low, barely surviving on the Nami, forced right out of the fight. Person Boots still hanging on though, and getting charmed. Deception gets 2 on the way back. Zoran taken out as well. Starburrito, the Starman for his team. No way, gets a double kill though, getting good golden as well.
Killed himself
onto the Ahri. It's going to be a battle of the tanks to finish things off, as it's now literally support and tank versus jungler and tank. Turbofly and Torty so incredibly tanky. But what can Zoran do to turn this one around? Relic's the one that's caught out, and that might just be enough to at least claim Soul for Final Boss. Maybe even a little bit more. Turbofly, I'm sure these tanks definitely take damage, right, guys? These tanks take damage? Correct? Are we taking damage on these tanks? Can we just ignore the Scion and go to the Drake? That looks like that's what Zoran wants to be doing, because these guys don't take damage.
It's amazing how in a fight where they find the Caitlyn so early on, the Jhin walks in blindly, gets knocked up. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. It should be a free dragon. They have smite, and the Scion does not.
They do have smite, but I'm still slightly scared because Scion damage is Scion damage at the end of the day. He is pesky. He's starting to run out of mana, and that might honestly be enough to turn this fight around. The Forge God is going to be called a very late smite. He lost. He doesn't have smite. Oh my god, he claims it with the Forge God. Why did he not have smite?
That's something that shouldn't have happened at all. The Scion shouldn't even be a problem for that, but at the end of the day, they do get the dragon, I guess. That's still valuable enough. The problem is that I'm not even sure if that can win you out the game at this point. With how everything has been going, if you make another mistake like that, that can still be just enough for you to last the game. The game is now at 43 minutes. The soul already collected. And once again, Flash is about to come up for important members. Now it's going to be Mel and the Caitlyn having Flash, or about to have Flash, and the other side not having Flash on Star Burrito or Reckoning.
Yeah, and that's a huge swing of things. But for right now, if the Baron is started by either side, no one will have those flash. I think I would favor Elysium because their flash are a much longer cooldown. If they can force a fight around the Baron, then maybe we're talking a different picture. But then again, they have a Jhin. It's much more difficult to force that fight when the enemy team doesn't feel quite as threatened, as an ace in the hole is going to get a whole bunch of gold. I want to see how much he gets from that first strike. 81 on a first strike is disgusting. He doesn't need it. He already has 6 items. But it does look nice in the overall feed as Puss and Boots keeping that mid pressure up, and that will be the Baron now likely headed over to final boss. Able to push out
gets flashed really quickly.
Yeah, this is not going to last long at all. Puss and Boots is going to absolutely tear through this, but they may look to turn off instead. Looking for the TPing Scion. I'm sure that this Scion is going to take damage. Dirty Brains the other side definitely does.
Oh,
take
great
damage.
ulti there.
Stop onslaught in. Star Burrito not back by the Crescent Guard, and Zoran doing an amazing job forcing out the Zonyas early on, but it's the Jhin in the backline who's completely untouched. Finally, Torty going to get rid of him, as Star Burrito in the front lines was dashing around effectively 1 versus 4. Dirty Brains incredible, just hanging on to his GA. He's going to stay alive for the time being, but final boss, knowing they've won this fight, looking to press their advantage while it's still here, trying to push these guys further and further back. Elysium on the back foot right now. They still have a jungler they can still try to contest, but they have no Ahri for the next 40 seconds.
They have no Ahri, they have no ultimate on the Wukong either, so it's a situation where they can try and maybe look for it. Oh, the Caitlyn got rooted.
It got rooted! I don't know where he took damage from, but Puss and Boots has been deleted by Reckoning, and they had to pull off the Baron down to like nearly 0 HP as well. Turbofly very close to getting that kill, almost accidentally, no way. Turn around, try and get rid of this Scion, but the Scion is an absolute pain in the backside, stabbing him over the wall with the unstoppable onslaught. As we look to the right-hand side of the fight, the Jhin finally caught onto here by Zorin, but there's no way who's caught on the top side, deleted by Dirty Brains. Now battle of the jungles, battle of the tanks once more, but there is a Karma here to try and turn the tides. Torty down to 1,000, trying to hang on, but surely he will go down. Eventually the Ornn will fall. The Forge God is no more, and it's 30 seconds on the nearest respawn time. It's only Zorin up against 3, and unfortunately for him, Star Burrito has also respawned. The mid wave started to push forward. The Baron, the bot lane also pushed all the way, and they got the inhib somehow. I don't know when that happened. I think Turbofly was pushing that bot lane ages ago. It's already got all the way through to the inhib, and Zorin has well to go up against. Puss and Boots is going to be respawning soon. The mid inhib certain to fall. Top inhib likely to go down as well. The minions have been doing God's work for Elysium this game. They've been keeping their waves in such good state. It's a triple inhib, but it's not an end just yet. Puss and Boots spawns just in time to stop the end from happening. But how do you play against triple inhib?
It's triple in him. The thing is that they do have the Mel and the Caitlyn still. That's still a good pair to try and put a stop to some of the pushes, just because they do have enough damage right now. And we need to remember it's 46 minutes, 47 minutes into the game. That means that 6 items completed for almost everyone. At this point, it's going to be really crucial to how they want to fight it out. Baron buff could be a difference maker, but it's not a super quick Baron buff by Elysium. At this point, they can take it down pretty effectively, but I'm not sure how quick will it be if it gives enough time for a final boss to come here and put a stop to it, or if they will have enough time to be able to take it down as quickly as possible.
Yeah, they're too far away. Even with a Jhin, plenty of damage to get through this Baron, as everyone else going to be stepping up, and they will claim it finally with a smite on a key objective. Thank you, Duddy, for doing that for me. My sanity is somewhat saved, somewhat salvaged by that play, as now triple inhib plus Baron. The end feels incredibly light. Unless final boss can find one hell of a team fight, surely they can't pull the weight back from this one. Turboflyer standing on the front lines, these tanks so important throughout this whole game. How do you deal with the Scion at this point in the game?
Well, I think there's a similar question to ask about this Ornn. He's really, really tanky. It really depends on if you can blow up one of the carries on the back really quickly, or if they are going to be able to escape there. It's only one minion wave still pushing in. Now the second one is going to come through, and then the last one over on the side. but it's taking them a little bit longer to be able to have all these waves coming in. Finally, they are pushing in together, and Reckoning trying to stand up on the
Burrito
side,
very
trying
low.
to push damage.
Hold
Yeah,
on,
too much
Burrito
damage.
has to take a base here. He has no TP. He went Ignite for the lane. He's going to be ages before this. He can really even be here. It means that Elysium just kind of have to stand around and stare. They can send out the curtains, sure, but there's a way to stop that from really doing all it really wanted to. As
See, that's actually worth it.
an Ornhorn through as well. I mean, the Ornhorn bait out, pretty impressive. And now
And Tidal Wave as well. Tidal Wave was used as well in the process, so it's 2 teamfight ultimates down just for the Jhin ulti in this situation. Yeah, actually really good for them. Oh, they are controlling the Psy, and Psy is falling low.
Might actually take damage. Hold on, Turbofly down to 2,000. Getting destroyed by Bus and Poots.
Oh,
The
Charmin.
Shadow is absolutely huge onto Zorin, taking half
Good
HP,
Wukong.
holding his way back up. But there is the Wukong, absolutely Dudley Brains flying into the fight. Zorin incredibly low, has a GA, could take a death here, but doesn't want to take it for free. Instead, just going to fall on the backline as it's Torty who's been taken down first. Zorin forced to just engage at this point, but no more Crescent Guard and no more play for him. Deleted with a full shot, and that will be the Nexus falling after 49 minutes. Elysium, it takes twice as long as it normally does for them, but finally they get map 1 on the board after an absolute barnstomper of a game 1.
50-minute game. They find the right team fights at the end there, and it looked like there was a good opportunity for Final Boss to pull it off, to pull the victory there with some of the team fights they were doing, and also the fight that just netted them, the soul, the Cloud Soul. It looked like maybe that could have been the nail to finally turn down on what Elysium were trying to do, but wasn't enough. Elysium just find better fights, better ways to moving around. And I think in that last fight, crucial that both the Ornn ultimate and the Nami ultimate were down. 2 really big ultimates that could define a game completely down just for the Jhin ulti. And they pay the price for that.
Yeah, massive price to pay using 2 ults for 1. And Bus and Poots unable to bring things over the line. We saw him doing damage to Turboflyer eventually there, but it just was not quite enough to cut through that insanely tanky Scion. Insanely tanky on as well, to be fair to Torty, but just not quite enough. As these tanks, look, their damage numbers are ridiculous. They got 1,000 damage per minute as tanks. Grow up.
Yeah, they were hitting each other quite a bit.
Yeah, well, that's fair. They were hitting each other quite a bit, but they were
Scion survived.
Team fights.
I think Xin Zhao was the one that survived the most. 87,000 damage
insane.
denied. That's actually a lot, yeah.
For all the weird damage things that we see, like I wonder how much mitigated damage there was as the CC score as well. Insane for both top laners expected when they go as tanky as they were, but we're going to need a while to recover from that one, I think, TDS. I would like to take maybe an hour-long break, but I don't think we're going to have quite that long. Elysium going to be flying straight back into Game 2 after a short little break, as we're going to have to take our time to digest whatever the hell just happened.
Yeah, pretty much.
And I've been chillin', watching the ocean with you. Baby, up with a slow motion crew. And we up in our cloudlands when people change, but not us. And we just chillin', kicking it, kissed by the sun. Could be soaked to the skin in the monsoon. I know she got the good vibes when seasons change, but we're the same. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding. Even if my jokes aren't funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding.
Welcome back, everyone, to the series between Elysium and Final Boss Esports. I hope you guys have had enough time to recover, because I can guarantee that we certainly haven't. But we're straight back into things at any rate. Elysium with a barn stomper of a game one, as they now look to press their advantage in this series. TDS, have you got anything to aid this one? Because it was a crazy game one we had.
Yes. It was really chaotic. It's difficult to really call it out as anything else apart from that, but I think this game should be equally good as well in the way that they played. There's going to be a lot of differences, obviously, the fact that we're going to have different champions in general. So I'm kind of curious how they're going to respond to it, because it does affect a lot of the dynamics. For example, if your bot lane doesn't auto win by virtue of how they're playing with their champions, or if the top lane is not just a slugfest between tanks, how much does the game change with that? And I'm kind of curious how much is going to impact it.
Yeah, I'm interested to know what the missed ban there for Final Boss. They don't have any bans against them. It's an ambassador ban. Okay, wonderful. Oh
Okay.
yeah, I see it now. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. Now the word is there. It suddenly clicked in my mind. Oh yeah, the word is there. Thank you. Elysium going to be drafting a Zarhen as their first choice here. That's not their first time they've gone towards a Zarhen, but not all too common in this elo to just slam a Zarhen on one.
True, not the most typical thing, but having the Zahin does give you that potential of the revive. You have a lot of value in terms of the heal that you get, and it does mean that the way that you play against him does change a little bit in terms of if he goes jungle or top lane, so the flex potential there can be really ideal. Then on the other side, picking the barriers, a champion that is quite strong with the potential to play either attack speed or poke. Poke is usually the most popular form of playing barriers, but this one is not necessarily a bad choice to go for here. The thing is that without the Karma, the other pair that usually goes with this Barris is an Eco. So if they opt into the Barris here, could be an Eco pick just to follow up with the poke potential and the amount of value that he brings with it, or a tank to just have lock up or lockdown to be able to follow up with the poke as well. It's the buy though, point and click CC, not a bad choice.
Not a bad choice at all, though. I personally would like to wait as the buy to see if there's anything I could really use that CC on. I feel like when it isn't guaranteed to be on a useful target, if they're too slippery to really get onto on the enemy team, it can almost fall a little bit flat. We'll have to see how Elysium want to be picking around things to get into this one here. A couple of seconds left. They're going to go with the Yunara, so hyper carry for the Vi to target, giving a very obvious choice if Final Boss do intend to pull that trigger, but at the same time, we expect that target to be very well protected. And, well, I mean, when you see Yunara, instantly to the forefront comes the Lulu, right?
Yeah, pretty consistent champion. Usually the Yunara also brings a support that can buff her up as much as possible, so Lulu is the option that typically goes there. Perfectly fine bot lane pairing. The thing is that if you're opting with the Yunara Lulu here, if it ends up being a poke bot lane on the other side with a Barris and an Eco if she does come through, it is quite bothersome to try and deal with it early on because the poke can become unbearable at certain points. But this is a great bot lane duo to have for late game fights. And then also, if you have enough lockdown and enough possibility to allow for this Yunara to move around freely, she can just completely take over fights. It's gonna be fun seeing what the last pick here is gonna be for the red side, and it's gonna be the Thresh instead. So not the typical poke bot lane. This does mean that if you lock down someone, if you're able to get the hook onto one of the members, they may more than likely die, because the amount of damage that the Barris has and the way that the Thresh works where they have a lot of lockdown may make it difficult for them to escape.
Yeah, this is a lot more of like a champ pool thing than an ideal meta type thing, right? As is so prevalent in BOL Premier, it's a lot less about what would be amazing in an ideal theoretical world. This is a lot more focused in reality. And in reality, Becca, name tag root, like she really enjoys playing hook champs and she really enjoys playing enchanters. Unfortunately, Nico doesn't really fall under either category, so it's not something that she has played a lot of. I think the lack of experience may be leading in to why they've ended up going for the Thresh, though I wonder if that tips the hand as well as to which way this Varus builds potentially.
Yeah, it could be a choice where they're focused more on the potential to be able to burst someone down. If it was something else, maybe another like buff champion or buffing support like Lulu to try and buff up the bears, I would have seen maybe the idea of going for the attack speed, but with the Thresh, I kind of feel like it's pretty much decided that it's going to go the lethality route, and it's going to be able to just burst the champion out right now. The good thing though for the lethality virus as well, if they opt into that route, is that there's no real tank on the side of Elysium, right? So if they don't opt into a tank right now, that means that blowing up any target is going to be quite easy to be able to pull it off at the end.
Yeah, and another tank being banned away by Elysium as well during the second rotation. The Malphite taken out of things. Aurora looking like the hover so far. We'll see if that gets locked in. But on the other side, Final Boss banning away Xerath, banning away Lux. Heavy focus on mid. Headed into this second rotation of picks. Just that one counter realistically that Elysium don't fancy playing into a Malphite. Final Boss, of course, going to be taking their mid on 4. No reason to take their top line in a situation such as this. Happy to take something so dependable as the Hui has become in recent months. I had to see what Elysium want to be taking into it. Nothing that sticks out, obviously, as a very solid counter, but I'm sure they'll have plenty of options, plenty of pocket picks that they'll be ready to pick up after their Lux and their Xerath both been taken away. That is their next 2 highest prior picks, at least for Star Burrito, that have been denied.
I'm pretty consistent mid lane again, by the way. Mel and Ari were pretty standard picks in the previous one. This time around, big turn Wei. Funnily enough, I saw a similar matchup yesterday on another league. I saw the Wei losing out really early on, but then as the game went on, when there was more lockdown, his poke and the full burst potential on the team fight was really, really useful. So having 2 poke champions that are able to benefit from a lot of lockdown on their side are going to be quite strong, especially against champions like the Yunara, like the Victor, that don't necessarily have a ton of mobility. Maybe Yunara a little bit more, but the Victor is not a huge mobility champion. But the Zac can do a similar thing here, because Wei and Varus are not a huge mobility champions that can escape easily from just the engage of the Zac.
Yeah, and this is something that was banned away in Game 1. For fear of it coming through. Not banned in the second rotation this time around. As now Final Boss looking towards his final pick. Going to play it a bit safer than potentially someone in chat was hoping for here. Taking that Poppy. There's a fair few dashes on the other side of things. The Zahi and the Zac. Very easy mitigation there. And that tank form on the top side. And then, potentially, if you can catch the Yunara off guard, can't even use the ult dash to get out to safety. So Final Boss, a very solid top pick there to finish things out for their draft. Who do we fancy heading into Game 2 here? I think both sides look quite nice.
So I think it's actually kind of an opposite situation to the previous game, where I think the late game feels much better for the side of Elysium in that sense, right? Because they do have like the late game champions, they have the scaling to try and go with that. And then on the other side, you have a bit of an earlier spike that they can try and play with. 1.5 item poke Barris is much stronger than 1.5 item Yunara will do. But it's also a situation where if they can get the snowball rolling, I can see the side of Final Boss just spiking really strongly and being able to win the game out just by that, by virtue of getting the pick and then killing a champion really quickly and then moving after that as much as possible. The other thing they do have in their favor is that Poppy being able to deny the engage from the Zac and to a certain degree from the Zahin if he wants to go in. It's actually quite good. Really, really effective measure to try and deal with that. And without the second engage, it's not like any other champion has any other way to really force a fight after that. But then you do have to worry about the Yunara and the Victor. Like, those 2 champions can just completely disrupt fights, win you the game just based off of their damage and the amount of damage that they deal in the long run. And if they reach the late game, they may be too strong to deal with.
Yeah, and an important thing as well to point out, we have I've just had a look over at our client draft, which is going on in the background. It is going to be Mango, who has joined onto Elysium. So they swapped out their junglers. And this is the guy who was like disgustingly strong as Zac. I talked about it earlier. He's played 14 games in solo queue and has a 13 KDA. That just does not happen.
Bad. True, not bad. Certainly a comfort pick that you have to worry about, it seems. So at this time around, at the very least, we have to see how they're going to perform with it. But if they are able to pull it off here with the Zac, it's probably going to be off the backer of their jungler just running the show all around the map.
Yeah, though, of course, top lane can be that much more difficult to engage on. Thresh as well, very good disengaging against the Zac, but we'll have to see how much impact he's going to have against all this annoying peel-back champions that Final Boss have. The final engage might not be all too easy to commit on, but the peel-back can be very annoying, especially all this range the Final Boss possess. We'll have to see how well they're able to use things as they head onto the Rift for game number 2. We'll take a short little break right now for our spec delay, and we'll be back when the Rift is ready for game 2.
seat you by the fire. Listen, listen. There's something I must confide. I know I said that it'd be fine. I know I made it look like it'd be alright. But I think I learned my lesson, and I'm not gonna let you out of my sight. You can call me killer, 'cause I'll bring you to the light. And it might taste bitter when you're answering to God. You can call me killer as you look into my eyes. Nothing but a sinner. You won't get away this time. You won't get away this time. You won't get away this time. You won't get away. You can call me killer, 'cause I'll bring you to the light. And it might taste bitter when you're answering to God. You can call me killer as you look into my eyes. Nothing but a sinner. You won't get away this time. 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 You won't get away this You won't get away. You can call me killer, 'cause I'll bring you to the light. And it might taste bitter when you're answering to God. You can call me killer as you look into my eyes. Nothing but a sinner. You won't get away this time.
welcome everyone back onto the Rift for Game 2 in what has been a crazy series through one game so far. Elysium winning out an absolute barn stomper in the first. Final boss looking to strike back if they possibly can. The final boss swapping around their junglers, bringing in Mango to the forefront, and that could well be the difference maker in this one, because his Zac is absolutely legendary. We'll have to see how much impact he has, though. Up against the Thresh, up against Poppy. Some very good mitigation in there for Final Boss. As the lane's about to get started, and Busim Poots, I think most importantly, has gone PTA.
Yeah, gonna have here a little bit of an interesting adaptation in terms of what they're gonna go for in some of these positions. So it's gonna be attack speed Barris if he goes for PTA here. Well, there's still a chance that he maybe poke Barris, just that whenever like he gets the attack back, he uses that to stack up the passive and then use the lethality. But it's an interesting adaptation. Usually you don't see that if it's the lethality Barris. Still, for how the game started, both junglers once again starting on the top side. This may mean that once again bot side may be the focus for both of them, trying to get as much as possible for both of their bot laners. And already with this fight, Poppy actually getting quite a bit of value.
Yeah, a lot of value, especially off the buckler, right? That passive providing a whole bunch of shielding, the ability to have some ranged hits here and there. Torty doing a very good job trading early on with this Zarhen. Has lost out on the level 1 prio, though. Is going to have to see that in the top lane, as everyone else has already hit level 2 across the Rift. So it was just that Poppy who was a little bit behind for a second, able to catch things up very, very swiftly as Rue going to go fishing, but not going to land a hook this time around. Reckoning standing so far forward. Very aggressive positioning here from the Yanara in this early lane phase. Is also very aggressive is the Zarhead as well on top side. Top lane not playing on as many tanky champions as they were in game 1, but still playing right on the edge to start things off.
Yeah, trying to fight it out as much as possible. Certainly not similar to that first game where both of them could have survived longer just because of how the tanks work with each other, but still a fun interaction. And then in each lane, bot lane still trying to push around as much as possible. The Yunara doing a really good job trying to force a little bit more onto the Varus, but the Vi is about to calm down here, and there's a good chance that we may see a flash attempt by Rooks to try and force the play here.
Yeah, could have a look for things, as it is the same side jungling that we would expect. So both sides going down to the bot lane once more, even though top lane is that much more volatile than it was in game 1. Going to be both guys headed down towards here. Looks like Mango happy to seed the bot crab early on, though, realizing the push is not in his favor. Instead, it's Torty on the top side, who is the one under some real threat. The wave in his favor is doing a lot to try and get Turbo Flyer that little bit lower, but unfortunately now caught on the wrong side of the rift after heroically charging towards a minion, and that is just first blood every single day of the week. There was no escape from that one. Realized it, caught the wave, and then had to just take their death with a little bit of respect shown.
Yeah, not much they could have done in that position, and much what they could have tried and attempted there. But at the end of the day, it's a good first blood that they are able to get. Yeah, Zac, I'm more than likely sure that it's not going to work out there. Good move there by Wei to try and deny the potential from the gank to happen through in that position. But it's important to see that now with that advantage, what can this Ahin do?
Yeah, hasn't been able to spend that gold just yet, but has TP. So whenever he gets that base off, I'm sure Turbofly will be looking for a very aggressive play to try and make the most of that early gold that he has injected into himself. Still, even without it, in an amazing place, stacking that passive very effectively. Has a small level advantage as well. So looks like Zoran has made his way up to the top side, ignoring his second respawn of camps to go looking for this play. And unfortunately, it's so difficult to even look for it. The flash heroic charge taking him the complete wrong direction. Turboflyer with a nice flash to match it. And Zoran, I feel like that you maybe could have realized the play was already doomed from before that, flashing to try and follow, and now as a result likely to get met either on his Raptors or his Raptors just going to be stolen away from his Mango looking for an invade.
It's double flash actually burned for both of them. So in reality, what the Sahin is able to accomplish there, and now even the Zac, if he can get a fine position here, could end up being really detrimental for the Wei. But the value of what Turbofly is able to do here, it just takes so much pressure off of the map in general for the rest of the team. And it means that now, even if they want to go for any other play, they just simply don't have the tools for it. Yeah, Zac.
Let's just gank mid by myself, he says, as it's going to force a flash out. Flash or flash there in mid. Zoran turns up after realizing his Raptors have been taken away from him on that respawn camp. So all things aside, is now, I guess, 2 for 3 flashes overall. Is a great hook, as you say, death sentence on towards Reckoning. Just needs an arrow to pierce through the Yanara's heart, and then Buss and Boots can take a lantern back to the safety of Vru's Thresh. An amazing play there by the support to get that pick for their side. Reckoning also burning Flash in that play. I guess that makes it 3 for 3 now across the rift, as Flash is just getting burned all over the place. But somewhere who doesn't have a Flash is this top lane, and Torti is stuck up in a very difficult place indeed. Turboflyer still has a Grim Deliverance, but it's just going to stack up his passive instead. Again, damage. Oh my god, the passive stacking. Almost double damage there as a result of the extra AD. And Torti had no idea what hit them.
Yeah, the burst was just simply way too much there, and the Sahin really carrying the weight for the team right now because of what is happening on the other side of the map. The bot lane, really bad. The fact that Reckoning has been such a liability in the sense that he gets picked up very easily in multiple situations. Like in the previous game, he even died as a Jhin when he was in a 1v1 situation, in a 1v2 situation where there didn't need to anything to happen at all. This time around, gets hooked, dies immediately, barely does anything, and he just feels like he can be very easily picked if he's not careful enough. But the fact that on the other side of the map, you have this Ahin that is so far ahead, that is really strong, and that can put so much pressure onto the Poppy, and later on onto the Varus as well.
Torti,
it's
what?
the most
How are we mid? How are we mid on this timer right now? Flash away from the spiraling despair. The Poppy turns up. Should eventually be able to get this kill, surely yet. Level 6 also now ticked up for the mid laner, who is now at a full level worth of XP across all the solo lanes. But just turns up mid and decides, you know what? I fancy a free gank. I think I can get this kill. And somehow it works to perfection, though I guess no play might disagree. Because he died.
Hey, he gets a kill. That's what matters. He gets a kill there.
Also
to try and fight back on this Ahin and this Flash as well. But with no Flash, I think no way disrespecting a lot of what the power from the Victor can end up being. And in that position, you just have to be ready to be able to respond, because if not, you can just be victim to that sort of play. And it's not like Sahin particularly losses out on anything, because he still gets a push in the top lane. He still is ahead in terms of CS to this Poppy, and he's still doing way too much damage than the Poppy can take.
Yeah, this is unsustainable levels of damage taken right now for Torti. Just trying to survive, honestly, their way up towards, I would assume, a Fimbulwinter in the near future. But before then, Winter has to approach, and it doesn't feel like it's coming soon enough for Torti in this top lane. Getting absolutely destroyed right now. Turboflyer not going to dive the turret just yet with Grim Deliverance the second. But level 8 versus level 6, really putting this Poppy through the paces.
Yeah, just has the better advantage there to be able to fight it out. He's gonna back here in this position, which I think it's a smarter choice. You can still stack up your lead as long as you keep the control in that way. And if you don't give up any kills, you're still gonna find a lot of value in that position. In the other side of the map, you see the big turn on the way pretty close together. And then the bot lane is really the one that has the biggest CS deficit, apart from the Star Burrito. Wait.
Oh, indeed. Star Burrito caught. Has a nice gravity well, though, to try and turn things around. Draws from below, get a double stun, and that's no way going to pick up the first kill of this fight. The second kill goes back to the Mango Man himself, but he's going to hop his way out of this one. The Drake going to go over to final boss. First Drake once more on this timer, going to go down, but this time it won't just be both objectives taken by the final boss. Instead, it will be Mango trading things out on the top side.
Yeah, understanding that at this timing, it was very difficult to actually try and force a fight on the bot side, especially after losing the picture. You do have to see...
Okay, that was a hook that connected. Relix taken down to 300 HP, instantly deleted by a hail of arrows from the sky. I don't know how this play has even worked out. I don't know how this play has even started out, but Reckoning uses a cleanse, and it still counts for absolutely nothing. Buss and Poots and Root absolutely running this bot lane right now. Oh my god, why is that a crit cloak on Varus?
It's the power of the attack speed barriers, it looks like, because I think this just means that it's going to be... I think that just goes into one of the attack speed items, if I'm not wrong.
Is this
eventually? Could be, actually. So, unless they go for the... Yeah, it is. At the end of the day, it is. They are going for that. So, interesting. So, it is going to be crit barriers, not attack speed forced barriers, which I don't think it's a bad choice either. But especially with how the bot lane has been working, it's trying to just get the maximum amount of maybe damage with that. I'm not sure if that would be the maximum amount of damage in reality, but probably just trying to see if it can work similar to the Kaylin as, Toasty again. Yep.
Oh, he even started to charge up the Poppycop to 2. It's going to go to 15-second cooldown, so have it when he respawns at the very least. But Turboflyer absolutely running over this top lane right now, as it's going to be Becker and Buster Boots. They're running over the bot lane as well. Real difference in this game. Actually coming through the mid jungle right now, where it feels like Mango's had a smaller advantage of that kill and the assist compared to just the assist on Zorin. Very even as well in terms of farm. And then Star Burrito with that extra kill for the 3rd death already of No Hui, who has been playing very aggressively so far on a champion to be so immobile. Have a look at the overall goal differences. There it is, especially through mid. The Victor up at 500.
Yeah, the good thing is that he has flash now, once again. So at the very least, you know that he can escape the next attempt at ganking him that happens in the near future. But the problem is that mid lane and top lane are working much better now for the side of Elysium, where yes, the bot lane is suffering horribly. But I'm not sure if it's going to be enough of a lead where it really matters, because one of the things to play with Barris is that he's an immobile carry. So if you're able to get on top of him with something like a sack, or if
you can get on top of the Victor with something like the Vi, then that works as well. Spiring Despair and a beautiful Vi, I think that was a flash QR combo there from Zorin. Yes. So burning the once in every 5-minute summoner, but I'm sure he's going to be typing worth in all chat if that's even questioned. Star Burrito has to just take his own 3rd death of the game. Now it's mid laners matching scorelines at 2, 3, and 1.
Yeah, the important timing there, really good amount of damage there, but they're trying to force so much here, and I'm just sure that Turboflyer wants to keep on this fight because the sack is coming as well in the process. Teleport back in, by the way.
That is a crazy TB, showing a lot of respect.
By the
way. He's still going to go for it. Over the top goes the Mango Man, as it's going to be Turboflyer falling down to start things off. Flashing forwards after landing the Protobelt damage is going to finish off the Poppy in top lane. Mango not going to have anything else to deal there. Okay, Hex to work about Protobelt. Same difference. Okay, Pop Tart. It's the same thing.
Protobelt.
As bot lane might be arguing something a little bit different, as this is not the same thing. It's a new day, but maybe the same thing happening as they're forced right the way back from this turret. Unfortunately for Person Poots, is going to tank up a turret shot because the minion wave got pulled way out of the turret range, but just forced to take an awkward base here as Reckoning no cleanse. Half HP, forced into a really awkward decision, just going to take himself back to relative safety, catch the rest of the wave.
I'm pretty sure they're not going to be able to do anything else apart from that. But they get too much value out of the turret, or the bot lane turret getting so much gold down there. They're still in the lead by 1k gold. Pretty much, I'm pretty sure it's all concentrated on that bot side. But in general, the fact that they are so far ahead, they may kill the Lulu here again.
Hook. I mean, landing hooks, it's a fact made in heaven, absolutely. The box now thrown in. Reckoning flashes over it.
What is the plan there?
Die? I think that was the plan.
Yeah, like the problem is that, yes, you may have a good lead in the top side, but with the shotdown they got on the way, it's still like able to be managed out. And the problem here is that Barris, yes, you can kill him very easily if you get on top of him because he's not a mobile carry. But the problem is that if he gets fed enough that can be evaded, that doesn't really matter. That's a huge problem in and of itself. Like the fact is that you cannot keep on giving free gold for the Barris just because you want to force a fight.
Hold on. Gonna have to cut you off here because that is a very dead-looking Poppy. Torty already using his steadfast presence meant that Mango start to charge up the elastic slingshot, will be able to get that kill, and even worst case scenario there for Turbofly, if he ended up falling, could have used the passive version of the GA to stay alive, as it's going to be Mango cleaning up the wave underneath, forcing another one under the turret, and unfortunately Torty tried to make the play work. Turbofly gets incredibly low, but not enough at the end of the day, and as soon as you use that steadfast presence of Zach, he feels it. It's a visceral reaction. He must go in at that moment.
Yeah, the problem is that Barris already has 2 items completed at this point of the game. He went for Phantom Dancer, so that's a little bit extra movement speed that he gets, but like the problem here is that, once again, like I'm pretty sure killing the Poppy is great and all, but at this point of the game, does Poppy give you more gold than the 2 kills that they are getting down there in the bot side? Because she's 1 and 5, so I think the gold div is much more in favor of the side of Final Boss. And then Bear is having 2 items to just the 1.5 item on both the sack and the Zahin. It's not necessarily a big div that you can play around with. So it's just very difficult to see who's actually at the right lead here apart from the gold lead. And the Barriers really is the one that you have to be focusing on. If he gets killed very quickly, how does a fight look for a Final Boss? And if he actually gets to survive, who can actually carry the fight in Elysium?
Yeah, well, I think it's going to have to almost be Turbofly to carry that fight, but we'll have to see if it's even allowed to happen because we're getting engaged on once again a mid-flash over the wall from Buss and Poots. It's nice to confirm that kill. Reckoning had a cleanse, but it doesn't
this
get
game
it
is
out
doomed.
of that one. You can't cleanse an arrow to the face. As we go back to topside, it's a solo kill for Torty 2K as well. It's a catastrophe across the rift. Elysium goes 0 for 3 in what was just an inexplicable play, and now Mango's just flying in to try and catch the wave, but he's going to at least...
but he's dead.
Burst
He
of
just
Boots
gets
going to
bursted.
delete him under the tower. One more shot should do it, and he's going legendary. It's an 8-kill Varus already. I think the only downside is that it's a crit Varus. That's my personal opinion. We'll have to see if that's any use, as we are not going to question that one. Severing Bolt from the sky, going to trade that one out at the very least. Star Burrito flashing during that play. Zoran flashing during that play. They trade themselves out 1-for-1. No Hui picks up an extra kill.
At the very least, getting the kill back into the Vi, meaning that you get some gold back into your pockets, but this game is completely out of control now for Elysium. Before, there was some slight things that you can do. At this point, you're completely getting owned by the Varus. He's just completely dominating you, laughing at your face while he's killing you, and a lot of the fault from this comes from Reckoning and Relics. Both of them kind of just inted their laning phase, essentially, and dying there in that position. And then huge props to Rox, because pretty much every hook that they have thrown out has connected into a kill for the Varus. So you just have to give them the props for how they've been playing. And at this point in the game, it's finding a pick onto the Varus, killing him quickly enough that he cannot turn around a fight, and then from that, just try and win the fight from a 5v4 position. It feels like that's the only way for them.
Yeah, well, good luck getting into that type of position, especially now that Rue has a Locket of the Iron Solari, which has had so much value, I'm sure, already, with the shielding that it provides. Wouldn't be shocked if we get something like a Knight's Vow as well coming through later, as Turbofly looking to try and get something going back in the top side. Has an item advantage over Torty 2K, who does have boots, does have tier, so it makes sense. He's a little bit delayed in getting towards this first item spike, but when he doesn't have Sundered Sky, it means that the trading power much more in Turbofly's favor. And as such, we'll be able to keep the pressure on, even with that solo kill rather going against them before. Still able to keep pressing and should be able to get most of this turret down. If he can get Demolish off, that will do it. Even if he doesn't get Demolish off, that will apparently do it. It was Taunty going to send him flying, and we'll be able to clear the wave up that way instead.
Yeah, still able to escape there. Nothing much out of the ordinary happening. You get the turret anyway, so at the very least trying to find back some gold. It's still one for, like, the favor here. It's one turret in each side, but the huge value was obtained by the Varus down there when he got the first turret blood. And then it feels like a waiting game at this point, waiting for the next dragon to spawn, seeing if you want to try and fight out against the Varus in that position. He doesn't have flash, so this probably is one of the better moments to try and force onto him. But with the Thresh Lantern, if the Thresh can reposition himself, it may be too difficult to try and get on top of them.
Right, even if you do get on top of them, then you got to worry about a flay. You got to worry about a bot slowing it down afterwards. It's so difficult when you try and get onto an ADC who has a Thresh standing right next to them the whole time. Rue doing an amazing job of protecting their ADC as much as is humanly possible, and it's provided them an amazing lead in both games rather, through the early game. Unfortunately, unable to convert in game 1, but likely to do a little bit better in game 2. First 2 Drakes, once again going Final Boss's favor. Third one spawning in about 30 seconds or so. Final Boss not looking towards it so far. Instead trying to claim an objective on the top side. Instead, the Rift Herald has their attention. They should have time to rotate down after they claim Shelly on the top side. They're also going to get a top tier 1 as well thrown into the mix there. Torty going to finish that objective off, and then TP straight into bot side to help No Quay out. Love that macro decision. Not going to go to the base, doesn't have anything to buy. Instead, just going to go flying straight in, make sure No Quay has the help that he possibly needs, and then it's going to escape and set up this fight around the third Drake. Ocean Soul, not going to be the one for this one. We already have an Ocean Drake. Are we Chemtech? No, we're Hex Tech. My bad. There are Hex Rifts, Hex Gates all over the place. As we're looking for a change of corruption, going to land on Mango, but he got the dash over the wall to try and get most of the way out of there. Chunks massively on to the Zac, but not quite enough to get a kill. But absolutely.
Yunara is already out. Or Yunara had to flash and cleanse from one of the Way's abilities on the side, and then Mango losing his, or trying to run away.
Okay. That would be crazy. Okay, Gravity Well's huge here, actually. Torty silenced down as well.
Oh, the cancel there.
Yeah, You can't dash in as a Zac against the Poppy. That was always the issue. I think taking the Zac here is so risky. Already into Thresh, it doesn't look great. Now deleted by the Poppy, as it's basically the Zahen up against the world. Turbofly tries to do it all. Does get a 1,000 gold shot. Now still has his GA, by the way.
He's the one carrying this fight. No way.
He's 1v5 right now. No way. Finally going to put a fear out. And it has the fear of God struck into him by Turbo Flyer. They do get the Drake in the end. Hextech Soul, just one more Drake away, just 5 more minutes potentially from happening. But Turbo Flyer doing his best to stop that happening. He only had 1 item, by the way, but he's still doing things like that.
That is a miraculous teamfight win, and I'm 100% sure that Varus did not expect at all the damage that was going to come through, because he didn't even use Flash. He actually did not use anything to try and escape there, because he thought he was going to be alive at the very least at the end there. Poppy getting collapsed in here. I'm pretty sure she shouldn't be forced or die here. Steadfast Presence was used.
Pretty dead. Yeah, I mean, Steadfast Presence was trying to get out the elastic slingshot, but Mango read it perfectly, decided not to go towards it, and has a hits the Q, able to hit the ward to get the pullback this time around. He's still the trade, but hold on, Reckoning might be about to die to the Poppies. They tried to give the kill over to the Inara, but there's nowhere near enough damage on this champion on 1 item. And now the fight really starts to swing back around. TP in from Star Burrito to stop it from spiraling out of control. But the spiraling Spire potentially going to be used by No Way instead to even things back out. Great gravity one on top.
The re-engage.
Turning around. Chains Corruption going to land. The Zac taking very low indeed. Barely going to survive at that 100 HP before the passive would have been popped this time around. But Eli Mango, he has a camp to hit, and he's a Zac, so instantly back up to more than half HP.
Yeah, it's surprisingly enough, the Yunara, like we're mentioning, it's pretty useless at this point in the game. She's completely a non-factor in most of these fights. It's what the Sahin, what the Victor, what Eli Mango can do for some of these fights to try and turn them around. And the problem is that with the next dragon coming up, it's going to be Hextech Soul. That is great for the Varus if he's going more for the attack damage build instead of the lethality option. And then for Yunara, she may just get completely denied whenever they get the soul, because of the slow, it's going to be much more bothersome to try and deal with them. And she barely has any ways to try and escape, so she can just get killed very quickly. The thing, though, is that...
Stacks for Cull. Sorry to cut you off there. She still has
Cull. She's in a spot where she's really useless as a champion right now, so you have to wait way too long before she becomes a factor. The thing, though, is that we already see Sahin actually can carry this game. Like, he can really kill everyone if he gets the chance for it. I'm not sure if it's going to be a repeat of the previous fight, but he has everything in his pocket to be able to carry this game out.
Oh, absolutely. Now, bear in mind that was a 1-item fight that he had before. The triple kill is allowed to purchase the Sun of the Sky, and he's now incredibly close to a Death Dance as well, looking towards 3 items. If the difference between the first rake was the fact that your Zac got chunked out, you don't have to burn double sums. This time around, the difference is the fact that Turbo Flyer could potentially be at 3 items headed into things, and we saw what he could do on 1.
Yeah, that huge value that you can get there is really, really big. And then also, this fight started with the Zac having to essentially try and get in for the steal, get skilled immediately. What is a fight where the Zac actually is alive and he can use his full combo, he can get on top of the barriers, things like that as well. Those things can impact the fight as well in the coming minutes. And it's going to be important seeing how the set of Elysium play with that. But also, how safe can the barriers be kept? Because if the barriers dies, actually they lose out on way too much damage, and it's difficult for final boss to even fight around without the barriers. So it's going to be interesting seeing how they try and pull it off.
Oh, absolutely. That is a lot of their gold lead, right? Varus, very close to 4 items of crit already, which is a sentence that I wish to never say again. I'll be honest, I do have some trauma from crit Varus. This is not the first time I've seen the crit Varus. And the first time round, it did not work out. This time, I will admit, it's working better. But I feel like this gold could probably be invested very similarly on different items and maybe have a little more value, because the crit part of the Varus just doesn't really have the same impact, as that's a beautiful dodge away there from Eli Mango, barely escaping the death sentence that would have been laid down upon them. Still has flash,
they want to engage.
Still has a slingshot, but absolutely the engage looked for here by Zoran. Not able to be found just yet. Instead, going to Vault Breaker out to relative safety, but the wave still being contested right now. No way, plenty of wave clear to guarantee that is going to go in their favor 30 seconds before this Drake spawns.
Yep, able to try and magnify the value there by controlling the area on the mid lane, and then now having complete control over the brush inside of the river. That means that the Thresh has free way to try and get the hook down, He needs to connect it, but if he connects one, it's very difficult to try and escape there. Barris wants to connect the
Sweet
chains.
Oh my god, flash play instead. Okay, that's one way to ignore the hook being have to hit.
Wait, Barris.
Just go flash play, and then he hits the hook as well onto Star Burrito.
Barris, though.
Amazing fight, and it's Zorin who's doing the work.
Barris dead again.
It's going to be deleted. Okay, the Victor turns things around a bit from the grave with the Arcane Storm, and Turbofly now has free reign, but getting flown out of the fight. Floppycopter says, no thank you, we're not dealing with you right now, but still overall, Varus for Victor, I have to say, in some respects, this favors Elysium. They know this. They're looking to press their advantage. Turboflyer even trying to fly onto Zorin himself.
Oh, they get the hook.
Gonna connect, but still 2,000 HP, more than enough
Should
for
be a free
Turboflyer to
dragon.
tank this one out. And that should be the Drake, as you say, going over to Elysium. They're going to deny the soul, and with it being a Hextech soul, that is a huge soul to deny.
Yeah, but once again, this is the thing that we were talking about. Barris is a raid boss. Barris can kill your whole team if he gets the space. But that's the problem. He's not getting the space. So he gets on top of him very easily in that previous fight. And as soon as he gets on top of him, forces a flash out, forces a barrier out. Even with all that, they don't control the Zahin. They kill the Victor, yes, but the Gravity Storm is already out, as well as the Gravity Field. So there's no way to really put a stop to what the Victor already did. And Barris is getting stopped. That's how the team fight works much better for Elysium, because they control the only champion that can deal with the enemy team. And the other side, yes, you may lose the Victor, but he's not the main carry at this point. It's actually the Zahin, and he's getting free reign in a fight.
Absolutely. Able to run over the fight. And I think that might be some of the issue as well with going for that type of engage as the Thresh. If you go for your Flay so early on, that suddenly leaves your ADC in a very difficult position. Speaking of difficult positions, Relic's realizing how difficult that position very well could have been. Able to flash over the wall from away from the Vault Breaker this time. No use of the ultimate. They're going to be used by Zorin either. Just holding on for the time being with the Baron spawning 6 minutes ago on the top side, but now a little more contestable for both sides. Doesn't want to burst his ultimate all too quickly. Instead, is just going to desist and decide, you know what, not going to go for this time. The Lulu, who without a flash, not worth chasing under their tier 2 turret. Could be so many more around the corner, and just going to use a bit of discretion instead.
Just quickly, by the way, the Baron buff is a big threat for Elysium in the sense that they need to be ready just in case final boss wants to rush it. Because with a Varus, you can kill that Baron buff really, really quickly. It's one of those few AD carries where the single target damage on objectives is really high, and you have to be extra careful about giving the space for the Varus to just be in the Baron pit with 1 or 2 more members, because they can rush that objective really quickly.
They absolutely can, though. Crit Varus not known for existing, let alone for its damage on those objectives. It definitely can do that thing, right? The passive is still there, and that's the most of it, right? So while you're not doing the AP where you destroy someone's health in a team fight, with your Varus passive, you can still destroy those objectives. And I'm sure that Bursting Boots will be looking to do precisely that if the opportunity does arise. About halfway between Drakes right now, 2 minutes 30. Very soon to tick up on that timer. It feels like we're just in that kind of lull between these Drakes right now. No one wants to overcommit. Final boss, they know they have an advantage. They know they're in the lead. But they also know that advantage is still a little bit fragile.
Yeah, anything can happen in any of these fights, especially if you kill the Barriers once again, like we've seen multiple times. If they just give up that advantage in a fight, it just may be completely over for them. Or at the very least, they may lose an important objective after that. Though at this point, it feels like maybe they are waiting until the next couple of minutes for the next dragon to spawn. They still are 1 dragon away from having the soul in their favor, and with the soul, it's very easy for them to be able to just try and run down for a dragon, or try and force a fight, or try and play around the objective control much better, since they know that they will have the advantage with that. Also, Elder, oh, that was a glance. Yeah, that was a glance.
He just cleansed a cannon minion.
It's not Reckoning's game, sadly. It really isn't.
I'll maybe take that a step further. It's not been Reckoning's day so far.
Yeah.
Still has time to turn things around, right? We're still in game 2. If this does end up going to a third, has a whole game to turn things back around, or he could be carried through by Turboflyer, as looks to be the case so far in this game. Feels like that is the main way back into things for Elysium if they are to do so, but still, as I say, plenty of time to turn things around, but as of yet, not been a great time, but at least has been able to finish off his cull, right? Finishing off your cull before the enemy team gets soul, typically useful.
we'll also get a little bit more damage to try and deal with some of the tanks or some of the other members. So you need to have everything that you can have for the next fight, because in 1 minute it can really define the game. Everyone will have a flash though. All these summoners will be available except for Relix's flash and the cleanse from the Yunara, but everything else is available. And I think particularly for this game as Elysium, you want to have the flash from the Saiyan, not anything else, realistically. Maybe the flash from the sack as well, just in case. But everything else, it's kind of just an extra.
Yeah, I wonder if Final Boss even know about that cleanse going. Like, it's one of those things where
He used it in a minion wave.
He did, but like it doesn't. It's not like an obvious thing. If they weren't looking at the minion wave, there's no way to tell, right? We got lucky in some regards.
Yeah, it could be
that we got to see the cleanse as it happened. If there's no one Final Boss that saw it, it might not be as obvious of a threat as I mean, even throughout that. Rue's still fishing for those death sentences as they absolutely should. 10 seconds before this Drake is going to spawn. They're going to land it onto the Zahen, start things off, and that's a chain of corruption going nuclear, but it's wild growth. Into the backline they go. The pullback is huge. Bus and Pooch, though, surviving for the time being. Tutti as well, barely hanging on to life, and it's Reckoning diving into the backline.
What is Reckoning doing?
No, too far. Way too far. Flashing forward, Soberflyer.
There's a hint,
it's going to get the virus, but it is only a 1 for 2 to start things off, what with the Yunara falling by the wayside as well. Mango as well, forced to flash away, went into the passive form.
Dragon,
did just about survive, but as you say, the Dragon likely to be started at the very least here by Final Boss. They have the TB back from Torty at full HP after barely surviving the heroic charge to the wall. Really did turn that fight around in his team's favor, and now a Hextech Soul feels incredibly likely. Poppy in the back of the pit, so difficult for Mango to get back in. The Steadfast Presence waiting to be used. Elastic Slingshot is not going to have the value that it potentially could, as a third ward is going to go in against this control ward. They're just waiting to see if they can find the right timing right now. They may have a little bit more on the Lulu if they try and get this over the wall. Going to be the Elastic Slingshot in. Going to at least get himself into the pit. But Drake still has plenty of health. And I really like how Final Boss played that. The Smite, please do it earlier. You're giving me heart attacks. But I really like how slowly they played that Drake fight. They know they don't need to go too fast. They know that the Zac is going to pull the trigger eventually. And the longer they wait, the more likely it is that Mango is just going to send himself into the grave before he can even take the flip.
Yeah, with this death, they can actually go for the Baron because there's no smite on the side of Elysium. Sahin will be back up, and there's a chance that they can try and maybe go for a fight. Reckoning technically is back up, but he's useless, so I don't think they really care about the AD carry at this point.
3 items.
Oh, wait.
As this is not where you want to play as the very effective
game.
Zion. They very well could be.
No, I don't mean by winning the game. I mean more so that they can just go for the Baron here and then just try and go and finish the game with this Baron buff. Not necessarily that they will finish right now.
Terrified not being there. Depending on if they take their bases after this Baron is going to fall down, eventually going to be smited away. Surely there, it's going to be a couple of them who need to take base. So of course, Torty was taking the brunt of the damage while that Baron was being attempted. So he's going to have to take a base. Everyone else going to look for a reset, meaning that they can't really take advantage of this death timer itself. As I say, the Baron push still going to be very effective in Final Boss. They just need to get their lanes in a slightly better state than they did in Game 1.
Yeah, because they were just pushing onto one side, but I feel like with this one Baron, as long as they don't allow the Barons to die by himself, it should be pretty easy for them to be able to close out the game, or at the very least break open the base enough that it's not possible for Elysium to try and hold on long enough. The only other thing is that the Yunara now with 3 items, she does feel a little bit better, like an actual champion. She can actually do some things much better. But she's also going to run into a different problem now, where locking her down is going to be easy just because there's no flash right now. Ultimate by the by can come through, and then the follow-up from the rest of the members can happen as well. And if you can kill the Yunara and kill the Sahin, there's not much that you can do on the side of Elysium. But it's going to be a difficult game to put it to a difficult push, better said, to put a stop through, just because of how ahead some of the members are on Final Boss. It may not be game over, but it's difficult.
And the wave clear is that much less in this game as well, right? Victor has fine wave clear when you have non-Baron minions, but now the Baron's there's 3 cannons. firing on this bot lane tier 3 turret. And Torty is just there to keep them barrened, keep them empowered, and hopefully for his sake, not take too many turret shots, not get engaged on as he is by Turbo Flyer. Has to send out the Poppycopter to make sure he stays safe. But as I said before, there is not much wait for it, especially with Burrito. He's already gone golden, and surely he is going to fall down as soon as the turret falls. Nice flash timer straight out. He's actually able to stay alive. Insane play there, but also using the wild growth, another ultimate invested just to make sure he does not fall down. Speaking of another thing invested, it's Torty who's invested into this top side as a top laners battling in the bot side play, actually getting the best of Turbofly somehow. Yeah,
she's winning this now. She's actually being able to fight against the Zahin much better. And this is also what happens with all the commitment that Zahin has had to go for. When you end up losing a lot of the space, Poppy actually collected a lot of the waves on the side, a lot of the turrets by herself. She actually got into a spot where she has a lot of armor, a lot of heal cut, and barely anything from the Zahin right now actually manages to deal with her. So it's a spot where all the advantages Zahin had against the Poppy in this 1v1 matchup, it's completely negligible at this point, and then the Zahin is mainly to try and deal with the Varus.
Yeah, and we've seen it's still somewhat effective, right? All the dashes unable to be stopped for all too long, but the split push threat, I guess, that Torty now possesses is a very, very scary proposition for Elysium to face. This gold lead has absolutely ballooned from where it was at about stable at 3,000 to 4,000 the whole game. It's now rapidly expanded to very near 10. I think currently set up at 8.5 in Final Boss's favor, and they look to press their advantage once more. Mango, I mean, I think the Hui hit 2 abilities, and that's like most of his health gone. Torty on the bot side is able to now ignore the Zahin entirely, taking the turret in his face. Even without the Baron anymore, the siege still somewhat effective.
Yeah, and the electricity that comes through with the Hextech also messes up a lot with whatever they want to do, because they just get completely tagged, they get slowed really effectively, and then trying to deal with any of the waves or trying to go against any champion becomes really bothersome to try and do. Now, they did open the base, they don't push through much more with the Baron buff that they had before, so it's just one slight lead. They do have the potential to try and utilize the fact that they opened up the bot lane to maybe give them enough space so that they can get a free Elder when it comes up in 1 minute. But it feels like they want to try and give a little bit more angles here for Elysium trying to get as much vision as possible in the process.
Yeah, this is their timer to get the vision, right? Final boss on their respawns, on their backs. They want to, if they're going to take a fight right now, Elysium, it could be the right time, but of course, Reckoning is nowhere to be seen to catch that bot wave. And Mango is right in the middle of all of them. Massive knock up on the wild growth, but surely he is going to be caught out. It's a whiff of the Chains of Corruption, a whiff of the death sentence, but still the Zac put down into passive, and now Turbofly being engaged as well by the Vibe.
Oh, wait, Yunari's dead again!
Absolutely falling. And where is Reckoning going? Why are we playing a frontline Yunara right now? I'm sure that your frontline wasn't doing all too much for you, bearing in mind the Zahen got sent into the Nether Realms, and your Zac was already back at the fountain, but flashing over the wall into 5 of them surely could not have been the play. Star Burrito, the last alive, and before the Elder could even spawn, find a boss, find the engage, they find the fight, and surely they have found their way to game 3.
Yeah, this is the way that they end up the game. Controlled, really well done. All down, the bot lane dominated the other side really effectively, and this time around, they are destroying the side of Elysium really well. There was a slight hope with the Zahin being able to win a lot of the fights previously, but the game broke open completely in that mid lane fight where Reckoning kind of suicided himself in the worst manner possible, and that opened up way too much space for a final boss to really get the last dragon and win out the game. It feels like the game could have gone Elysium's way, but a lot of individual mistakes, a lot of bad fights and bad decisions, and Final Boss just being much better at understanding the timings that they need to play for and winning them out.
Yeah, and win them out they did in the end, tying up the series at 1-1. The first time Elysium have really encountered difficulty in this whole season. Coming in week 3, Final Boss doing an amazing job. The lengths that they took them to in game 1 to now take a game off them in game 2. I have to say, I'm starting to believe. I'm starting to think that Final Boss could be the ones to topple what has been almost the infallible team to start off this split. As I think if we get into game 3, they're going to have played more in this series than they did in the other 2 combined.
Yeah, it's something that
That's a stat.
now we need to see. Now it's something that we need to see where it's going to go at this point, because it feels like all series long, Elysium has just been on the back foot compared to Final Boss realistically, right? I think Final Boss could have won that first game 100%. And then the second one, they completely dominated a lot of the situations. So it feels like Elysium just simply has been the lesser of the two teams so far today, in a way.
Yeah, I get where you're coming from with that one. I think Final Boss, the way they lost game one could be described as heartbreaking. Just not quite having enough in that end game. Elysium grinding it out, getting into their favor. But Final Boss, they've looked the better of the two sides. The advantage they gained, especially in this game here, completely unassailable come the end fights. And Elysium, I hope for their sake they're able to bring things back, and I hope for Reckoning's sake as well, he's able to bring things back in game 3. But before game 3, we're going to have to take a short little break. We'll be back when we're ready for draft in just a few. Welcome back, everyone, to the Final Boss versus Elysium series. We have been through hell, and we've come out the other side. Right now, these guys have left absolutely nothing left for the imagination. It has been all-out warfare for both sides, I'll be honest. Final Boss putting the sword to Elysium to start things off, though, as the bands looking pretty similar to what we saw in Game 1 and Game 2, though, of course, the sides have now switched. So maybe some differences as we head into the third band.
Yeah, the difference may come in what they will opt into with first pick or last pick in this position. Also, the change of sides does mean that there's going to be a little bit of a change in how they are going to interact with map. But in general, at this point, at the very least, same band so far. If I'm not wrong, it's Mbessa, Surfing, Shin, and Aphelios. I think this Mundo band is actually a newer one, so changing up a little bit more. But pretty sure the other ones were already present in the previous games.
Yeah, I will struggle to recall what those previous bans were for Final Boss, but I'm imagining whatever they were banning as their third thing on red side is what they've left open this time around to see if they can take it away on B1. Jarvan not going to be allowed to do so for Final Boss. Very solid AD jungler, of course, right now. Plenty of other options, but nothing quite like that lockdown potential of the Cataclysm, with a very simple idea of we're fighting the Thunderdome, or you flash to get out of it.
Yep.
Not going to be allowed this time around. It's Final Boss choosing, they're taking their time, but choosing Misfortune after all that time. Not what I expected B1.
Interesting choice this time around. That does mean that maybe they are going to try and set up for a team fighting composition. I was going to say as well, because of how the game has been going, a lot of the junglers already out of the pool. The Jarvan as well got banned, as well as the Mbessa. So things like a Pantheon actually start being one of those premier champions that you want to go for in the jungle if you want to have something in your favor in that sense. There's other ones, but they would kind of go a little bit lower in terms of the priority that they would have. This Jinx getting covered, potentially getting picked, but there's no Thresh anymore. There's no Lulu anymore to have a buffing for the Jinx. It could be a Melio angle in comparison instead. Or it maybe just be an engaged support, something like a Nautilus to try and be picked here. But if you pick the Nautilus in this position or the Leona, you take away an engaged support for the Misfortune as well.
Yeah, I've just had it sent to me what the previous bans were in this series. It was Final Boss banning away Jarvan in both Game 1 and Game 2 as their third ban. So it makes sense that's now switched over to the other side with the prio that's been shown for this champ throughout the whole series. That third ban on red side being reserved to make sure that no one's allowed to take it as their first choice. Jinx Leona, as you're talking about there for Elysium, interested to see what Final Boss want to go towards here. Becca definitely not scared of going on the engage picks. Happy to go hook champs, of course. Happy to also go on the Giga engage for the Giga ultimate combo. The Realm Misfortune now freely set up, and I mean, with Elysium already taking the Leona, there's no real threat of something like the Alistar to have that instant knockback and push away.
Yeah, trying to have, like we were talking about, some sort of setup makes a lot of sense in that situation. Now, one of the things that may be really bothersome to try and deal with as a Misfortune in this game is that if you don't have your ultimate, what is your real value for it, right? You need to have the lockdown to follow you up. The Lux as well getting picked here. Actually, the Lux was banned away in the previous game, if I'm not wrong, in the second round or in the second phase.
That was by Final Boss, because this is a pick that Elysium likes to take in the mid lane. It's not something
so
that
did Denial?
Nobody does play it as well. It's his second most actually in solo queue, behind Mel, believe it or not. But so it's a very high priority pick for this series in particular.
Yeah, the only bad thing about the Lux in this game is that she's also a slow mobile mage, so it's not like she has a lot of tools to try and escape if she gets collapsed on by the Leona or another engaged champion. The Syndra also getting picked here. She will have a lot more utility in terms of like pushing away targets, trying to set up for the team, and then obviously having the lead button in there can be really ideal. But the Lux also has a lot of value if she's able to pick off targets, set up for team fights with a stun, and then also the ultimate on cooldown is really effective as well. Interesting choice of mid laners and support so far, with the whole change up compared to what it was in the previous games.
Yeah, second rotation bands now coming through. I'm still stuck on this luck pick, I'll be honest. It's
makes sense.
Living in my mind right now. It's out there, but it makes sense in the context of these two teams. Like Star Burrito and No Hui both really enjoy, but I mean, Syndra is such an amazing choice to go into it, right? When you're this immobile, even just a random ball hitting you on a scatter of the week, and suddenly it feels like you are almost forced out of the fight, if not just put into a grave. Lux incredibly volatile, I think, is the way we'll phrase this one. Syndra should have an amazing time in that side lane when the time does come. But the follow-up on the Rel ulti now is like near unstoppable, right? The laser beam from half the map away to go on top of that bullet time. It feels like if Final Boss can get a good engage, courtesy of Becca on the Rel, then that might be enough already. We'll have to see how tanky Elysium are on the other side to try and balance that out.
Yeah, waiting for the last picks to go through there with what is left for potentially getting picked. I still think Pantheon could be one of those choices if they ever go for it. I think the Rek'Sai not necessarily a bad choice, although as far as tanks still remaining in the top lane, Sion and Ornn already out. It's kind of, and Mundo and Malphite are banned away. It feels
That's
like maybe the
mango ban, by the
Cho'Gath. What?
Sorry to say. That Rek'Sai is a mango ban. He played that in the first series, and it was disgusting. Disgusting in a good way.
It's that Rek'Sai usually goes into a top lane. Now, if it could go into the jungle, it makes a lot of sense. But like we were mentioning, it's a lot of champions man away inside of the jungle pool, top lane pool if you want to flex it out as well. And it's really just depending on what you want to try and go for here. If you want to have something... Well, the Viego, an interesting choice. Like, not a bad carry. But I feel like you need more engage here, something to follow up with a Viego to try and have someone to lock down targets so that the Viego can kill them.
Yeah, I don't know what's even left on top lane to do that. There's, of course, Ornn taking away a lot of the tanks in top lane, taken out of the pool so far.
Not maybe?
Much left. It's not really the same thing, right, with the guaranteed CC that you get. Yeah. You have tankiness, sure, but especially on a blind pick. We talked about how sad it feels to take an Ornn on a blind on a counter pick R5 earlier on. Cassante maybe even worse so into the Cho'Gath that has been chosen by Final Boss. Lots of people to try and eat, and lots of resets to try and mitigate by chomping down on some potential opponents. Very squishy as well for those three carries of Elysium, two of which, of course, scale so well off those resets. Elysium trying to bank on that as much as possible.
Ooh.
And I really love this in the jungle as well. Just so dependable is the Amumu. You now have multiple ways of getting your engage off.
Yeah, it's only on the team fight here. Press R on 3 champions and try and see if you can win with that. And if not, you do have a good 100-0 duo with the Lux ulti and the Cho'Gath ulti to try and blow up one of the other targets. That can still work great. And it's all on the last pick here. And the problem is that the Cassandra was the other option that we were kind of mentioning as far as tanks because of what is left remaining. The set... So it's not necessarily a squishy champion, not necessarily a tank champion, but the problem here is that it's gonna be really dependent on if he can pull away something like the Amumu or the Rel onto the enemy team. If he can do that, then you can win a fight pretty comfortably on the side of Elysium. If not, it's all on what his W timing will be to try and deny some of the damage that comes on his head. And even then, you can just lose a fight out of just the sheer value of the ultimates on the side of Final Boss.
Yeah, I think the set mostly chosen here for that lane dominance, though. It is a nasty matchup for Cho'Gath. It's just very difficult to navigate. And then when the Cho'Gath starts to try and run over the rift is when you can pull him away. A massive health pool as well. Enables a bit of extra damage if you dare to pull him closer to your team. Or if you just want to take him away and try and splash down on as many people on the other side of the rift. So... the set there at the end, I think, just chosen mostly as that counter pick in the top side, but still definitely has some value if you can pull away the Rel. Similar to how we were talking about with the Alistar, right? If you just pull away the Rel while she's in Magnet Storm, suddenly a lot less value. But that's why Final Boss have two different champions with insane CC for these team fights.
Yeah, a lot of that has to come through with the way that they have to play these team fights out. It could be a situation where if you get a huge enough lead in lane, it doesn't really matter what happens in team fights because the set just comes in and dives on top of the Misfortune and kills her in 2 hits. It can also happen like that. But if it goes to an equal state where both of them are in a pretty similar spot, I feel like Final Boss just has a much easier and better execution or composition to execute on than what the side of Elysium has. I do think that their late game is much better, but then you also have to think, in the previous game, one of the biggest factors was how their bot lane kind of like suffered the whole way. And if the Jinx has a similar fate this time around, it just feels like the game is going to collapse on its own because it's going to take way too long for this Jinx to go back into the game. And it's not like they have a Lulu or something to buff her up. It's a composition that will be going forward, but the both carries are going to be on the back. And if one of your carries is not dealing damage, it's going to be pretty useless.
Very true. Very true indeed. But I guess from Elysium's point of view, they might not care if one of their carries doesn't do damage as long as the other one is able to just get a kill, right? If you get a kill for Elysium, then you're in an amazing place. They don't have a great way to guarantee that kill, which is where I would... I mean, I guess you have Syndra, which is a pseudo-execute when you unleash that power to try and guarantee you that first reset in the fight. But if either Viego or the Jinx get anything towards that first kill, then that's really where Elysium will start to try and ramp things up, right? They're playing a reset comp. They're looking for multiple kills to chain off of that first one. And to be fair, they have some pretty squishy targets on the other side of the rift. If that Lux gets caught anywhere, that's a reset. If the MF isn't standing behind the Cho'Gath, behind the Amumu, behind the Rel, probably a reset.
Yeah, that's one of the easiest kills you can get in any fight. And, well, it's not like a kill on the Misfortune, or the transformation onto the Misfortune is going to be the most ideal, but taking her out of a fight certainly makes a huge difference. Because realistically, without the Misfortune and the Lux, the damage does go down quite a bit for the Amumu and the Cho'Gath, by quite a bit. And then it's mainly on how long can they last before you kill them.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see if we get our answers to these questions or not. Elysium, they need this to remain flawless, at least in series scores in BOL Premier. Final boss, they don't have that to worry about after having an unfortunate loss to the Spire in the previous week, but they can still get back on the horse in emphatic fashion, taking down what was looking to be the top seed by quite a margin. We'll have to see how they perform as we get ready for Game 3. The Rift will be ready just after this.
Bite dust.
Welcome back, everyone, to the final boss up against Elysium. This series going the distance for the first time in a little while, actually. We got to see on stream a full 3. Elysium really been put to the test in this one. Final boss up to the challenge so far. Can they challenge just one more time? All they need to win this second out of the 3. As Torty on top side, in a bit of a lane counter, not going to have a fun time. Turbo Flyer should be able to dominate. As to be fair, he has done this whole time, but Torty, to be fair, is playing an off role.
Yeah, already is starting quite nicely, getting a little bit of damage over there onto the Cho'Gath. This is not going to be an easy matchup like you were mentioning, especially if you keep getting attacked like this. And he's evading all of the cues from the Cho'Gath, so already having a great start to the game. Now, it's going to be important seeing how both junglers are going to try and play around this, because for the first time, we're going to see junglers starting on opposite sides of the map. Mumu probably going to try and pack the spot side once again, where the Viego probably going to go for a full clear and maybe have an attempt at a gank onto the Cho'Gath for once.
Yeah, I mean, could look for a 3 camp into bot, but very dangerous, especially when there's so much mitigation of the CC on the other side, right? Bus and Boots. Having the cleanse makes it that much more difficult. Likely to head up towards top side, where you know that you're going to have a pushing lane. You know that that crab, at the very least, should be safe for Mango, as that appears to be the overall goal of the Viego, to at least end this early first rotation of camps equal in getting 7 to your name. 6 of the normal, 1 of the crab, and maybe even a gank on the top side if it presents itself, as that's a nice bit there that's presented itself, no way, with a nice little binding, using the light to root out Star Burrito, who has to take the worst of that small trade in mid.
Yeah, certainly taking quite a bit of damage in that position. Still nothing much happening over there that really gonna be a big problem unless he gets stacked once again there, but good counter damage on that position. Also, quickly, I forgot to point out, Zed running the Ignite up there in the top side, trying to set up for a potential solo kill like this.
Like that. You could not have timed that better if you tried. Oh, perfectly timed from TDS,
Yeah.
as it was also perfectly timed from Turbo Flyer. And yeah, Torty, you're not allowed to do that, unfortunately. The set with Ignite, as you say, just way too powerful in that moment. And yeah, just good punish overall. Torty, the discipline not to flash at the very least, able to hold their ground somewhat in the rest of this lane phase, but now really going to struggle.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you have to kind of be ready for that 100% of the time. And as the Cho'Gath ends up getting killed in that position, has to teleport early on, and he didn't even take like something to try and be tankier. He takes something to do more damage. Oh, he's gonna get a collapse in here again. He has flash,
Yeah. I don't think the flash...
good flash.
Flash is going to matter. Holding onto that Spectral more, finding the right timer, and it's also Turbo Flyer using his flash as well in that exchange. So while Saucy may need a new base and maybe even a new set of pants after that gank, able to survive, and Eli Mango unable to get what he wanted. Now has a small little delay on his top side crab. Still going to get it. Not going to get doubled up on by Zorin. But not what he would have wanted on this Viego. Would have loved to get that second kill.
And even though the idea there was good, the flash timing there on the Cho'Gath was much better executed. One thing, though, is that the Viego was holding really until the last moment for it to come through. I think he was trying really to set it up in a way that he could get the kill, obviously. But he then, as soon as the flash comes down, he threw it on the prediction point where he was trying to go for it instead of waiting for it. And that's why, at the end, it's much difficult for it to go through. That being said, the kill doesn't happen. Cho'Gath still survives for another day. And the Mumu coming here to try and put a little bit of pressure, maybe help the Cho'Gath push this wave, because if not, he's not going to have enough timing to go back.
Yeah, I feel like Torty, especially with how that wave was looking, if he doesn't get the Mumu to walk up there, it's just going to get frozen on him. The fact that it's now the potential that Zorin is towards topside means that Turbo Flyer just has to accept this one here is going to crash, but with the ward that was in the bush for the longest of times, Torty, you knew that ward was there, my guy. You hit it when it was thrown out there. Such a greedy base, and suddenly this timer nowhere near as potent.
Yeah, now he's out in a really bad spot to try and go back. There was even an angle for the set to maybe try and hold the wave in that position, although I'm not sure if he's doing that. But here comes a gank onto the locks. Really good timing.
Yeah, it's a roam timer. Amazing timing.
Perfect
Found
there.
hit. No way in the middle of 2, and Mango, he still had his flash from not using it in the top play, has it now for the bot side. No way is just going to fall down. Using that key summoner as well on the immobile mage means that it is so difficult to play this out as the Lux. Has barrier, at least, for those medium trades, but when the gank comes a knock-in once more, Relic still has that key summoner, which Reckoning doesn't in the bot side. Did he just burn his flash in a 1v2?
Yeah, he walked too far forward and the rail went in and
man.
had to force splash.
You know it's 1v2. Leona's making a great play on mid. Don't
Yeah,
undermine
there was
that
no way
great
for
play
that.
by doing that. It's just it's annoying to see. It's something that I am used to from playing Bard. I lead my ADC 1v2 for a little bit and suddenly they're summonless. It's like, come on.
The nightmares from leaving your ADC alone down there. Still, at the very least, you do get the advantage in the other lanes. You know that set is ahead. You know that mid lane is ahead now as well. So you take the good things out of the bad ones, at least for this point. And then what you can do, you need to keep on tagging onto this set as much as possible. Make him be as strong as they can, because if he can get, like we're mentioning in draft, right? If he can get on top of the Misfortune, kill her, and then you lose out on damage because of that, the fighting becomes much easier for your team. But they really need to have this set be as strong as possible.
Absolutely, and doing a great job of getting there so far is Turboflare, of course. Early doors still, just 6 minutes in, but up against someone who is not playing in their usual role, he's doing a great job as of yet. Across the rest of the Rift, pretty chill after those early 2 kills. The first Drake has, of course, spawned. It is there. It is being, I believe, taken by Final Boss earlier than the other Drakes so far in this series, but yeah, there's kind of to be expected when you have the push courtesy of a flashless Jinx, and to be fair, into a Jinx at any rate this early into the game, unlikely to get much push, especially now into Bus inputs, able to guarantee their bot pro, and able to guarantee that early Mountain Drake in their favor. Not going to find anything if they go looking on the bot side, so Doran needs to work his way back towards his top camps, but Mango still hovering around mid, could be looking to make a play with a Heartbreaker over the wall.
Yeah, trying to maybe set up something, but it looks like, oh, they're coming for the Jinx, no flash.
Play instead, and it's Zoran who's worked it to perfection, playing the vision game, sees Mango walking towards mid, realizes the gank is free on bot, and Reckoning, well, he had a barrier, but he doesn't have it anymore, and he still ends up falling down, of course, the flash burn in the previous play, and ends up just falling down. Massive kill once more for this bot side, but as you say, not the key part of this game, right? The key part is, can this set in top side delay whatever the hell happens during these team fights? This Misfortune getting ahead is important for Final Boss, but it's also very easily killed in the wrong situation. And speaking of wrong situation, apparently No Quay is in the wrong situation once more in mid, caught up once more.
Great stun there.
I don't know how he's managed to read exactly where Mango would be in the mist. Bearing in mind he couldn't see much at all. Going to use the E mostly for a slow hit, dodging away from the Spectral Maw, but still, surely just going to fall down. As he's taken so long to die, they're going to be able to give the kill over to Reckoning, realizing No Way that he does not want to do that, is only going to give over the assist. Instead, Starbrito going to be handed the kill.
As long as you get the kill onto the Syndra or the Jinx, I think that's completely fine. Honestly, at this point, I'd rather them give it to the Syndra. Ooh, that's a lot of damage.
That's a bullet time and a half. My God.
Yep.
Us in boots, absolutely destroying Reckoning. You walk back into lane. Oh, you just thought you got an assist? Congratulations. Welcome back. Have another base. See you in a few.
Pretty much on that AC execution on the ultimate, not able to get the kill, but you are able to push them away, and that means that the Jinx is still gonna be really far behind, not only in terms of not having a kill, but the CS lead that they are giving up for this Jinx, it's really big, as a lot of damage coming through. Actually, I think they may get the kill.
Yeah, gonna get in return. I'm kind of surprised, Buss and Poots just gonna fall down there. I mean, he has Lens, he has Flash, and yet still ends up falling unnecessarily, I think is what I'm going to add to that one. Just overestimating, I guess. I don't know what to say.
It's a random kill to give up 100%, but I'm kind of sure Boss in Boots did not expect at all to give up that death there, as, ooh, the said, he has enough damage. Yeah, it's pretty comfortable for them to be able to get it.
I would agree, he has enough damage. That was not even that close, as No Quay is forced up by the Scat of the Week, and then forced up into Relics unfortunately for him. Able to just tank this one out, though. No real threat with Mango not quite being in the area as
Engage.
Zorin actually going to turn this one around. Nice
Oh,
stun,
great
but it's
ulti
also
timing.
on target. Relic's the one being focused down, and honestly, I don't see the target prior being the right one here. If Mango was focused out, Mango would have fallen in a matter of seconds. As it is, Relic's, he's a Leona. He doesn't care.
Yeah, they decide on the Leona, and at the end, it's not enough to actually get the kill. What could have been, at the very least, 2 kills for them. Oh, wait. Lux, just enough damage. And now it's a 1-0 in favor of Elysium when it could have been a 2-0 in favor of final boss, sorry.
Yeah, and I mean, now the game really started to slip away already from final boss. I won't say they get gear outscaled, but it doesn't feel like they have much comfort in the late game up against up against a Viego. They still have comfort by making plays like this, but unfortunately, Torti does not have his ultimate.
Oh, that's unlucky. Not only does he lose his flash, he also loses the timing to go down there. That means that now Zed will have free reign to go into the turret. Ooh. Not enough damage.
What are we doing, buddy?
Not enough damage.
You are nailing these right now, but yeah, just a little bit of a question mark. I feel like
yeah, probably not need to be there.
By spamming a W through the minion wave was a choice, as the rocket is going to hit Bus and Poots. It will explode on his cranium, but very now risky to be sticking around in this lane without your ultimate, with, of course, summoners available, but with such little HP, it's so free to get engaged on. There goes the barrier, and Becca not going to have a flash to close down the distance anymore, using Hex Flash to get close. Now has the flash off of cooldown. Reckoning you have to take a base here. Relics looking to go forwards, though, definitely tipping the hand as to where this Viego is going to be coming from.
Here now.
He's standing further forwards. He's in such danger as we head back up to topside, because Torti is also in such danger. Haymaker going to connect for a bunch of damage, but not quite enough to get the kill. No Quay going to go wide.
Wait, Mumu's calling in.
Also is going to connect here for Zorin. Mango trying to dash his way out to safety. The mist not going to connect to the wall that he wanted. Curse going to guarantee that shutdown.
Syndra's going to die.
The bot side is also in the wrong part of town. No way. Surely going to be able to pick up this kill eventually. Right there we go. One more auto. Double shutdowns handed over. And we're saying that Elysium have the advantage. We're saying they have a little bit of a lead starting to form. They just chuck it straight back.
Yeah, and the problem here is that they decided to opt into a fight when Reckoning was completely out of it. Jinx was below 20% health even, or around 20% health. There was no hope that she could have done anything in that fight, and the whole fight was really long, lasted for way too much, and the timings for most of their members were bad at that point. I think they were over-committing to something that was not necessarily gonna work out, as Zed going in once again. There's no turret here.
Yeah, very good job on the split push, at least, by Turbofly. He's doing an amazing job in this lane. We saw something very similar happen in a previous game, though, right? In game 2, something very similar to what we're seeing right now happened. Of course, with the side swapped around, Turbofly, he's shown that he can be incredibly dominant in this lane. Torti playing a lot of jungle recently. I'm being informed by Twitch chat that he may be an ex-top laner, but the current the current information from this season at least shows he's not playing in his current role, and as such, getting slightly dominated over by someone who is used to playing the top lane every single day.
Yeah, at the very least, you have something that is really dominating. Although we did saw something similar in the previous game, right? Where the Zahen was completely winning that matchup, and then it just simply wasn't enough. So we have to wait and see if that is going to be the similar story here for Elysium. It's not impossible that they actually win it out. Like, I do think that the set, if he gets on top of the Misfortune, there's an even better chance to actually get a teamfight win after that, because it's not only the Misfortune, it's also the Lux that can be killed really effectively. But the problem is that it feels like if you keep on losing the bot lane like this, it may become really difficult, especially in a teamfight scenario where you just DC 3 members and then the Misfortune ultimate rains down on you.
Yeah, it all depends on who gets CC'd and how much damage Burst and Poots is able to put out over that short little time frame. If no Quay's there as well to throw a final spark into the mix, could maybe be enough to tilt the tide in their favor. If Turbofly is in there and has a certain shield from a Haymaker, maybe it turns things back around, right? The knife's edge is very much so being balanced on by both these sides right now, though with what's happening in top lane. I'm personally favoring Elysium a little bit in this one. It feels like they have a little bit more going in their favor with how much Turbofly has been able to do in this rest of the series. how strong he was on the side in game 1, how incredibly far ahead he got, at least on the Zahen in game 2, even if he wasn't quite able to finish things out. He has shown he's able to get himself a lead, and he's able to do good things with it as well. As, yeah, going to look to do precisely that as Relics takes a nasty bounce shot there from Bus in Poots, as I've got the hiccups, you need to take over.
And that's Herald already started as well. 4 members up there on the top side, or yeah, 4 members up there on the top side. They have double smite technically, because it's the smite from the Mumu and then the ultimate from the Cho'Gath to try and secure the objective. And that means that there's a space here that you can try and take advantage of. Although they are trying to come here and set up.
Trying to do precisely that. He's going to feast on the Rift Herald as you suspected he would. Torti going to take that and then run for the hills. Not going to get caught up in those chompers, just going to walk his way back out to safety. While all that's happening, Star Burrito on the bot side has been pushing that tower as fast as he possibly can. Torti's going to TP down there at half HP, try and catch as much of the wave as possible.
That's going to be a free turret that they were able, or at the very least, some free time on the turret on bot lane to give advantage or opportunity for the Syndra in that spot. They're not going to get necessarily a kill or anything else, but it's something good to try and take advantage of. I do think that they need to keep sending the set onto the Cho'Gath every time, because he's the one that can take better advantage out of this Cho'Gath and also force the split push in their favor. Lux can just perma clean against the set, so the split push kind of loses meaning if they don't send them the set over there. And putting the Syndra against the Cho'Gath, there's never going to be threat to actually kill them.
I'd love to see a lovely little macro play there. If Final Boss had been able to switch these lanes back once more, then they would have been able to really take advantage of what you're saying, right? Having the Cho'Gath into the Syndra, potentially, because Torti was, of course, on that base timer. If Nohue had just left that wave alone in top, he may be able to come out towards bot and then be a lot closer as well for this Drake fight spawning in about 50 seconds. Instead, he's the one that has to open up through mid to try and make sure that tier 1 stays as healthy as possible. Of course, Rift Herald's still in possession of Final Boss here, but it's on their bot lane right now. It's on the Cho'Gath, who's not close to being able to open up towards mid. I'd have loved to see a small little change there in the macro, try and get the lanes in the best place possible instead. Now, 30 seconds before the Drake is going to spawn. Bot wave, completely neutral, crashing in the middle. Top, a little bit less so, but mid, where everyone is focused onto, Torti needs to drop this Rift Herald soon.
Good damage there they are able to find, not necessarily a lot that they are able to find with this. They are trying to push the mid lane wave and set up for the dragon. It is only second dragon though. Oh wait, Stun gets the cleanse there.
Yeah, I'm actually, this is third Drake for Final Boss. They've already claimed 2. This will be an Inferno.
Yeah, I was blind.
Yeah, they're getting amazing jobs so far, by the way. Final Boss on the Drake stacking the whole way through, as that was an amazing binding and a less amazing final spark. Nohue realizing how much danger they're in as well, forcing themselves to flash away. Star Burrito avoiding the worst of that one, hanging on to most of his life, has TP back if he wants it, but he's honestly not even that low. Bus and Poots,
nobody wants to start it.
Oh, they find the Syndra. But an amazing hook there, amazing bandage toss, really going to do most of the damage. Is now Bus and Poots trying to run away. RKO'd out of the fight. Turbo Flyer going to delete him from the scene
now.
of the crime. And now that's 2 resets.
Oh, the re-engage.
For this Viego. And the re-engage was nice idea by Relics, but incredibly low.
Yeah.
Light Binding going to knock them back up as well with the Cho'Gath rupture from below. The resets have kind of run their course right now. And as we head into this 3v3 situation, both junglers are still alive. Both junglers able to play this fight out. But Zorin still quite low. Lower mana as well in a very precarious position. His Raptors respawning in 10 seconds. If he has that time, he may be able to go take them and then look to take this fight afterwards. As things stand, the reckoning so low as well. He has to be incredibly careful. Going to blast code his way over instead of walking through the banana brush. Still, about 700 HP on him. He's not looking the healthiest. They're trying to get the way onto this Drake, but Zorin's just walking in through the front line. Way too close. Reckoning going to pick that one there up. We're not going to talk about it at all. He did not have ulti, and everyone's turning back up.
Oh, they get the jinx.
Reckoning gets deleted. The final spark takes him off the face of the earth, and that might just be the whole engagement.
Yeah, it's Dragon for the Jinx essentially there. It really could have been both Dragon and Jinx dying in that position. That was close to being a disaster for Elysium in that spot. They try and force the fight really heavily. I think like you're mentioning, the Leona re-engage looked fancy, but with so little health and barely any attention from the rest of the members, it was very difficult for them to find something out of that.
300 HP.
Yeah, but it's a Leona with re-engaging, and I think it was with Aftershock down and also no W. So
he was very dead.
Weak at that point. Yeah, I think if the Viego was closer, I can see that working out. That was a lot of damage onto the Misfortune, but not enough to get the kill.
Yeah, that was from a mile away, though. Reckoning, throwing that on there out from spawn, using it almost like an Ash Arrow, but without the CC instead, just the pure damage that the Jinx rockets provide. Going to force a full reset here from both Rue and Bus and Poots, and that will allow a little bit of time here for Elysium to try and work as much of this tier 1 tower in mid out as possible. No Quay could have ulted towards this wave, going to finally get rid of most of it with the final spark there. Maybe wasn't quite in range beforehand. But a lot of plates taken there in the Jinx's favor as Star Burrito may be caught under his old tier 1 turret, no longer exists, courtesy of this Cho'Gath pushing in the bot lane. Nice knock up on the second time, has a rupture now, has his ultimate as well, looking for a feast, going to go flashing forwards, not quite going to land a Q this time around, and is now getting collapsed on instead by Relics, who exists into this Cho'Gath. Star Burrito does a lot more damage and will exist a lot harder, throws out an Unleashed Power, as mid-tier 1 rather, looks like it was cleared out in the meantime.
Trying to get something done in the process, but getting another kill, quite good for the Syndra. She's been starting to become an actual menace in the sense that the more she gets the kills, the more stacks she gets, the higher the value out of her ultimate is going to come through. Pretty sure she's going for not the ability to actually burst targets out, but more so continuous damage that will stack up really effectively. The worry that you may have right now if you're Elysium, though, is that your Jinx still has yet to reach the second item, where Miss Fortune already has the second one. But at the very least, with the way that the game is going, it doesn't feel like the Jinx not having the second item, it's detrimental. And as soon as she gets the third item, that's going to be a game changer for this side of Elysium as well. But it's important that they can keep this sort of momentum where it doesn't feel like they are really far behind, and the Jinx can still have some sort of impact later on.
Yeah, I mean, for now, like, Jinx late game is still very much a threat, right? No matter what's happened in the rest of the series, I think the reason why Elysium have chosen to go into this is, while it hasn't necessarily been Reckoning's day, it's everyone's day when you have 6-item Jinx, right? It does not matter what you've done beforehand. If you get to 6 items on Jinx, you can probably do some miracles. It looks amazing. Just one kill is all you need, and you have amazing setup to get that one kill as well. The Archeo to isolate a single player, the Syndra to follow up with that Unleashed Power, at which point you are then also unleashed as Reckoning. We hope for his sake he'll be able to do something like that, but until then, as you're saying, not looking the strongest right now, just waiting on that Infinity Edge. Going to take a little more time to farm up to that point, and unless any kills present themselves in the next minute and a half, it's going to be interesting to see if he even has it for the Drake.
Yeah, once again, it just feels like we're waiting for the next dragon, right? Like, similar to the previous game, it felt like after a dragon fight or after a fight with any big objective in both, there's a very big moment where nothing happens, and we're just waiting for the next one again. And right now, it's the next dragon, 113. IE should be completed for the Jinx in this next pack, and that means that with this, they should have at the very least something to try and play with for the next dragon. Important to see who gets the control over the objective as well.
Yeah, I think he's going to have to wait like 20 gold in spawn, based off what I saw. I think it's 13.25 to complete it from what he had. There he goes, literally just ticking over as we say it. So I had to wait a little bit of time, but had it just about off that previous wave. Has it for the Drake, most importantly. Not quite able to match up item to item with what we're seeing from Bus and Poots, but still 2 versus 2, just a little bit extra stuff on the side for the Misfortune. That extra stuff on the side might even be enough to get the extra damage required for this Misfortune to do all of the damage with that bullet time. The key combo, we've seen it work a little bit so far, but yet to really have its full effect. I have to see if it comes through to fruition this time around. As a Scatter the Week going to go wide to start this one here off in mid. No one else wanting to engage off of it just yet.
Yeah, at least we already have the IE for the next fight as they are engaging onto Relics or trying to look. Oh, wait.
Rude.
The engage into the rail.
Is the Zenith actually going to connect all the way through? Curses Summon lands on 2, but Zorin is basically isolated compared to everyone else. The Magnus Storm is huge, though! The bullet time is nice over the top. It only gets one so far. A chomp comes through from Torsi to try and get the second. That will be more... the Viego, it was a rel, which really confused me. Mango did fall, but still a 3 for 2 and a flash as well, forced right at the end there from Bus in Poots. No kills for Reckoning, but 3 assists, and we can already see those resets providing so much danger, so much threat that Final Burst forced to just run away.
Yeah, there should be a dragon. Set is playing really well here to lock this place in the entrance in a place that they cannot steal. Although there is Final Spark. Yeah, but it's way too up. Oh, Set is dead?
Set could very well be
has
forced flash. Scatter the Week not going to quite connect. This is a reset here for Reckoning. She could look to turn this one back around once more. Bus and Poots just cleanses the air. Nothing's cleansed this time as he walks into the damage from Lux. And he, by the way, didn't even get that kill. Reckoning still waiting for a kill in this game. The poor guy just cannot catch a break right now. I believe Starburrito the one to take that on their away from him. But at any rate, the Drake going over. Now 2-2, tied up as we head into this kind of 25-minute marker, which Elysium have been targeting to finish their games on heading into this series. Right? They've had 2 games go over 25 minutes. None go beyond 30. Right now, we're looking at all 3 games in this series going beyond 30 minutes.
Yeah, potentially going the higher than the regular mark, especially with the fact that they lost the second game. They've won the first game at 40. I think it was 49 minutes, almost 50 minutes.
It was very close to 50, yeah.
Yeah, so the difference for with how the series has gone compared to the previous ones, it's really, really big. And this game, maybe the one that defines a lot for how the rest of the season goes for them. But so far, Elysium at the very least fighting back, even trying to go for a fight here again.
This is a dangerous fight, though. They don't really have the setup required to go for a fight such as this, and that will be the flash away from Rue, respecting that they're caught on the wrong side of town, getting out of the river at the right time, and making sure they don't give away a turret for free. That's absolutely true. Torty on the other side of the map is doing precisely that. Which TP was that? Was that a Starburrito TP? So could potentially be the set one still. That the icon does not actually track the timer of the top lane TP when it's when they take an ignite or something that isn't TP for their role quest completion. So bear that in mind. He might not have TP right now. It's difficult to track. He just has it once in every 7 minutes.
Yeah. Okay, so he doesn't have it right now because he did TP to the previous fight. That means that
Someone's
you have to be
attention.
you have to be very careful about how you're going to use it. But without the TP from the Syndra here, that means that you do want to have her at the very least as near as possible to the rest of the team. Like, I think even if you set the set to the side lane and he doesn't have a way to join the fight, he still will be a menace because he can take down turrets very, very quickly. But the Syndra, her value has to be with the team, and they are not really living up to that.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing you can do with the set as well is you can just wait for the Cho'Gath to channel that TP, and then that's when you just RKO him and say no thank you. Or you can face breaker him and say no thank you. Many different forms of CC, whereas the Syndra just has the one. You have the Scatter the Weak, where if you throw that out as part of your trade, the Cho'Gath can then look for the instant TP and then join the fight at the back of that. Whereas when it's up against the set, you have multiple different forms, and you're unlikely to use that ultimate until you really need it.
Yeah, I'm 100% sure that there could have been much better ways to try and manage that out as much as possible, but in reality, it's just the way that they are kind of setting it up here. I'm kind of curious if they're going to try and hold for the next dragon once again. It's going to be the dragon soul point for either of these teams, so it's really actually a dragon that you want to play for. But with the way that the game has been going, the next few minutes, Jinx will have her third item. And that's really... If she already was dealing damage, that's a point where she will now be able to finally get a kill. Or that's what we think.
We hope so. We hope so, for Reckoning's sake, because the guy deserves a break, let's be honest. Currently sat on just 300 gold in his inventory, but has most of the LDR completed. Actually, only has the Last Whisper, my bad. I thought he had a little bit more. So we're going RK on the top side, in the 1v1 against No Quay, no flash, and ignited down barrier, going to be used, has a blast, could potentially disengage perfectly out. Oh, that's unfortunate for Turbo. He didn't have flash either to go chasing, as that's a nice solar flare to deny the rest of the bullet time there. So it's Mango's actually the one that's taken really low, but Rue taking incredibly low as well. Everyone playing on a slither.
Oh, the set W
teeth is what's deciding this fight, but the reset goes Jinx's way, and that's a second, and finally a kill for Reckoning as well. The jungler falls right next to Baron, but it's both junglers that have fallen right next to Baron.
No junglers here, but the Cho'Gath was not here either. He's just pushing once again in the side lane. It's surprising to see that the Zed is actually the one joining the fights, and the Cho'Gath is this one split pushing. It's not something that I was expecting to see at all this game, but for Elysium, they are winning the fights. They are not losing much in their base, and that means that it's much better for themselves as the Cho'Gath running away for his life.
Well, the thing is, the final boss are taking the fights, right? The final boss are taking the fights while their Cho'Gath is split pushing. He could TP in. He absolutely could try and make his way into these fights, but he's choosing to go for the split push because he thinks that the angle isn't quite right for him. Whether that's correct or not, that's up for him to decide, but at the end of the day, you're taking 5v4s, and as a team, that has to be something you have to avoid like the plague, as now we are 5 seconds away from this Drake, and finally, we are looking to have a 5 versus 5. Torty TP's in, and is ready to start a proper fight with the rest of his team alongside. Oh, catch maybe, Turbo? It's only Turbo. Tanky enough on the set. I thought if that was anyone else, I think that may have been a death, but no, Quay doesn't even pull the trigger.
Oh,
I say
wait,
anyone
they are
else, the
finding him
Uranus
here.
still exists, but here comes the Magnet Storm on the top of everything else. The Chomp is huge as well from Torty. 2 kills already given
flash
over.
away.
Reckoning forced to flash. Nice choice there. Make sure it doesn't get
Amumu still
caught
has
up in the
ulti.
rupture. But that should at least be the Drake.
Yeah, they have free reign, free walk into the dragon. Great timing there. The set did not press W at all at that timing, and they are able to finally found him. That was what they were been looking for all game long, getting that timing for 2 ultimates to connect and getting the bullet time with those ultimates. Really, really good play there in that position. They are able to find the kill onto the set and onto the Leona, and this opens up now a game where they just need one more dragon to have the Infernal Soul, but also they can try and maybe thread a little bit the Baron buff with no set just now and having to come back here into this position, although Amumu is very far away actually.
Yeah, did they even use the Curse of the Sapmummy in that fight? I'm looking
Yeah,
at it.
we
I'm
did
like,
not.
that's crazy. The fact they're able to win a team fight that convincingly while still having such a massive team fight ultimate in their back pocket. Absolutely insane. Of course, Torty choosing to chomp down on some a premium champion definitely helped that out, but I'm surprised that with all that gone, I mean, they still have a Curse of the Sapmummy. Even if there was a secondary fight, they still had the CC to help the rest of their team. As speaking of helping the rest of their team, someone's going to have to help Torty on this top side. Flashing away into the alcove, has a blast code to play with because, of course, it is the Infernal Soul. And because he's delayed long enough, it is going to send Elysium packing. They realize that the Rel is up in the area, and while they have a Scatter the Weak to delay for a little bit, they have to be so careful. And even throughout it all, it looks like the tower may not be long for this world.
Yeah, good stun once again. They are able to find a little bit of value in that play, but you do force the flash out from the set, from the
Look at
Cho'Gath
mid.
in the process. Oh, wait.
Okay, Star is caught topside.
Zonya's.
Nice golden. Great use of the Zonyas up there.
Oh, she's
Able to
dead,
hang
though.
on until Zorin comes flying
Where
in.
is she?
That's a dangerous choice. Going to get tagged down incredibly low. The rocket to the face is going to spell his demise. No reset for the Viego, but a reset for the Jinx all the same. And then Reckoning walks into a ton of damage that No Way decides to throw his way.
Oh
my God. He's already onto him. Magnet Storm going back the other way. Relic's incredibly low. Both sides playing it right on the edge once more, but it's Reckoning who gets the kill. A reset once more for this Jinx. And it's the support who falls down for final boss. The Baron waiting as a potential prize. Mango incredibly low, but should be tanky enough, especially with the Blade of the Ruined King, to heal him through this Baron play.
Yeah, should be able to get the play here. Their Lux still does have final spark once again, and the Cho'Gath is coming in on the side. It could be really, really close here if Mango is not careful enough, and they do get the Baron here. They even can try and take down, though they've killed the Lux.
Get out of here.
Perfect timing, yep.
That was disgusting. A solo kill to top things off for Star Burrito. If Torty had himself a flash, then maybe we're talking about a steal with a chomp. But unfortunately for him, doesn't have that key summoner available, doesn't have the ability to come flying into the pit, instead just had to watch from the outside as the Baron was taken, and then had to watch as well as his mid laner got deleted.
Yeah, able to delete them in a really good spot. That being said, they did get the Lux ultimate could have also almost entirely installed in that thing if not for the right timing. But another skirmish, not teamfight actually, that they end up losing in that position, and it's really close because it's going either way for who can get the advantage in either teamfight, and it's more so who gets the first counter move instead of the first move. The one that accommodates themselves better for the response end up actually having more of an advantage than the other side.
Yeah, they are generating themselves some amazing advantages, but overall the gold advantage not really showing right now, right? It's still just only 2,000. Barely anything, even with that Baron in their back pockets, could look to make a bit more if they can get the way towards these structures, but it feels like this Baron's a little bit more of like a denial as opposed to something they can really use aggressively.
Yeah, going as aggressive as they could have been, and now trying to set up for the next dragon that is coming up in 123. Pretty possible that they are going to try and look into how they can set up for all of that. The position needs to be obtained at the very least this time around for the side of Elysium, because what happened in the previous fight was really crucial. The way that they got first move into the Dragon River, they set up for the engage, and they were able to get onto multiple members. Oh, low! They get the misfortune here. Sun just comes through. There is a flash for the Syndra here in this position. It's going to be 44 seconds without the misfortune. Wait, engage onto the Mumu. They want to try and get the kill there onto Cern. They want to try and get the kill onto the Mumu. They are able to find not only the kill, but the reset. They are looking forward even further, trying to get even more. before, Jinx is not getting the kills, but they are finding all that they wanted for, and they can even just ignore the dragon that is spawning in 30 seconds, moving into the base, trying to get multiple kills in the process and taking down the turret as well, trying to open up the game even more so than it was before. I don't think they will try and end the game just yet, but it's 13 seconds for the Misfortune. It's 30 seconds or 27 seconds now for the Amumu. It looks like they want to finish it. They have the members, they have the damage, they have a Syndra coming in on the back.
There should have been no way
Yeah,
that Elysium would end the game like this, but it's just ended out of absolutely nothing. A pre-fight before the Drake fight. And Elysium, they just steal the series away from Final Boss. They'd made it so close the whole way through, but they just fell apart when it mattered the most. Inexplicably, Final Boss just take a bad fight.
Yeah, Dorado finding the pick onto the Misfortune, killing the Misfortune, using Sonja's, flashing away, and then when everyone was baited from Final Boss, they just follow back and then got every kill after that. The said non-factor, the Cho got non-factor at the end there. It was all the plays from at the right moment from everyone in the team, and that just sets them up for success in winning the game there.
An insane decision to take that fight.
Yep.
Final Boss so long before the dragon, it hadn't even spawned by the time the game ended. That's how insane that fight was. It's just wrong time entirely, and Final Boss get caught out. And unfortunately, that feels like that's almost like the story of this series, right? It feels like they were dominant throughout, but they weren't quite able to get game one over the line. They pushed Elysium right to the very edge, but they couldn't quite get there. Game two, dominating from start to finish. They finally put one on the board against what appears to be the best team in BOL Premier. And then game three, it's more of the same. They're so promising. They have some amazing team fights. And then out of nowhere, Elysium find the god fight of all god fights. And the game just kind of ends with a whimper.
Yeah, it's a moment where you expect absolutely nothing to go like that. And then out of nowhere, boom, the game breaks open. You end up losing the game because of that. And just a much better moment for the side of Elysium. It really could have gone either way with the way that some of the fights were going, but it just really can break up with just one bad fight, one bad moment, one bad pick even can just set you up for failure at that point.
Yeah, and failure, it did indeed set them up for Final Boss. They're going to have to take this one here on the chin as it's another 2-1 defeat that they have to tank now. And bear in mind, this is not the longest of regular seasons, right? You just play each team once. And it's top 6 they get to go to playoffs. Top 2, though, really the coveted points. If you want to really establish yourself, get yourself a bye in the first round of the playoffs, you need to get into the top 2. These 2 defeats already might be enough to rule Final Boss out of that, and they've looked like such a good side that that's almost a sad thing to say after these 3 weeks.
Yeah, could have been much, much better, but at the end, doesn't really matter because they lose out here, and it's going to be another potential advantage for Elysium to get to that top 2 spot and just close out the regular season in the best manner possible.
Yeah, well, Elysium now moved themselves up to 3-0, unbeaten so far in overall series. They were pushed to their limits today. Luckily for them, able to pull through one of their toughest challenges. We'll see if that is the toughest they face throughout this regular season over the course of the next 4 weeks. Speaking of what is to come, though, we have one more game in week 3 going to happen tomorrow. Of course, after the rescheduled one that was on Thursday, meaning there's only one happening on the other day of our weekend. I can briefly check what series that is. I've kind of forgotten. My bad. Hold on. We have in week 3, Team Soul Invade versus the Literal Monkeys, I believe, is our final game of the week. So that'll be happening tomorrow. Thank you all for joining us here on BOL Premier. Make sure to check out what's happening on BOL 2 right now. There is Draft League going on. You've got Becky Rita and Korak taking you through what it hopes to be some amazing games down there as well. Thank you all for joining us here on the Premier Broadcast, and we hope to see you guys next time. Enjoy.
Oh, so suddenly you poison the air I breathe. But if you don't hate me, then why would you break